A sudden crash shook the building. The warrior swung his blade, sending it flying forward with tremendous force. Lifting it high above, he unleashed his meteor strike. Buildings shattered around him. Eyes locked straight ahead, he demanded an answer. The boy standing before him asked if that was truly all he had. The warrior clenched his teeth. With his weapon stretched out, he declared it was now his turn. The sword cut through the air sharply, glowing as light burst before him. This was the tale of the outcast hero. Monsters surged forth. Long ago, Earth's plants and animals had twisted into abominations. From other dimensions, invaders descended. The elf extended his hand. Another building erupted, flames consuming the city. Humanity had entered an era of pure chaos. On the ground, a boy screamed for help. A beast loomed over him, rage burning in its eyes. But then, a strike landed. The monster collapsed. Humanity had built guilds to resist this anarchy. Among them stood squads of heroes, each wielding rare abilities. The monster's eyes gleamed as it lifted its weapon, striking with fury. Juno, barely holding the blow, cursed at its overwhelming power. He thought he couldn't hold it much longer. Gritting his teeth, Jihan shouted that now was the moment. Siyun raised her arms, answering that she already knew. She summoned her scorching thunder. A brilliant beam shot forth, lightning tearing through the sky. The monster was struck down. Siyun landed and smirked. Well, there's no way he survives that. But the creature roared back to its feet. Siyun froze in shock as a hand pulled her back just in time. The monster had endured, not a single scratch left behind. Eyes blazing, Mia tightened her grip on her weapon. Buying precious time, she lunged forward with a quick strike. The beast dropped to its knees, screaming in pain. She raised her finger to the sky. Another warrior charged in, delivering a meteor strike that exploded upon impact. As the smoke cleared, Hyuntae tightened his hold on his blade, muttering about the dungeon. Kiro's guild, the undefeated #1 team, had taken the field. Looking toward the fallen enemy, the warrior declared the boss slain. And with a grin, he reminded himself he was one of the founders. Hyene's team, once he was part of it. Now nothing but a memory. The monster lay defeated on the ground. Jihan stood among the scattered corpses of creatures. From behind him, a voice echoed. Jihan turned, stunned, as he heard the words. He was being expelled from the team. Rain poured from the sky. Jihan, drenched, asked again if they were serious. He kept walking forward, eyes drifting down to his phone. A bitter smile crossed his face as he muttered, 7 years. I worked like crazy for 7 years, and all I got was 10 million won. His expression froze. He raised his hand, demanding to know what more he could have done for them. Siyun, hand pressed to her face, scoffed that even a rookie could replace him with a little training. Mia turned away, coldly saying he was weak. Hyene's brows furrowed. His verdict was final. They didn't need Jihan anymore. Jihan stood motionless, staring upward into the stormy sky. Why'd he stayed with Kiro's all this time? Dark clouds rolled in, lightning striking overhead. His story as a member of Kiro's guild had come to its end. Yet deep inside, Jihan clenched his resolve. He couldn't just walk away like this. Suddenly, a green grid appeared before him. His mind sharpened. His unique ability, one that only activated in rare moments, had triggered again. And so, Jihan left Kiro's. For an entire week, he searched for a new guild. Late at night, seated at his computer, he finally found something that caught his eye, a small group, simply called the Fun Guild. As he hovered over their page, his eyes widened. Notifications flashed before him. The probability of the Fun Guild growing into a major force, if he joined, was 99%. His heart raced. His ability revealed probabilities, and with it, he could see a future brighter than Kiro's had ever offered. The scene shifted to a dim room. Food sat on the table. A girl, hands on her hips, muttered that the power was out and all she'd managed to make was ramen. The door suddenly swung open. Jihan stepped in, his gaze locked straight ahead. Who are you? She asked. Fun, Jihan answered firmly. I'm here to join the Fun Guild. The girl tilted her head. Join the guild. Before she could finish, Jihan collapsed to the floor. Startled, she rushed over. Hey, are you okay? Moments later, Jihan jolted upright. Well, finally awake, the girl said, staring at him. He blinked in confusion. How do you know my name? She lifted something in her hand, his passport. Sihu studied him carefully. You were part of Kiro's guild. So why join my tiny guild after leaving a big one? Jihan lowered his head. Standing firm, he answered, I'll explain everything. Sihu clapped her hands once, sighing. I get your situation, she said softly. But with your experience, you could join anywhere. Why choose us? Jihan hesitated, unsure if she'd believe him if he spoke the truth about his ability. His eye glimmered faintly. This mysterious power was not something he could reveal easily. Sihu slid off her headphones. Looks like you can't talk about it, she said. Then I'll go first. Her tone steadied. I'm half-elf. My father was human, my mother an elf. Jihan blinked, stunned. Half-elf. The memory of countless invasions returned. After so many dimensional breaches, countless new races had appeared on Earth, elves among them. Sihu looked away, her voice low. Elf blood runs through me. The same race that once tried to wipe out humanity. Knowing that, do you still want to join Fun Guild? Jihan sat in silence. Sihu's eyes never left him. Her hands trembled as if she wanted to intimidate him, but the shaking betrayed her. Then Jihan spoke evenly. I don't care that you're an elf. I met a few before. They're not that different from us. Only fools would describe me Hoyle just because of blood. Sihu froze. Slowly, her hand covered her face. When she looked back at him, her voice softened. I understand. I'll review your application and let you know. Jihan nodded. Fine. Thank you. Suddenly, a faint glow shimmered near her staff. Jihan turned toward it, startled. The Plujung was reacting. The glow flared brighter and brighter. They both stared. Jihan's thoughts raced. The spirit of Sylph? But why? He's been asleep for 12 years. Why me? Light burst forth. Sihu extended her hand as a radiant beam shot into the sky, visible across the city. She gasped eyes wide. No, it can't be. Jihan looked down at his palm. The truth struck him like lightning. Sylph just formed a contract with me. His fists clenched. His heart pounded. I've just gained one of the rarest classes in existence. Only 20 people in the entire world have it. From this moment forward, Jihan was no longer the excluded hero. He was an elementalist. Crowds moved forward. It was said that some people forged contracts with mystical beings, borrowing their power to fight. A magician raised his hands. Morosi Soifua frowned. Anubakar turned away. More people gathered. The truth was clear. Elementalists were no ordinary existences. Each one carried power equal to an entire guild. Jihan stared at the glow before him. So now, I'm one of them too. His eyes widened in shock. It was said that another elementalist had been born. Jihan clenched his fist. The symbol of the guild shimmered faintly. Taking a step forward, he confirmed, So, I made a contract with this spirit. Sihu nodded. An image flickered before them. An elf. A voice echoed. The spirit of wind, Sylph. Sihu's expression darkened. That was my mother. Jihan extended his hands. Then I should return her. Maybe the contract can be broken. Sihu shook her head firmly. Too late. Once a spirit chooses its master, it cannot be undone, unless the master leaves this world entirely. Jihan froze, stunned by her words. What do I do now? He asked quietly. Sihu folded her arms. What else? You passed the test. Or did you want to run away? Jihan met her eyes. No, I only want to join Fun Guild. I'm not interested in anywhere else. Sihu studied him for a moment, then smiled. A fair answer. Fine, from now on, I'll teach you how to use the spirit. Jihan shook his head. No, we'll try right now. He raised his hand. A glowing sphere pulsed above his palm. Around them, a barrier unfolded, spreading over the buildings. This was MA, a designated monster territory. Creatures emerged instantly. It was said that MA zones were ranked from 5th to 1st class. The lower the number, the stronger the monsters. Jihan marched through the city streets, thinking to himself, Bin is a 5th class MA. Perfect for testing my powers. Sihu turned her head away slightly. Jihan stopped. What's wrong? Her voice dropped. To be honest, this is my first time in an MA since training at Hero Academy. Jihan raised an eyebrow. And you didn't think to mention that earlier? Sihu lowered her head, embarrassed. I couldn't. Not when I'm supposed to be the leader of. Then I'll take the role of leader, Jihan declared firmly. Together, the two of them stepped across the barrier and entered the zone. Ruins stretched around them, silence broken only by their footsteps. Jihan glanced sideways. Can you tell me what kind of monsters show up here? Sihu nodded. Give me a moment. Before she could finish, a monster appeared. They say the creatures that spawn in Buchanan are basilisks. Her voice carried. A crowd of smaller ones, chicks, scattered into view. Sihu explained that 2 weeks earlier, a truck carrying chickens had overturned nearby. That accident had influenced the monsters here. Jihan raised his weapon. Chickens, huh? Perfect for training. The ruins loomed heavy, the battlefield alive with the threat of blood and violence. Jihan's thoughts hardened. Right now, our team's just 2 people. I'll have to take both roles, tank and attacker. Suddenly, Sihu stiffened. Her expression froze. I sensed something in the parking lot, she shouted. From the shadows, a basilisk lunged, lifting a man high. Jihan reacted instantly, raising his weapon. Stay behind me in support, he barked. The monster slammed its claw into the ground, the earth trembling. It advanced. Jihan braced himself, blocking the crushing blow. A smirk tugged at his lips. Now see, he called. She shut her eyes, whispering a chant. Energy gathered at her fingertips. Wind arrow. The spell shot forth, striking the basilisk with explosive force. The beast crashed to the ground. Jihan turned toward her. Nicely done. Sihu lifted her chin proudly. When I graduated Hero Academy, I was top of my class. Before they could breathe, another basilisk darted out from behind a car. Sihu gasped as the creature sprang. Jihan spun around, eyes sharp with light. He activated his skill. His vision sharpened. Numbers filled his mind. A check began. The monster lunged. If I duck now, dodge chance 82%. Jihan dropped low, the claw narrowly missing. He thrust his hand forward, activating acceleration. His movements blurred as he struck the basilisks down in quick succession. The monsters collapsed, lifeless at his feet. Sia's voice trembled in awe. Unbelievable. You've only awakened a day ago, and already you're in sync with Sylph. Jihan stood still, gripping his weapon. His mind flashed with a new thought. But what kind of monster is that one? Jihan gripped his weapon tightly, then lowered his head. Let's farm here, he suggested. Sihu nodded in approval, but Jihan's eyes widened. Is this really enough? His gaze sharpened as he spun around. Watch yourself, he shouted. A monster lunged behind Sihu. Jihan struck fast, the beast's claws slamming into the stones. A glow rippled across the battlefield. Sihu staggered, but steadied herself. I'm fine, she assured him, then frowned. But why is a monster like this in a 5th class MA? Jihan's expression hardened. I don't know, but it seems that way. The basilisk lifted its head, its furious gaze glowing. His ability flashed. Probability of victory, 12%. Can you slow it down? Jihan called. Sihu blinked. What? Even just for a moment. Her voice steadied. If that's all, then yes. That's enough, Jihan growled. Energy surged around the monster's paw. It roared in pain as Sihu unleashed her skill. Now, Jihan yelled, sprinting forward as the slowing wind wrapped around the beast. He closed in fast, sword ready. But the basilisk's beak snapped shut, then suddenly opened wide. Its eyes gleamed. Jihan narrowed his gaze. Not enough, useless. A red glow erupted, binding the basilisk in a net. Jihan thrust his weapon forward, channeling the wind's power. He collapsed to the ground, exhausted. High above, a man stood on a rooftop edge, lowering his head. He smirked faintly. So, there's another elementalist in Korea besides me. Far away, in Jiangxi province, another monster territory lay in ruins. Smoke curled upward from shattered ground. From below, creatures burst out, clawing their way to the surface. Juno clenched his teeth, raising his weapon as they surrounded him. Damn it, they're coming. Light flared around him as he struck, his voice straining. I can't hold them for long. Siyun stepped forward. I know. She raised her hand and shouted. Chain lightning. The air split with a blinding flash. A web of electricity tore through the monsters. Yellow sparks hung in the air as Siyun smirked. All this fuss over weaklings like these? Juno flinched. TCH, that blast almost hit me. She shot back. That's why I keep telling you to lose weight. Juno froze, stunned by her words. Then his voice rose. Either way, we should get ready to retreat. But before they could move, a shadow darted behind Siyun. Her eyes widened. One still alive. Cover me, she yelled, teeth clenched. The monster closed in on Siyun. Her thoughts raced. And this guy, he's not even part of our team anymore. But suddenly a strike cut through the air, slamming into the beast. They stood face to face with it. Hyanti's brow furrowed. All around them, the creatures lay dead. Siyun lifted her head. It's too heavy. Juno stared at the remains. This thing's not normal. Different from the usual kind. Siyun shook her head. Nothing strange about it. Hyane scowled. It's just a giant worm. What's there to be afraid of? He clenched his fist, then barked. Why are you acting like this monster is something terrifying? Juno spread his arms wide. What about that, then? Everyone turned away, tension crackling in the air. Mia walked forward calmly. The second zone is cleared, she reported. Hyuntae turned sharply. I told you not to act on your own. His voice lowered, more bitter. There's no one left here to keep an eye on you. I know, Mia replied evenly. Juno looked down, muttering under his breath. Jihan, did we end up in this mess because of him? Hyuntae snapped, his voice sharp. Impossible. Even if he's gone, he was just Jihan. We don't need someone like him anymore. His fist clenched tighter. But elsewhere, light radiated from Jihan as he stood tall. See his breath caught. He took down that giant on his own. Jihan stared ahead. What the hell am I becoming? Another man stepped forward from the corner, eyeing the fallen monster. You two handle something like this? Heh, this place is a gold mine. His grin widened. Sihu rushed to Jihan's side. Are you hurt? But Jihan staggered, nearly collapsing. Jihan, she cried, kneeling beside him. He lifted his hand, smiling faintly. Relax. Let's farm this place. Sihu's eyes widened in disbelief. Farm? After that? These monsters are rare, Jihan continued. We could sell their parts for a high price. Sihu frowned hard, her voice trembling. You're joking. I thought you were seriously injured. I was worried sick. She sank to the ground. This is too much. Jihan shook his head. Not for two people, but it'll be difficult if it's just us. At that moment, another figure stepped forward. It seems you could use some help. He removed his glasses, offering a polite nod. Hello. The name's Jang Siam. I'm with Mongdang Monster Processing Company. Siho blinked. Monster Processing Company? Jihan answered. They're specialists. They collect monster remains. Siam smiled. Exactly. A businessman makes his business where monsters roam. Siam explained with a polite smile that his company was new, and this kind of work was necessary to make ends meet. Either way, he added, why not leave the basilisk carcasses to us? Sihu nodded with relief. That would be perfect. We'll leave it to you. But Jihan narrowed his eyes. Something feels off. Siam slipped on a pair of gloves. I'll just check the bodies first. He crouched down, examining the remains. Cut up nicely. Meat like this will sell for a fortune. Sihu smiled faintly. Great. With this, we can move into a new office. But Jihan lowered his head. So that's his angle. He'll leave us scraps, then pocket something valuable for himself. Sure enough, Siam's hand slid over a glowing crystal. His eyes gleamed. A magic crystal. Rare. Only formed when special species die. I'll make a fortune off this. But before he could hide it, stones shifted around him. Weapons came up, pointed his way. Siam panicked, throwing his hands out. Wait. Spare me. I'll return it. You can have a crystal back. His cowardice filled the air. Jihan thought grimly. Businessmen, they all share the same dirty habits. Sihu's eyes widened in anger. How dare you steal from us? Then a new voice cut through the tension. Well now, isn't this your magic crystal? They turned. A man stepped forward, smiling. Sihu froze. What are you doing here? Doha? From Dice Guild. Jihan's gaze locked on the figure, holding the crystal. Dice Guild's insignia shimmered on his clothes. Duha spoke casually. This item belongs to our fun guild. A top-class hero like me doesn't need to steal. He smirked. I'm simply here under the association's orders to catch this particular specimen. Jihan's eyes glowed faintly. This is dangerous. Duha tilted his head. You seem to misunderstand something. A notification flickered before Jihan. Probability of victory, 0%. Duha leapt, his movements faster than Jihan could track. Jihan's eyes shot wide. When did he? In an instant, his head was driven into the ground. Duha crouched low, smiling calmly. This isn't a request. It's a warning, my young elementalist. Jihan struggled, pinned down. Siam gritted his teeth and cursed. Why did I have to run into this guy here? Duha stood tall among the crowd. The truth was undeniable. He wasn't just any man. He was the leader of one of Korea's largest guilds, Dice Guild. Hands in his pockets, he loomed with an aura unmatched. He wasn't only a guild master. He was the world's sole earth elementalist, a transcendental hero. Duha smiled broadly, staff leveled toward Jihan. Stay away from him. Siu shouted, stepping forward. But Duha's tone was calm, almost mocking. Better if you stay right where you are. Otherwise, you'll die. Sihu froze, gritting her teeth. He's serious. Jihan's hand pressed into the ground, the glow of his power faintly sparking. You're the one who will die, Jihan muttered, eyes blazing. Light erupted around him. Duha crossed his arms, sliding back across the ground. Sitting up, Jihan thought coldly, just watch me, bastard. A sphere floated in front of him, an elemental summon. He had used it at the last moment when he crashed down, cushioning the impact. Duha adjusted his glasses, analyzing. He not only hid his element, but managed to counter at the same time. Interesting. Jihan panted heavily. Seriously, what a monster. I burned everything I had, and it still didn't hurt him at all. Notifications flickered. Probability of death upon further elemental use. 95%. Jihan clenched his teeth. So this is what a first-class hero is. I can't match him. Duha stepped forward, voice steady. Now that we've exchanged opening blows, shall we move on to round 2? His gaze shifted to the glowing crystal. Tell me, who'll claim it first? Jihan raised both hands. I surrender. Duha paused. Surrender? My goal was the magic crystal. Nothing else. Jihan said flatly. I don't intend to continue. Duha frowned. So he knows the law. Out loud, he muttered, I can't break Article 38, Paragraph 9 of Jihan law. If you surrender, it's binding. His jaw tightened. But I was just starting to enjoy myself. The rumble of engines echoed overhead. Helicopters closed in. Siho looked up in shock. That's the Hero Association's helicopter? From the open hatch, a woman shouted down. Duha, how could you come here alone? Duha turned lazily. Relax. Mission complete. No need to scold me the moment you arrive. His gaze returned to Jihan. We'll settle who's stronger later. By the way, what's your name? Jihan lowered his head, covering part of his face. You Jihan. Fun Guild. Duha smiled. Fun Guild. His smile widened. He stepped closer, eyes sharp. Then you. Duha's grin lingered. You should take the promotion test for 4th class. I'll personally recommend you. Jihan frowned. Why? Duha adjusted his glasses as he turned to leave. No reason. I just feel like it. The helicopter touched down. Smiling, Duha called back. You heard me, right? Make sure to send that recommendation letter. The association staff hesitated. But the test is in 2 days. How can we even process a letter this quickly? And her eyes widened. Your guild isn't even registered. Meanwhile, Jihan noticed a cut on Duha's hand. He's injured? How's that possible? Duha glanced down at it, laughing lightly. This is fun. I haven't had this much fun in a while. The Dice Guild emblem shone faintly behind him. Kneeling nearby, Siam bowed his head. I was wrong. Forgive me. Jihan clenched his teeth. Enough with the apologies. You'll be hearing it from me later. Wait, just listen. Siam blurted, raising a finger. I overheard everything. You're planning to take the 4th class promotion test, right? Jihan narrowed his eyes. So what? The test is in 2 days, Siam said quickly. Shouldn't you upgrade your equipment first? Look at your sword. It's at its limit. Same with the rest of your gear. Go like this, and it'll be a disaster. He tapped his chest confidently. Let me take you to a workshop I know. Get your gear sorted, then you can beat me up after. Sihu glanced at Jihan, waiting for his response. Soon, the city streets unfolded before them. Siam pushed open a heavy wooden door. Jihan scanned the place silently. A workshop, but no one's here. Sihu frowned. This isn't another one of your tricks, is it? Siam waved her off. Of course not. A man stepped forward from the shadows, hammer resting on his shoulder. And who might you be? Today was supposed to be his day off, yet he stood before them with a calm smile. Jihan's thoughts clicked. A gnome. He's a blacksmith. It was said that gnomes were born craftsmen, renowned as first-class blacksmiths. Their weapons could rival S-rank quality. Siu's eyes lit up. A gnome? This is the first time I've ever seen one. Jihan nodded. Same here. Siu glanced back at Siam. Not bad. You actually brought us to a gnome's workshop. But her smile faltered when she realized Siam had disappeared. Meanwhile, the blacksmith studied Jihan closely. Gnome? What nonsense are you spouting? Jihan blinked. The man smirked faintly. I'm human. The man claimed to be Korean, a native no less. At first glance, Jihan even believed him. But gripping her staff tightly, Sihu shouted that it was a lie. He was obviously a gnome. Jihan fired back, telling him to prove it with an ID. Annoyed, the blacksmith muttered about how ridiculous they were. He pulled out his ID, holding it up for them to see. Siho blinked in surprise. It was real. Jihan immediately demanded to see it too. Grabbing the ID, Jihan squinted. 27 years old? And what kind of photo is this? Sihu frowned suspiciously. What if it's stolen? She asked. Jihan responded flatly. Then we'll report him to the police. Sihu groaned, clutching her head. This idiot tricked us again, Jihan added sharply. Just call the police already. But the blacksmith only looked at them in confusion. Then he shifted the topic. Mind if I take a look at your sword? He asked. Jihan froze, eyes wide. What did you just say? The blacksmith lowered his gaze to the blade. These marks looks like you're a wind elementalist. Jihan stepped forward. How would you know that? Hoyle smirked slightly. A first-class blacksmith can read the traces on a weapon and guess its owner. But, unfortunately, this sword can't handle the force of your elements. He bowed his head, then added, Give me a moment. I got something better. The perfect sword for an elementalist. Reaching behind him, he pulled out a gleaming blade. This one unites the elements. Jihan's breath caught. Wait, that's Hoyle's sword. See who arched a brow. Did you seriously name the sword after yourself? The scene shifted. A large building appeared. The day of the promotion exam had finally come. Jihan gripped the kid's door handle. Inside, the room was already packed with people. Sia glanced around. So many. Jihan looked to the side, recalling his past. The fourth-rank test, just like back in Kiro's. Crowds everywhere. Crazy. But whispers soon spread. Isn't it the guy who got expelled from Kiro's? Can't believe he's here. If I were him, I'd be too embarrassed to keep acting like a hero. See who scowled. They're talking about you, aren't they? Jihan only shrugged. Let go. People always talk when they're in groups. Then suddenly, someone stepped forward, swinging at him. Relief washed over him. At least there were no rumors about what happened in Bin. Staring ahead, Jihan decided it was best to keep his identity as an elementalist hidden. Nothing good would come from attracting attention now. The noisy crowd suddenly went quiet. People were acting like this was anything more than a simple promotion test. Marching forward, a man, Bang Yinsik scoffed. Pull yourselves together. Jihan frowned. He could tell these guys were nothing special. Just average, even below that. Yinsik stopped at his side, scowling. He muttered, in short, they're worthless. Jihan froze. Duha. Grinding his teeth, Yinsik spoke coldly. You don't really think that, do you? A notification appeared. Chance of passing, 1%. Clearly, Duha had used a letter of recommendation. A man clutched a bag from behind. The girl with him admitted, I sent in a recommendation letter for the promotion of that fourth-class team. Duha raised an eyebrow. Already, she checked the documents again. Strange. A dossier appeared. Someone questioned why Yinsik was chosen as examiner. The scene shifted to the exam grounds. The fourth-class test was underway. Candidates charged ahead recklessly. Yinsik remained motionless, watching silently. Weapons clashed, dust kicked up, but the strategy was foolish. Attacking the examiner head-on without studying him first? Yinsik's eyes gleamed. Idiots. In an instant, they were all knocked to the ground. Yinsik slid his hand into his pocket as a notification popped up. Team 12 has failed. Someone shouted in disbelief. Another, hands on hips, asked, Did Yinsik take it too far? Hein shook her head. I doubt anyone will pass this exam at all. Hansok smirked. That's fifth-rank examiners for you. Hein closed her eyes and sighed. How am I supposed to report this to my superiors? Yingwu, eyes forward, muttered, the last team's coming. A photo of Jihan and Sihu appeared. The murmurs began again. They were from the Fun Guild. Someone smiled. It must be them. Recommended by their guild leader, no less. As the group stepped forward, whispers spread. This won't be easy for them. Jihan walked into the testing chamber. Hansok glanced up and commented, That man's got no flexibility. The examiner stood waiting. The examiner gripped his sword, clearly referring to the team's leader. Yinsik looked away as they stood face to face. A message appeared. Welcome to the fourth-class examination hall. The rules were simple. Fight the examiner for 5 minutes. Passing meant either defeating him completely or earning his acknowledgement. Yinsik slipped his hand into his pocket. Sihu frowned. How is a fifth-ranked team supposed to defeat someone like him? Jihan raised an eyebrow. Yinsik had fought countless challengers already, yet not a single scratch marked his body. Jihan stood firm. Same plan as an MA. Support me from behind. Sihu nodded in agreement. A faint glow surrounded Jihan. This won't be easy, he muttered. The announcement rang out. Fourth-class examination begins now. Yinsik struck first. Already, Jihan clenched his teeth. The examiner launched his attack the moment the test started. The ground erupted in an explosion, shaking the chamber. Sihu whipped her head to the side. Yinsik had extended his hand effortlessly. She stepped forward, blocking, but he brushed past her with ease. Jihan stretched out his hand. So the letter of recommendation wasn't fake after all. Suddenly, Sihu was flung aside. Yinsik leapt high. his eyes glowing with intensity. Jihan raised his weapon to block. The impact rattled through him. How can a wooden sword hit this hard? Gritting his teeth, Jihan realized he needed space. He was knocked back, sliding across the floor. Yunsik narrowed his gaze. Magic too. This guy's talent is infuriating. Jihan burst forward with acceleration, moving instantly across the room. In the stands, murmurs spread. Why assign Yunsik as examiner? Behind Du-ha, a girl whispered, if you wrote that recommendation, won't it just work against them? The Fun Guild is doomed. But Du-ha only smirked. That bastard is one of a kind. Yunsik's expression hardened. His sword carved through the air, slicing the wind itself. Jihan braced himself. Blades of force rained down, one after another. Yunsik smiled, pressing the attack. Jihan clenched his jaw. Damn it, I'm slower than before. Memories surged, his battles with the basilisk, with Du-ha. His body was still paying the price. His grip tightened on the weapon. And now, this sword. It's draining more mana than ever before. Yunsik lowered his gaze, his voice sharp. You received a recommendation from. Jihan stood his ground. Du-ha had only made it this far thanks to that one skill. Sihu pulled her staff forward, her voice sharp. I'll destroy you right here. The staff glowed brightly as she shouted. Stay away from Jihan. A violent strike ripped across the floor, hurling her backward. She crashed down, but Jihan was already at her side. Leave it to me, she insisted, forcing herself up. He frowned, but Sihu thought to herself, she couldn't always hide behind Jihan. She had to face this herself. Yunsik loomed over her. You're not backing down? Foolish. I'm not stupid. Sihu shot back, raising her hand. I'm the leader of the Fun Guild. Yunsik smirked. So you're an elf. She charged forward. Unlike a timid mage, she dared to attack head-on. The examiner swung his sword with a scoff. Exactly as I thought. Stupid. Sihu closed her eyes. Elves could feel the very flow of mana itself. Energy beams swirled around her. With a thrust of her staff, she unleashed the power of wind. The blast surged forward, but Yunsik deflected it with ease. You really think that would work at this range? A glow suddenly formed behind him. He extended his hand, his voice cutting. One attack? That's all you prepared. But his expression shifted as he realized. This wasn't ordinary magic. Pentagrams swirled through the air. Hexagonal formations spun around him. Yunsik narrowed his eyes. Hexagonal magic? No, this is hexagonal. The storm of spells detonated against him. A devastating explosion shook the arena. Sihu shielded her face with her arms. That hit hard, even for an examiner. The smoke cleared. Yunsik stepped forward with a grin. Not bad. Closing the distance and trapping me like that. It was clever. He leveled his sword, but too slow. Sihu's eyes widened. He blocked seven-sided magic. Jihan tightened his grip on his weapon. Yunsik sneered. So this is how you'll strike me? Jihan lowered his head, voice steady. And this is how you'll lose to your own arrogance. Light flared around him. His thoughts raced. This sword can't absorb mana. I've already drained most of it. But if I gather what's left, I can strike. Jihan swung with everything he had. Windblade. The attack ripped forward, cutting through the air. The scene shifted. From the award stand, a man stood by the window. Send him in. Another held out documents. This is today's report on Hyun's team. Hands clasped behind his back, the man stared out in silence. And how are you feeling? Jung Seeb frowned. Jung Seeb scowled. That guy you assigned to Hyun's team, after getting rid of Jihan. The man flipped through the documents. According to the exam results, he's still in the adaptation stage. A bit unstable, but he'll settle. Hyuntae will keep him in check. He's far more useful than Jihan ever was. The employee hesitated. There's some news about Jihan, though. Jung Seeb winced. What now? It's been confirmed. Jihan passed the 4th class promotion test. Jung Seeb spun around. What? That brat. The one who couldn't even get a single letter of recommendation. He passed. The man raised his brows. Apparently, Du-ha wrote him a recommendation. On the arena floor, the broken sword lay at Jihan's feet. He held it up weakly, staring down at it. Yunsik glared, smirking. How in the world did he get Du-ha's approval? Then, with a heavy sigh, the examiner lowered his head. Fine, I concede. The thought lingered. Sending an elementalist to the exam was practically cheating. The scene shifted to a hallway. Jihan slumped onto a couch. Well, I survived. Sihu grinned. Seriously, who are you? How did you pick up elemental magic that fast? Jihan shook his head. I don't even know myself. He glanced at his hand. But in this fight, I felt closer to elemental magic than ever before. She studied him quietly. Maybe this was all part of his plan. Jihan smiled at her. You were amazing too. We won because you distracted him. Sihu waved it off. It was nothing. Looking away, Jihan muttered, we scraped through the battle. But now comes the interview. A group walked into the hall. The call came. Next team, the Fun Guild. Inside the chamber, a woman at the table commented, the previous team prepared thoroughly. Her companion nodded. Their exam battle was interesting as well. Jihan and Sihu stepped into the room. One of the evaluators smiled. If there are no objections, we'll proceed with your promotion. But another voice cut in. No, they should be expelled. Sihu and Jihan stiffened. Dongo lowered his gaze. The tank hesitated too much. If they're attacked, he'll panic for sure. He shut his eyes. This team's no better than any other fourth-class team. Pathetic, really. Jihan's brow furrowed. They're talking like they want us to hear every word. They were told to sit. So Jihan and Sihu took their seats and introduced themselves. One of the interviewers flipped through the documents, eyes widening. He extended his hand. Out of all the teams this round, yours was the only one to pass the battle exam. Impressive. Jihan smiled modestly. You flatter us. Honestly, it was just luck. Sihu bowed her head politely. Thank you. Dongo sighed. 2 against the examiner. I don't see the point of holding an interview after that. He leaned forward. Let me see her ears. Sihu brushed her hair back. My hairstyle must look plain, I know. The examiner tilted his head with a smile. A half-elf then? Oomph. I assumed you were pureblood. What a shame. Jihan slammed his gaze on him. Watch your mouth. Dongo raised his hand quickly. You're right. Forgive me. It slipped out as habit. Still, Jihan clenched his fists. I can't relax around this bastard. Sihu touched his hand gently. It's fine. Jihan lowered his head. All right, I'll hold it in. Dongo smiled. Let's continue. Don't let yourself be provoked so easily. The other examiner glanced at the files. Sihu's father works at the Monster Research Institute in Kyoto, doesn't he? Yes, that's right, Sihu confirmed. She turned toward Jihan. And you recently subdued a mutated basilisk in MA, correct? Jihan nodded. That's right. The examiner leaned back. A new guild of just 2 people, huh? Interesting. The older man shook his head. In 10 years as a hero, this is the first time I've seen a half-elf establish a guild. He smirked, then pressed. There's something I want to ask. If South Korea were ever attacked by elves, whose side would you be on? Sihu froze, staring at him in shock. Her voice faltered. I. The man frowned. You don't even want to answer? He leaned forward, eyes locked on her. Jihan snapped. Does the Warriors Guild really train members to ask questions like this? He scowled. All this time, you never cared about promotions. You only obsessed over tearing down your guild leader. The evaluators stared at him, stunned. Dongo slammed his fist against the table. That's my decision to make. Jihan glared back. And you're telling me. Jihan's voice cut through the tension. Enough. I'd rather refuse the promotion than sit here, listening to humiliation about our guild. Sihu froze. Idiot. She clenched her fists. We've ruined everything. The guild emblem flashed across the screen. Later, in the waiting area, the elf sat quietly in her chair. Jihan looked at her. Forgive me. We lost the promotion because of me. She shook her head. It's fine. Then, with a faint smile, she added, actually, thank you. No one's ever stood up for me before. Jihan blinked in surprise. But, Sihu teased, if that's the case, why do you keep hitting refresh? The loading screen appeared. She fidgeted. I just wanted to see the results. Jihan sighed. I'm really sorry. Her eyes widened as the page finally loaded. Wait, she gasped. Our team passed. Their eyes met in shock. Elsewhere, Dongo caught an apple tossed his way. Sihu stared at him. What are you thinking? He smiled faintly. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Then, almost casually, he added, I owe you an apology. I pushed too hard earlier. Guess I got curious. Examiner in hand, Dongo toyed with the apple. I wonder just how far you'll manage to climb. But behind his smirk, his thoughts burned. Arrogant brats. The rankings appeared on screen. Climb as high as you want, because when you reach the top, I'll crush you myself. The list lit up. Jihan's team promoted. The scene shifted. Monster territory, Jiangxi province. A bus screeched to a stop. Crowds of people were gathered, waving posters. One man stepped off the bus. He turned aside as voices rose. Hyante's team. It's Hyante's team. The man scowled. TCH, get lost. Hyante only smiled. What are you doing? They came to support us. Just stay back, it's dangerous. You could get hurt. The squad marched forward. Cheers followed. Hyante's so handsome. Good luck today. Crossing the barrier, Hyante muttered. These noisy pests are getting on my nerves. Juno glanced around. There are even more people today than yesterday. The squad leader raised an eyebrow. And you know that how? You always show up to check. Hyante stopped suddenly. His gaze locked ahead, at a woman standing near the entrance. Kangwoo groaned, covering his face. Ugh, she's so ugly I almost puked. Kangwoo grinned. So, Hyante, what kind of women do you like? Hyante answered flatly. Pretty ones. Kangwoo smirked. Perfect. I'm bringing some hot girls this weekend. Let's hit the club together. Siyun crossed her arms. Excuse me? Mia and I are standing right here. Could you not say that in front of us? Kangwoo laughed. Then why don't you come too? Siyun raised an eyebrow. Why would I? He leaned in, teasing, because there'll be plenty of male models dying to meet you. Siyun flushed. What are you even talking about? Kangwoo waved it off, casually. Fine, fine. I'll invite some hot guys too. Inwardly, he smirked. Too easy. If I keep this up, she'll fall for it eventually. But Mia stood silently with her arms crossed. He has no idea what I'm really thinking. She stared at him sharply. What did you just say? Kangwoo quickly backed down. Nothing. I should get to know her better. Hyante turned away, only for a familiar face to step forward, hand outstretched. It's been a while since M.A. Hyante met his hand. Feels like months. The squad leader blinked. Wait, where's that guy? What guy? Hyante asked. The one who used to carry your gear. Hyante's gaze dropped. He left. A newbie joined us recently. Kangwoo stepped forward, smiling. Nice to meet you. Kangwoo. Support role. Hyante frowned. So it's true. What a shame. Kangwoo tilted his head. Why is that? The other man spoke up, gesturing with his weapon. Back when I teamed with him a year ago, he saved us big time. Even now, thinking about it, the way he moved with that massive bag, it was unbelievable. Kangwoo smirked. Then what's his contact? If he hasn't joined another guild, we'll take him. Hyante stayed silent, eyes locked straight ahead. Good luck with that. But then something clicked. Wait, did he just call him Jihan? Incredible, Hyante muttered. Kangwoo shut his eyes. From what I've heard, he was always in the way. People overestimated him. Hyante's eyes widened. What did you say? Kangwoo repeated coldly, hand over his sword. Hyante extended his hand, voice sharp. That sword belongs to me. Give it back. Flames burst into the air around them. The weapon ignited as the man swung his sword sharply, eyes flashing with light. A woman rushed over. What on earth is happening here? She had run out without even grabbing her phone or wallet. One of the men frowned. This zone's been marked as a Class 4MA. Evacuate now. Another muttered bitterly as he charged ahead. There goes the housing market. His companion snapped. Who cares about house prices when people are losing their homes? The woman stopped short. Wait, what is that? Jihan's expression darkened. Just as I thought. Straight ahead, the ground trembled as a massive saber-toothed cat growled ferociously. Jihan rushed in. See who support me. She lifted her staff. Beams of magic blasted past him, striking the monster. Jihan slashed with his sword, carving into its hide. From behind, Sihu called out, I thought tackling a Class 4MA this early would be impossible. But this is easier than I expected. Jihan replied firmly. That basilisk we fought was on another level. Sihu glanced at the fallen beasts. How are we supposed to haul these saber-toothed cats back up to the first floor? We'll call a monster recycling company, Jihan answered casually. Before they could move, a distant cry pierced the air. Help, please. Sihu gasped. Someone's still here. She sprinted ahead. Jihan followed quickly. Let's save them before it's too late. He frowned. Wait, that voice sounds familiar. Turning the corner, Jihan shouted, Don't worry, we're fun guild members. You're safe now. But the man they found was shouting at the monster instead. Save it. Don't let it die. The saber-toothed cats already lay lifeless on the ground. Sihu smirked. Of all places to run into you here, feels like fate. Don't you think so, Siam? Siam folded his arms, grimacing. I suddenly have a stomachache. His face twisted. It was real this time. Jihan sighed. Let's wrap this up. We scored a great weapon, thanks to him. Sihu gave him a sidelong glance. You're too kind. Jihan looked straight at Siam. Since you're already here, how about signing a contract with us? You'd handle monster processing. Siam blinked. What? Jihan extended his hand. Our first meeting was rough, but your skills are solid. We could use you. Siam hesitated, then nodded. Fine. For now on, I'll work with you. Just leave the Teklas inside that building for me. Sihu narrowed her eyes. And what if he tricks us again? Jihan smiled faintly. It's fine, even with the basilisk. Jihan added calmly. Even back then, Siam still made sure to collect the loot, didn't he? Then he turned serious. But now that things are clear, we need to stop hunting innocent creatures. Nearby, a man raised a microphone and shouted, Creatures are life. They must be respected. Creatures are life. Sihu tilted her head. Who are those people? Jihan glanced over. The IUSAN, the International Creature Protection Union. The protesters surged forward, waving posters. This group believed monsters could coexist with humans like ordinary animals and plants, and their protests in MA zones had already caused massive casualties. Sihu asked quietly, Do you agree with them? Jihan's answer was firm. No, it's nonsense. At that moment, a monster stomped on a man, crushing him. Jihan clenched his jaw. Would these people still preach coexistence if they watched monsters kill humans right in front of them? A man holding a shield barked, Stay back. But villagers shouted in response, Why not? Let us join together, for the sake of these precious children. The mob surged. Push through. Break the line. Jihan froze as their voices echoed. Jahanis are here. Don't let them leave. Villagers surrounded them. Jihan glanced sideways. What is this? Sihu's eyes went wide. Look, she screamed. Tears welled up. How could they do something so cruel? One man dropped to his knees. On behalf of all mankind, I beg forgiveness. Sihu spun toward Jihan, trembling. How can you even call yourselves heroes after doing this? Voices rang out. Heroes? No, they're just murderers. Jihan gritted his teeth. Damn it. Heroes can't fight ordinary people. Not unless we want bloodshed. We'll have to hold out until the Hero Association sends reinforcements. Then, Boor. Jihan's eyes widened. That voice. Step aside, a calm voice demanded. Jihan looked up. Dua stood there. The villagers hesitated. Jihan spun around. You? Who the hell are you? A glow surged around Duha's legs as he smirked. I'm the one you hate the most. Suddenly, the earth rose behind him, forming a massive wall. Hello, Duha said with a wide grin. The ground split beneath his feet as whispers spread. Some call him Earth Dragon. Hands stuffed casually in his pockets, he smirked. Others call him Clown. Duha's smile widened into madness. In the West, he was known as Earthquake. Adjusting his glasses, Duha exclaimed, But my favorite nickname is Scoundrel. The guy's eyes widened as he shouted in surprise, while another demanded to know why the #1 hero was here. Jihan stood frozen, completely thrown off. Why did this guy always show up and stir chaos? Didn't he have anything better to do? Stepping forward, Duha declared it was time to return. With a faint smile, he added that his destination was hell itself. In that instant, a violent explosion tore through the air. The monster's jaws split open wide. Grinding his teeth, Jihan muttered, What on earth was this thing? The creature stared straight ahead, and a thought crossed his mind. Was this his elemental? Duha appeared beside the monster, telling it to seize them. Blinding beams shot out, snatching people off the ground and lifting them into the air. Gasps filled the scene as someone shouted for him to let them go immediately. Was this really how a national hero should treat civilians? Among the crowd, Sihu raised her hand, marveling aloud at what she was witnessing. Jihan clenched his jaw. He realized Duha had handled every single civilian without so much as a scratch. His precision, it was unreal. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Breaking it, Duha casually apologized for keeping them waiting. As he stepped forward, he mentioned hearing that they had passed the exam for promotion to 4th class. The thought instantly struck Jihan. He fought that kind of monster? Jihan gave a small smile, admitting it was all thanks to Duha, since he was the one who assigned him such an excellent examiner. Duha tilted his head, replying that he must mean Yunsik, though Yunsik could be a little hot-blooded. The thought weighed on Jihan. Truthfully, he nearly lost his life back then. Lowering his gaze, Duha added, Well, one way or another, it looks like you've grown stronger. That makes things interesting. Energy flickered faintly around him as he asked which of them would prove stronger now. Jihan frowned, demanding if that was the only reason he'd come here. From the side, the spectators whispered in shock. It was Duha. What business did he have at a 4th-class test site? And what was his connection with this team? Sihu pointed out that there were even members of other guilds here. Duha only grinned, remarking that too many eyes were watching. For now, they should move elsewhere. The scenery shifted to a construction site, bustling with workers. Striding ahead, Duha overheard someone say he wasn't working today, to which he lazily replied it was too tiring. Jihan turned his head, realizing this was the Dice Guild headquarters. So many people filled the area. Duha explained they were expanding the underground training grounds. It was noisy, but he urged patience. Jihan nodded in agreement. Soon, a towering high-rise came into view. As they walked, a faint glow surrounded Jihan. Looking off to the side, he found himself deep in thought. It felt as though they had stepped into a quiet cafe with no customers. Even the clamor of the construction site had completely vanished. Sihu looked around with a smile, marveling at the sight. To think an entire building could be hidden under a massive magic barrier. It was astounding. She noted that the Dice Guild must have poured a fortune into this, sparing no expense for their headquarters. Curious, Jihan asked why something like this was so difficult to achieve. Sihu answered matter-of-factly, then stretched out her hand as if weighing the cost. She estimated at least 20 Hyantian must have gone into it. Jihan's eyes widened. 20 Hyantian? Do they really have that much to throw around? From behind them came a voice, laced with amusement. Jaekyung smirked, saying they were close to the right number. She teased them for their interest in the barrier. Jihan turned toward her. Wait, isn't this the Dice Guild's deputy head, Jaekyung? Sihu, surprised, admitted she had thought Jaekyung was just a secretary. Meanwhile, Duha rubbed his face, recalling the fund guild they'd crossed paths with before. He instructed Jaekyung to prepare everything for the meeting. She agreed immediately, but with a sly grin, asked if he really expected her to say that so obediently. Then she pressed him about his whereabouts today, ignoring his schedule. Jihan overheard the exchange, wondering aloud if this was truly how a guild master should behave. Jaekyung shot back that if he was indeed the guild master, then he ought to act the part, no matter where they were. The noise of the outside world still lingered faintly, but soon they were settled comfortably on couches. Duha glanced at his phone, then looked at them directly. So what do you think? Any guesses why I brought you here? Jihan thought it over, then suggested it must be because of the elemental Duha commanded. Duha raised a glass with a satisfied grin. Right on target. Suddenly, light burst into existence before them. A small creature appeared on the table, perched like it belonged there. Duha reached out and stroked it gently. This, he introduced, is my elemental partner, Mumu. Jihan could only stare. He had seen it before, but now, the difference was overwhelming. Mumu stepped forward, commenting that construction duties kept him busy. Duha waved it off, saying it would only take a minute. Mumu turned its head curiously. And who's this guest? It asked. Jihan greeted the pet politely. Mumu smiled in return, clearly amused. Jihan blinked as Mumu stretched his hands toward him. What are you doing? Jihan asked cautiously. Duha looked directly at him. Can you summon your elemental? Jihan nodded. I can. A glow formed above his hand, energy gathering. The pet studied the spirit that emerged and confirmed softly. It was indeed an elemental. Duha lowered his head slightly. Duha observed quietly, then remarked that, as expected, it was a wind elemental. What its name? He asked. Jihan answered without hesitation. Sylph. A faint smile crossed Duha's face. So it's Sylph. It's the reason I wanted to meet you. Fixing his gaze on Jihan, Duha explained that in all his 17 years as an elementalist, only one elemental had ever been discovered in their country, Mumu. That fact had never changed. Yet now, Jihan had summoned another. Duha admitted he had studied Jihan's dossier carefully, but found no mention of this elemental. The only detail that stood out was when Jihan left Kiro's and later joined the Fun Guild. But even then, he reasoned, it would make no sense to conclude Jihan gained an elemental from switching guilds. He had clearly signed a contract with the spirit of wind itself. Jihan glanced sideways, saying only, well, Siu stepped in, offering to explain. Looking at Duha, she revealed that Sylph had once belonged to someone else. Duha blinked. What do you mean? Sihu answered plainly. Her mother, Sylph, had been Sylph's previous master. Duha leaned back on the couch, realization sinking in. So that's how it is. He rubbed his face thoughtfully. Who would have imagined you'd end up forming a contract with Sylph's elemental? Something like this has never happened before. He frowned, mulling it over. All this time, he had believed that when an elemental's master died, the creature disappeared along with them. Clearly, they still didn't fully understand the true nature of elementals. With a sigh, Duha pressed his hand against his face again. Well, even if this doesn't answer all my questions, perhaps we should stop here and get to the real reason for this meeting. Sihu looked at him in disbelief. Wait, so Sylph isn't the main reason you brought us here? Duha extended his hand casually. That's part of it. But today, there are two matters I need to discuss with you. Jihan raised his head. Two. Adjusting his glasses, Duha spoke directly. I'll be frank. As the head of the Dice Guild, I want to take the lead in guiding your guild. Sihu's eyes widened. What did you just say? Duha smiled calmly. 100% of the Fun Guild shares are worth 20 Hyantian. That's what I'm offering. Sihu leaned over the table, stunned. You're serious? Duha's expression didn't waver. I'd never joke about something like this. If you think that's not enough, I can increase the amount. He continued without pause. You can keep your two-person team as it is, or recruit another hero if you prefer. I'll personally train you in elemental magic. And I promise, under no circumstances will I interfere in your team's activities. He leaned forward, voice steady. Now, doesn't that sound like a good deal? Sihu smiled politely, admitting it was indeed a generous offer, but far too sudden. Dua nodded. I understand. I'll give you time to think it over. Of course, he leaned back in his chair. The sooner you answer me, the better. Jihan cut in firmly. I don't want to. Duha blinked in confusion. What did you just say? Meeting his eyes without hesitation, Jihan declared, We'll never sell our guild. A bag hit the ground with a dull thud. From the side, someone asked what was going on. Siam stepped forward, saying he'd already cleaned everything up before coming back to find Jihan. Running a hand through his hair, he muttered that he'd been ready to brag about his discovery, but his words trailed off as Duha tried again. On the other hand, Duha is still trying to convince Jihan. If it's the amount you don't like, I can raise it. Jihan lowered his gaze. Didn't you spend around 20 Hyantian just to cover this building in a magic barrier? He looked away before adding, That's still not enough. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Our guild, the Fun Guild, will one day stand tall like the Dice Guild. It will become great. Duha studied him quietly. Sihu grabbed Jihan's arm, whispering sharply, Why are you deciding this alone? Duha suddenly burst out laughing, hand on his face. So, you want to turn a guild of just two people into a great one? His grin widened. Don't you think that's a little arrogant? Jihan met his gaze without flinching. I call it confidence. Duha adjusted his glasses, eyes narrowing slightly. Confidence? Yes, that's exactly what it was. As expected, this brat was interesting. Finally, Duha raised both hands. Fine, I'll withdraw my offer. Wait, Sihu cut in quickly. At least hear me out first. Duha snapped his fingers. Since we've come this far, I'll give you this. Sihu accepted the crystal in her hands. Her eyes widened with recognition. Could this be the same magic crystal from their last encounter? Jihan frowned. Why are you giving it back? Duha's smile was calm, deliberate. The association has finished their research on it. I was planning to return it once I took over your guild. Consider it a gift from your mentor. Jihan stared at the crystal, then nodded. In that case, I'll gratefully accept it. But tell me, what's so special about it? Why all the secrecy? Before Duha could answer, the crystal suddenly pulsed with blinding light. A spirit darted into it, flooding the room with radiance. Duha's voice cut through the glow. Elementalists can amplify their strength by absorbing energy from these kinds of magic crystals. Collect as many as you can. Jihan clutched the glowing sphere, hearing the words echo in his mind. If he absorbed enough, Sylph would be able to materialize, just like Mumu. His thoughts raced. Sylph materialize? The scene shifted. The Korean branch appeared in view. Sihu smiled faintly. So it's true after all. This was the International Union for the Protection of Creatures. The question hung in the air. How exactly could they help? Looking straight ahead, she asked for clarification. Just then, their cat transformed into a creature before their eyes. Around the room, staff worked quietly at their stations. Make sure to handle him carefully, someone reminded. Another voice asked how long it would take to finish the promotional poster they discussed yesterday. The estimate came back, about 3 hours. A young woman raised her hand, asking when their next volunteer event was scheduled. The answer, the 21st of this month. She stretched her hand forward, recalling how, during their last activity, they'd helped an old woman who was so touched she hugged them tightly. Another staff member smiled, agreeing everyone they met was always so kind. Then the news feed lit up. She sighed softly, admitting she always felt sorry for them. We have to spread the word that there's still good in people. An employee closed his eyes and added, One day, others will understand. Isn't that our mission? to make them see. Suddenly, her expression froze in shock. The others shifted uneasily, eyes darting away. Inside a cage, a monster sat hunched, growling lowly. "It sounds like he's hungry," she whispered. Now that she thought about it, wasn't it time for the children to have their snack? She held out her hand, asking what she should prepare. Someone replied that something lighter would do. Another smiled and asked who she'd offer him. On the floor, a woman lay trembling. She let out a frail sound, like that of an elderly lady. The girl knelt beside her, pressing a hand to her side. "She's still alive." "Alive, yes," an employee said coolly, "but far too lively for an old woman." The key turned in the lock. The cage creaked open. The old woman collapsed in fear as the voice rang out, "Bon appetit." The monster lunged, covering her mouth. The girl remarked casually, "Our cat looks so cute when he eats." Looking away, she asked if they could bring more in. "Careful not to overfeed him," came the reply. "Just one more for dinner." Her eyes widened at the sight ahead. Headlights cut through the darkness. The manager's car had arrived. The man stepped out in silence, his gaze cold and forward. Minsa broke into a smile. "Hello. How was your trip?" a colleague asked. The manager's voice was calm, deliberate. "I've brought back many kind, adorable children. They're in the next building. You can check on them later." Stretching out his arms, he announced to everyone, "Now then, I bring good news." He opened a sleek case. Inside was the prototype of an item their partners had long been developing. Raising the weapon, he declared, "It's finally complete." One of the men turned, asking what exactly the item was. Minsu explained, "You remember the basilisk discovered at MA in PN? We've been studying it." The monster inside the cage lifted its head. Minsu continued, "We managed to create a new species by implanting a magic crystal, but its resistance was weak. The body corroded quickly, and controlling it proved difficult." He stepped closer, confidence radiating. "But this time, it will be different." His smile deepened. "I'll make it even better." Suddenly, a bright glow filled the room. A scream erupted from the cage. Minsu's grin widened as he watched the spectacle. With a sharp clap of his hands, the employees erupted into applause, smiling as though they had witnessed perfection. "This," Minsu declared, "is truly a beautiful creature." The scene shifted to MA's fourth-class grounds. Crowds filled the streets. Sihu glanced around. "Unlike yesterday, there's a barrier today." Jihan nodded. "After that mess with the IUPC yesterday, I'd say they realized wiping out saber-toothed cats won't be so easy. If we're lucky, maybe we'll even find a rare magic crystal today." Siam suddenly appeared, frowning. "Where the hell were you yesterday?" Siu jumped back, startled. "You scared me." Jihan looked at him calmly. "What's the matter? You asked me to take care of the saber-toothed cat yesterday, then disappeared and left me alone," Siam snapped. Jihan gave a short nod. "Yeah, my bad." Siam lowered his head, eyes closing as a strange smile crept across his face. Siu stared at him uneasily. "What's wrong with you? Are you insane?" He pulled out his phone. "Let's see if you can keep your composure after this." Their eyes widened. Siam grinned. "Yesterday's saber-toothed cat and a basilisk. I sold them all." Siha leaned in. "What? For how much?" On the screen, the numbers glowed. 500 million, with 8 zeros trailing behind. Siam smirked. "Since that basilisk was the very first discovered, I got a high price for it." Sihu threw her hands up. "Unbelievable. I knew I could count on you." Siam shrugged. "Anything I get my hands on, I'll sell for the right price." "Oh, and one more thing. About the commission." Jihan's brow furrowed. "Commission? Normally, I take 10% for collecting and selling," Siam explained. Jihan crossed his arms. 4%. Siam blinked. "What? 4?" Jihan repeated flatly. Siam threw his hands wide. "What are you talking about? Even in this business, 10% is standard." "For percent," Jihan said again. 8. Siam bargained quickly. Jihan raised a single finger. "Fine. Thanks for the 4%. Siam's jaw dropped. "Wait, what? How are you ending a negotiation by yourself?" From the sidelines, someone muttered that he'd always been a bandit. Sihu frowned, asking what on earth those two were up to this time. She froze, startled. It was her again. The beast padded forward, drawing curious stares. Raising her eyebrows, Q wondered silently. "Why here?" "For what?" Hands on her hip, Sihu asked if she was a tamer. The reply came, yes, this was her first time seeing her. "Yuri, from the Snowflake Guild." Yuri adjusted her hair, casually as the beast trailed after her. Whispers followed, that she was famous for hunting saber-toothed tigers. Why only them? No one really knew. Jihan and his group turned to face her. Siyu smiled. That tamer looks incredible. Jihan glanced away, muttering that they'd better hurry inside MA. Yuri specialized in saber-toothed cats. If they hesitated, she'd clear everything in her path. The pet shifted nervously, exclaiming at the thought. Jihan shot it with a confused look. What the hell's gotten into you? The chinchilla opened its mouth wide. Siyu snapped her head toward Jihan. Take care of yourself. Jihan kept his eyes forward. It's fine. Just stay still. A notification flickered. Probability of the monster attacking him. Less than 20%. The chinchilla leaned forward and licked Jihan. Siyu could only stare in disbelief. Yuri tilted her head. Strange to think it would show interest in someone else. With a smile, she introduced herself. I'm Yuri, Snowflake Guild. Jihan reached out a hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Jihan, Fun Guild. This is our guild head, Siyu. Yuri eyed him curiously. Do you keep hamsters at home? Jihan shook his head. No, I don't keep any animals at all. Yuri pressed a hand to her face, puzzled. That's odd. A chinchilla wouldn't act like this for no reason. Siam cut in, smirking. Yuri from Snowflake, huh? An honor to meet you. I'm the director of Montana Monster Remnant Collection Company. If you ever need help disposing of monster bodies, just call me. Yuri dismissed him flatly. No need. At that moment, the chinchilla froze, glaring at Siam. Look over there, he muttered nervously. The chinchilla lunged, grabbing hold of him. Meanwhile, Yuri was already speaking with representatives of another guild, the infamous Ice Woman among them. Jihan's eyes narrowed. Wait, aren't those the same two who were with Duhai yesterday? Sihu caught the stares directed at them. Damn, people are watching. She lowered her voice, apologizing softly. Sorry for attracting attention. She stepped forward. Let's head in first. Good. Good luck to them, someone said. Jihan nodded lightly. Yeah, good luck to her too. As Yuri walked alongside her pet, Jihan's thoughts drifted. Snowflake Guild, huh? He recalled the last time he'd seen her in the news, 3, maybe 4 years ago. With her level of fame, she should have been promoted to 3rd class by now. So why was she still stuck in the 4th? She smirked, as though hiding the answer herself. Jihan exhaled, shutting his eyes briefly. Well, not my business. Resting a hand at his side, he said, let's head in too. On the ground, Siam groaned. I'll just stay here. Fine, Jihan replied without looking back. They entered a residential building. Jihan and Sihu moved steadily down the corridor. Sihu glanced around. Strange, we've already gone past 5 floors, but no monsters in sight. Jihan answered calmly. Maybe the other guilds clear them already. He stopped on the stairs. Either way, nothing we can do. Let's keep climbing. Sihu pouted. Or we could just take the elevator. And what if it gets stuck halfway up? Jihan shot back. Leaning against the wall, Sihu muttered. Isn't it a little cruel to make a mage take the stairs? Jihan shook his head. Mages need endurance too. Before she could argue further, a sharp voice cut through. Who's there? Jihan frowned. What's wrong with these idiots? Hyungjin, clutching the handrail, scowled. Didn't you see the sign on the 1st floor? Buildings 207 to 209 belong to the Knife Guild. Go find somewhere else. Sihu frowned right back. What kind of nonsense is that? One of Hyungjin's teammates sneered. Guess these idiots can't even read Korean. Outside, whispers spread among the onlookers. They explained that points were strategic positions set inside MA, places to gain an advantage. If a big guild claimed one, smaller guilds had no choice but to tolerate it. Jihan's thoughts narrowed in, especially true for a guild with only 2 members. Hyungjin barked. If you understand now, then get lost. Jihan's frown deepened. No, you get lost. Then another thought struck him. But the Fun Guild were not exactly ordinary. Hyungjin's teeth ground together. You know damn well it's forbidden to occupy monster zones. I'll report this to the Ministry of Heroes. Bastard, Jihan muttered under his breath. Hyungjin raised his weapon, glaring. What? You think the Ministry of Heroes will take responsibility for your lives? Jihan locked eyes with him. And what exactly are you planning to do? Hyungjin's weapon trembled in his grip as Jihan sized them up. 1 tank, 2 warriors, 1 mage. His eyes flicked to the emergency ladder nearby. The cramped layout meant it would be nearly impossible for all 4 to retreat at once. A spark lit in his mind. We can take them. A notification flashed. Probability of victory, 80%. The hunter lunged first, shouting. Jihan parried cleanly, steel clashing with steel. Hyungjin gritted his teeth. Why? Why isn't he even flinching? Stop standing around, attack. Hyungjin barked. The mage raised his hand, chanting. Jihan glanced at Sihu. She planted her staff forward. I'm ready. Water and fire collided midair. The clash erupted in a blinding flash, followed by a deafening explosion that ripped through the building. Jihan and Sihu rushed forward through the haze. They're running away. After them. Hyungjin roared. Sihu turned her head mid-stride. Running away? Hardly. A wall of fire ignited before them, flames licking upward. Jihan leapt through, closing the gap in an instant. Hyungjin spun around, but it was too late. Jihan's strike slammed into him. What the hell? This bastard, he's a fourth class like me? You're wide open, Jihan muttered, eyes locking onto Hyungjin's legs. Another blow landed. Hyungjin toppled to the ground, weapon skidding. From the floor, he spat through clenched teeth. You think you could just walk away after this? My guild will find you. Jihan drove his sword into the ground beside him. What was it you said? That the ministry would take responsibility for our lives. His grin was sharp. Hyungjin froze. The truth was obvious. He'd underestimated them completely. Sihu stepped up beside Jihan. We'll leave it at this for now. Together, they turned away, their movements sharp and controlled. Who the hell are these two? Hyungjin thought bitterly. Behind them, the mage scrambled, trying to douse the flames. I need more time. My water magic isn't strong enough. Another guild member cursed. And we still haven't found a single saber-toothed cat. We're just wasting ourselves in this damn place. Then came a sudden shout. Waterblade. A sharp slice of water cut through the fire. It's ready, the mage panted. We can move now. But then movement. A monster emerged, its gaze locking forward. It was a saber-toothed cat. Panic surged through Hyungjin. No, save me. The mage turned, stunned. Sia's head snapped around. I hear screams from the evac stairs. Jihan's eyes narrowed. A saber-toothed cat? But his instinct screamed back at him. No, he shouldn't have screamed like that. The scream echoed too loudly. Jihan's eyes snapped open as the monster stepped forward. A notification flashed. Probability of survival, 0.5%. The beast let out a furious growl, eyes blazing. Jihan focused. A saber-tooth? No, some kind of variant. The message repeated, survival chance, 0.5%. The monster's jaws split open, tongue lashing as it roared. Jihan and Sihu stared at the massive silhouette, drawing closer. Sihu's voice shook. That's a saber-toothed cat. Jihan gritted his teeth. A variant of one. But I've never seen anything like this. The creature's furious gaze bore into them. Nearby, two hunters screamed in terror at the sight. What the hell is that thing? Where did it crawl out from? Jihan spun back to them, shouting, Team up with us. One of them bolted instantly, yelling over his shoulder, Quit joking around. How can 4 people fight something like that? Jihan's jaw clenched. These lunatics, running now? He knew the truth. Taking down a 4th-class variant with only 2 people was near impossible. The saber-tooth thundered forward. Sihu braced herself. It's coming. Jihan unsheathed his sword and charged. The impact rattled his arms. Its monstrous strength was overwhelming. If I hadn't reinforced my blade with elemental energy, it would have snapped already. He gritted his teeth. No wasting time. Ended in one strike. The cat's paw glowed red as it slashed down. Jihan's eyes widened. The sheer speed was unreal. Sihu extended her hand, summoning wind. The air bent around the monster, slowing its strike just enough. Now, Jihan, she shouted. Without hesitation, he swung, wind energy gathering along his blade as he unleashed a wind slash. His focus tunneled entirely on the beast. The attack whistled past, missing by inches. It dodged. The saber-tooth retaliated instantly. Its massive paw crashed against him, the blow sending Jihan flying across the ground. Impossible this thing is that fast? Sihu raised her palm, refusing to falter. Jihan, she cried, unleashing a volley of glowing blue wind arrows. The saber-tooth roared, eyes burning with fury as the arrows streaked toward it. And in the next instant, its entire form erupted into a brilliant, blood-red glow. Light flashed as the beast growled and lunged straight at Sihu. Shocked, she froze, whispering that there was no way she could dodge. She shouted for Chinchilla. The furious creature roared, charging toward her, only for Chinchilla to intercept. Their clash tore through the wall, sending both of them crashing outside into the street. Sihu rushed to the gaping hole, calling for Beast. Before she could move further, a voice reached her. Someone else had arrived, saying they'd heard an explosion and came to investigate, never expecting to run into them again. A woman stepped closer, smiling faintly, calling them the Fun Guild. Yuri appeared, her thoughts steady as she took in the scene. By the broken wall, Jihan sat on the ground, battered. Yuri remarked that things would have been much worse if she had arrived any later. She walked up to Sihu, glanced at the hole, and calmly declared she would handle the creature. She told Sihu to take Jihan and get out. But Sihu refused, saying it was impossible to fight alone and insisting they needed help from the others. Yuri lowered her head, then met Sihu's eyes, assuring her there was nothing to fear, because she understood saber-toothed beasts better than anyone. Sihu studied her carefully, realizing something about Yuri's aura had changed. Yuri leapt out of the house, soaring downward. In the street, Chinchilla was still locked in a fierce struggle with a massive cat. Saber-tooth slammed into Chinchilla, stunning her. Yuri descended, calling to Chinchilla, who answered her call. But before Yuri could land, the monster lunged upward and sank its fangs into her chest. Unflinching, Yuri unleashed the magic of freezing rain. Power cascaded down, jagged ice crashing onto the beast, shoving Chinchilla aside. Saber-tooth was sealed inside an enormous block of ice. Yet moments later, it shattered its prison with a roar, breaking free once again. Yuri steadied herself atop Chinchilla's head, baffled that it could still move after enduring so many ice strikes. She realized this wasn't an ordinary breed. The monster screamed, charging again. Yuri raised her hand, energy glowing brightly, declaring that no matter what, the outcome would remain the same. She fired a radiant arrow, snow shot, but the cat slipped past, unrelenting in its assault. Recognizing its sheer strength, Yuri focused on its knees. She struck hard, targeting its weak point. The massive body staggered, then crashed to the ground. The saber-tooth lay still, stunned by the unexpected blow. Yuri stood over it, stating firmly that it would not rise again. Kneeling slightly, she observed aloud that their unusual agility came from their flexible bodies. But under the cold's grip, when their muscles stiffen, their strength collapses. She noticed shards of ice lodged deep in its leg. That weight on frozen joints spelled its downfall. Yuri straightened, ready for what came next. Yuri adjusted her glove, declaring that the fight had been decided the moment her ice arrow struck. From the building below, Sihu watched in awe. The beast, one that had nearly overwhelmed both her and Jihan, was now lying still before Yuri. Jihan, bleeding and weak, called out to Sihu. She rushed to him, and he urged that they needed to help Yuri immediately. But Sihu shook her hand dismissively, assuring him there was no need. Yuri had already won. Suddenly, Jihan's eyes widened as a bright light flared beside him. His instinct screamed otherwise. "No, it's not over yet," he muttered. The information he received confirmed it. The chances of Yuri defeating the saber-toothed beast alone were slim. Yuri stepped closer to the fallen creature, her hand raised. She intended to end its suffering swiftly. But before she could, the monster erupted with a furious cry, its head lifting high as though sending a signal. The call was answered. From every side, more saber-toothed cats appeared, surrounding Yuri and Chinchilla. A warning chimed in Yuri's vision. Less than 10% remained. Sihu gripped the wounded Jihan, watching in horror. She realized the beast had summoned its kin from all around. Jihan's mind raced. Turning to Sihu, he asked if she could use levitation. Startled, she admitted she could, though not perfectly. Hugging her close, Jihan charged a sphere of energy in his hand. "Good," he told her, "use it when I give the signal." Sihu flushed with embarrassment, calling out his name as she felt where his hand rested. But Jihan had no time for hesitation. The energy spun brighter in his palm. There's no other choice, he thought. Without warning, he pulled her into his arms and leapt, accelerating into the chaos below. Sihu screamed in shock, demanding why he hadn't told her beforehand. They plummeted quickly, her fear rising as the ground rushed up. Around them, the saber-tooths attacked with unrelenting fury. Blinding flashes of energy streaked the battlefield. Yuri fought fiercely, her hands weaving spell after spell, blocking each attack. Suddenly, a rush came from behind, but Chinchilla lunged, striking the incoming beast square on the nose, knocking it aside. Still, the numbers only grew. They closed in from every direction, glowing eyes filling the dark. Yuri shielded her face with her arm, scanning the endless tide. There were too many. Somewhere among them, their leader lurked. She had to find it, and fast. A shout broke through the chaos from above. Yuri looked up just as Jihan and Sihu hurtled downward. Jihan yelled for her to activate levitation immediately. Sihu clung tightly to him, replying that she already had. Her weapon flared as she lifted it high. Sihu's levitation flared, a soft pink glow surrounding them. Jihan felt the fall slow, but not enough. She wasn't strong enough to hold them in midair. With a heavy sigh, he realized he had no choice but to spend more mana. His palm ignited in blue light as he unleashed Wind Bomb. The area below lit up in a brilliant flash. Sihu gasped in relief, shouting if it had worked. Jihan didn't answer. His eyes were locked on the swarm. He drew his sword, his thoughts sharp, straight ahead, just like when I faced that basilisk. Wind surged beneath him. With Wind Blade carrying his momentum, he cut forward, slicing clean through the pack. Energy burst from his blade, crushing the monsters as the couple landed hard on the street. Jihan drove his sword into the asphalt, sinking to one knee with a ragged breath. He had tried to conserve his mana, but the fight had drained him regardless. Yuri rushed over, shouting angrily that she'd told him to stay away. Jihan stood, brushing off the dust, his tone sharp. "That's all you have to say to someone who came to help? Seriously?" Yuri's reply was cold. She didn't need their help. She could handle everything herself. Before Jihan could argue, his gaze shifted. "Then what about the ones behind you?" Chinchilla let out a nervous cry, standing near Sihu. The girl turned and gasped. More cats were closing in. Their earlier attack hadn't wiped them all out. Jihan narrowed his eyes. These weren't the same ones. Smaller saber-tooths gathered beneath the shadow of a massive beast. The great cat was still summoning more of its kind. Yuri's voice rang out in disbelief. His joints should have collapsed by now. Jihan studied the monster calmly. "I don't know how, but it looks like this one can heal itself. I've never seen a saber-tooth recover like that." Yuri froze, her words caught. Healing abilities? Her thoughts shattered as a voice reached her. She turned and saw a dying girl in front of her, struggling to speak. The girl's plea was desperate. "Get out. Leave this place." Yuri stared down at her hands, stained in black. Behind her, Jihan kept his focus. "Most of them are already down. The big one's only slightly injured. If we fight together, we can finish this." But Yuri bolted forward at full speed before he could finish. Jihan called after her, frustration rising. His eyes hardened as he reasoned why she was acting so recklessly. It was no wonder she had chosen to fight alone. Turning back, Jihan barked an order to Sihu. "Cover me." She nodded firmly. "Understood." The horde of monsters charged at Yuri. She dashed forward, magic gathering in her hands as she closed the distance to the towering beast. But before she could strike, another saber-tooth lunged from behind. Yuri snarled, screaming for it not to interfere. Her attack exploded, hurling the creature back. Yet as she turned, her thoughts sharpened. It was restoring its strength at an unbelievable rate. The massive cat roared and lunged again, claws tearing through the air. Jihan shot forward with blinding speed, his sword cutting through the clash. His voice rang out with biting sarcasm. "If I were you, I wouldn't eat her. Cold food's terrible for the stomach." His blade connected, sending the saber-tooth flying across the ground with a howl. Chinchilla landed nearby, shaking the earth. Sihu seized the opening, hurling a wind spear down onto the prone beast, aiming to finish it. Jihan followed through, his eyes set on the kill. This ends now. But just as his blade was about to strike, Yuri leapt between them, arms spread wide. Her voice thundered, "Don't kill him!" Jihan skidded to a halt, rage bursting out. "What the hell are you doing? If we don't finish it, he'll recover." Yuri screamed back, her stance unyielding. "I need him alive. I have to capture this species. Killing him isn't an option." Jihan's grip tightened, fury burning in his eyes. "Capture alive? Are you insane? Get out of my way." Yuri ignored him, focusing instead on drawing in energy. "I can't leave," she whispered, power swirling around her. Jihan gritted his teeth, demanding to know why she was acting like this. But behind him, the saber-tooth rose again, magic flooding its body as it bellowed into the night. Siu and Jihan turned, stunned by the sheer power wrapping around the beast. Behind them, more saber-tooths crept closer. Siu called out, her voice sharp. "She's summoning even more." Jihan's heart sank. His mana was nearly gone. "This is bad. What do we do now?" His eyes widened as the thought struck him. Pathetic. Before despair could take hold, a calm, yet commanding voice cut through the chaos. "Gravity control." Level 9. A hooded figure extended his hand. Instantly, every saber tooth in the field was slammed into the ground, pinned by crushing force. Jihan whipped around, sword in hand, demanding, "Who are you?" The cloaked man stepped forward, cane tapping against the ground, his voice cold. "Still such amateurs. You passed the promotion test, yet can't handle a few cats? Truly disappointing." Another voice followed. Hansock, rubbing his hands with a sly grin, scoffed. "So he's not the prodigy we thought." Hyen rested her katana on her shoulder, her tone sharp yet faintly impressed. "Even so, lasting this long is still worth noting." The four strangers stood before them, eyes fixed, their presence heavy. Youngwoo cut in, his voice curt and final. "Enough chatter. Wrap it up." It was Yunsik's team. The man in shoes muttered that at last, the big names had finally shown up. From a distance, Minsu watched through his binoculars. His smirk grew as he mused that they must belong to the third-class team of the Dice Guild. Lowering the lenses, he shook his head. He had hoped for a first-class team to intervene, but it seemed that expectation was too high. The notification flashed. IUPC, Korean branch manager, Minsu. Someone stepped up behind him, asking what their next move should be. Minsu turned calmly, replying that their work here was done for now. They would retreat. His gaze shifted to the fallen monster as he added that it wasn't a total loss. The dispersal of the mana crystal throughout its body at the last moment had been a setback, but the power contained in it was undeniably impressive. Several hooded figures stood behind him as Minsu concluded. Their operation would continue as planned. On the battlefield, dead saber-tooths littered the ground. The massive beast body twitched unnaturally. Hansock and Hyen stood watching, eyes sharp. "What's that?" Hansock asked. Yinsik looked away with a calm expression, already forming his thoughts. The others stood in tense silence, eyes locked on the towering mound of flesh. The examiner broke it with a weary remark that Jihan's departement still had plenty of work to do. Nearby, a man in a suit supported Jihan, helping him walk. Sihu stopped others in suits who approached, while Yuri and Chinchilla made their way slowly down the street. Yuri paused and glanced back once more. A week later, the crooked sign of the Fun Guild hung above their window. Inside, Jihan scrolled through news on his smartphone, one hand resting behind his head. A voice asked what had happened out there. Siam strolled up to him, pointing out that their recent battlefield had been splashed across the news for days. "Looks like you went through hell," he said. Jihan's reply was calm, but firm. He reminded him that these were matters he couldn't share with ordinary people. "If you keep pressing, I'll drag you into this mess too." Siam protested, insisting that as a business partner, he had a right to know everything. Jihan sighed, weary, wondering to himself if hiring him had been a mistake after all. Rescuers picked through the rubble near the beast's body. The reports were grim. 8 heroes had died that day. But in the shadows, monsters still lurked. Jihan reflected that the department had underestimated the number of saber-tooths hiding within that underground parking lot. Their sudden appearance had triggered a surge of beasts, leading to the catastrophe. He peeled the bandage from his cheek, a heavy thought pressing in. A bad feeling lingered. This wasn't random, Jihan was certain. It had been too perfectly orchestrated to be an accident. His thoughts drifted back to the image of Yuri standing between him and the monster. The mutation they faced wasn't like anything he'd ever seen before. He pulled the bandage from his other cheek, trying to brush the thoughts aside. Maybe it wasn't worth dwelling on. The hero department would release the results of their investigation soon enough. Siam broke the silence, glancing around. He suddenly realized he hadn't seen Sihu all day. Jihan closed his eyes, explaining that she had personal matters to handle and had taken a week off. Their attention shifted when a sharp ring filled the room. Both turned toward the desk. Jihan approached, and Siam remarked that he'd never once seen that phone ring. Jihan explained. It was the guild hotline, a line that every guild possessed. He lifted the receiver. "Fun Guild," he answered. His mind wondered who would even bother calling their hotline. A voice replied, calm and familiar. "This is Yuri, from the Snowflake Guild." Jihan froze. "Yuri?" he asked again in disbelief. Siam spun around, staring wide-eyed. In an instant, he had movie glasses on and muttered about needing popcorn. Jihan pressed on, asking how she'd been. A small smile tugged at his face when she apologized for using the hotline, explaining it was the only way to reach them. He smiled softly. Fair enough. Yuri, standing by a tall window overlooking the city, asked about his injuries. Jihan reassured her. It had been a week, and he was almost healed. He returned the question, but her answer was light and simple. She was doing fine. Yet Jihan knew she hadn't called just to check on him. After a pause, Yuri's voice carried through the line. I know this is sudden, but can you meet me today? Jihan blinked, pulling the phone from his ear as if to confirm he'd heard right. Today. Siam's jaw dropped, popcorn and soda spilling in his hands. No way. This can't be happening. The sun shone bright over the skyline. Elsewhere, Sihu was on her knees, phone pressed close as she called her father. She asked how he was doing while she reloaded her gun. His voice came through steady. He'd heard she had crossed paths with the MA species and asked if she was hurt. Sihu assured him she was fine. Her father's tone turned firm. He warned her to be especially careful in Class 4 monster territory. The backup she relied on was being targeted more often than she realized. Sihu frowned, exasperated. Are you serious? You've told me this 100 times already. But her father pressed on. Her father's voice turned serious. If you ever see invaders, don't look back. Just run. Sihu cut him off, telling him firmly to stop. On the other end, he smirked. Still, she listened closely as he added, it's good to know you're working with someone reliable. A small smile spread across Sihu's face. Yes, Jihan's been a great help to the guild. If I hadn't met him, I'd probably still be stuck where I was. Her father went quiet for a moment before replying, I understand. I hope I can meet him someday. The notification appeared. Chief Scientist, Giono. Giono set Sihu's portrait down in front of him, murmuring to himself. The boy inherited your mother's element. I'd like to know much more about him. Just then, a knock at his door. A voice told him a new sample had arrived, and they needed him for testing. Giono turned, answering that he'd be there shortly. Tell them to start without him. Back in Korea, Sihu pulled the phone from her ear as his voice came through one last time, saying he had to go. Something had happened. Wait, were you coming to Korea? She asked quickly. Sitting by the window, she listened as Giono replied he'd be there for her mother's death anniversary. We'll talk later, he said, before hanging up. Sihu sighed. So like him. Only ever says what needs to be said. She stretched, deciding to get back to work, until a sudden ringing startled her. Glancing at the screen, she wondered aloud why he was calling. Clear skies stretched above the city. Crowds bustled in the streets. Jihan adjusted his clothes, sliding a hand into his pocket. Siam appeared, holding out a bracelet shaped like a mustache. Here, take this lucky charm. It's supposed to bring good fortune. Good luck. Jihan narrowed his eyes. Good luck with what? Still, he slipped it on, gritting his teeth, thinking he'd rather wear it than keep listening to Siam's nagging. A voice called his name. Jihan turned. Yuri stood there, fixing her hair. Did I keep you waiting? He glanced at her, noting how different she looked compared to when they first met at DM. His hand rested on his belt as he replied, I just got here. That's a relief, she smiled. They strolled down the street together, Yuri explaining she'd already reserved them a table. From a distance, eyes were on them. Siam's jaw dropped as he turned to Sihu. They're having dinner together. Beside him, Sihu, hidden beneath her cap, spread her arms wide. And what exactly are you thinking about? She puffed out her cheeks, her thoughts sour. The audacity. She pointed her arrow at us during MA, and now she's chatting with Jihan like nothing ever happened? This has to be some kind of... It's a plan to take him away, Sihu thought bitterly. At the restaurant, Jihan and Yuri sat across from one another. Yuri smiled, remarking that the food was excellent. Jihan nodded in agreement. From outside on the street, Siam and Sihu watched through the window. Sihu's thoughts sharpened. As the head of her guild, she can't honestly mean this is just dinner. Inside, Yuri sipped her coffee, teasing that Jihan smelled wonderful. He didn't deny it. Sihu continued to glare from outside. The way they laughed together, the way Jihan complimented Yuri's marksmanship, it looked too natural. So it's true, she reasoned. Later, the pair wandered the city, stopping at a shop. Jihan offered to carry the teddy bear Yuri had picked out, but she waved him off, insisting she could manage. From a short distance, Siam squinted suspiciously. This is fishy. Sihu smacked him hard on the back of his head. They're obviously on a date. Siam scrambled after her as she tried to leave. Wait, aren't you going to do something? Sihu snapped back. Why should I care who he decides to date? But as she tugged off her cap and lowered her head, the irritation bubbled inside her. I shouldn't care, so why does this bother me so much? The sun dipped low, painting the city in orange. Jihan stretched, arms high. That was fun. I haven't gone out like this in ages. Yuri hugged the teddy bear, agreeing softly. Thanks to you, I feel much better. Jihan's gaze turned forward, calm but firm. Then, Don't you think it's time to tell me why you wanted to meet today? Yuri blinked, startled. Eh. He clarified. You didn't ask me out just to stroll around, did you? I figured you had something to say. Yuri lowered her head, fumbling for words. At last she whispered that she had only wanted his company. The sun sank behind the buildings as they stopped in front of a hospital. Jihan glanced at it, then at her. Is this it? Yuri nodded. My sister's being treated here. His eyes dimmed as he processed her words. Her sister is sick. A sudden flash surged through him, his ability activated on its own. He saw it. Yuri, standing at a hospital bedside with the same teddy bear in hand. A girl lay there, pale, a mask covering her face. A notification appeared before him. Status: unconscious. Mana discoloration syndrome. 95% progression. Jihan steadied himself, realizing hitting. Mana discoloration syndrome. Yuri placed the bear gently beside the girl. Her voice trembled as she turned to Jihan. This is my sister. Do you understand now? The reason I only hunt saber-toothed cats? It's because of her. She looked back at her sister, eyes heavy with unspoken words. Yuri's voice grew heavy as she continued. 4 years ago, we were attacked by a saber-toothed cat. Since then, she's been in a coma. The doctors still don't know why. Jihan lowered his head, speaking quietly. So that's why you hunt saber-toothed cats. He watched as Yuri circled her sister's bed, her voice carrying both hope and regret. I thought, if I kept fighting them, maybe I'd find a clue. But it seems I was wrong. She turned to the window, staring out at the fading light. I hoped curing the species might help her, but after what I saw in the reports today, there's no connection at all. Turning back, she covered her face with her hands. I'm sorry for acting like I did that day, for putting you and Sihu in danger because of me. Jihan spread his arms, his voice steady. Don't worry. I understand. Suddenly, his vision was consumed by magic. Profile determination notice. Yuri, Snowflake Guild. Vital figure for the growth of the Fun Guild. Jihan looked at her, eyes narrowing as she clutched the pendant around her neck. Another notification followed. 1 quarter currently collected. His thoughts sharpened. Does our guild need her? He narrowed his eyes further. He'd seen this same probability display before, back when they saved everyone at MA. The memory replayed. Siyu stood in front of the man's injured body, brimming with anger. Jihan's voice cut in, trying to stop her. That's enough. His ability activated then, too. The analysis command revealed Siam, kneeling and weeping. The system had flagged him as a key figure for the Fun Guild's growth. At that moment, the screen displayed 0/4 collected. Jihan had been shocked then, realizing his skill was leading him towards something bigger. A quest. Now, standing in front of Yuri, the same ability had triggered again. The notification pulsed. 1 quarter currently collected. Yuri still stood there, pendant in hand. Jihan pressed a hand to his face, his thoughts racing. If Yuri is 1, then I still need 3 more people to complete this quest. Yuri stepped closer, concerned at her voice. Jihan, you don't look well. Are you okay? He steadied himself, replying softly, I'm fine. Just a little dizzy. But inside, his thoughts churned. When I discovered this guild, my ability predicted a 99% chance that if I joined, it would one day become a major guild. He clenched his hand. Jihan pressed a hand to his head, grimacing. Now, out of nowhere, there are extra requirements? His teeth clenched. I never imagined my analysis skill could mock me like this. His eyes shimmered with magic, but his resolve hardened. No matter what, if it's necessary, I'll do whatever it takes. Turning to Yuri, he asked, How many years have you been hunting saber-toothed cats? She raised her hands lightly. About 4. Jihan glanced toward her sister, lying motionless on the bed. And in all that time, you found no clue about how to wake her from the coma? Yuri nodded, her answer quiet. That's right. Jihan locked eyes with her. I don't know the details, and maybe it isn't my place to say this, but if you still haven't found anything useful, don't you think it's time to consider another approach? Her voice faltered. Another approach? What do you mean? Give me an example. Jihan reached into his pocket and pulled out a small tube. Rolling up his sleeve, he explained. So you get cut. You clean the wound, disinfect it, then apply ointment. But do you even know what's inside that ointment? He pointed to his wrist. Yuri shook her head. No. One of the key ingredients is Centella asiatica, Jihan said. Drops of dew sparkled on green, leaves in his mind's eye. It's also called Indian pennywort, a simple plant found in mountains and fields. Yuri pressed her hand against her chest, listening closely. It's antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, It has countless healing properties. These plants haven't turned into monsters yet, but researchers hope they might someday. And yet, just applying the leaf itself won't heal you. It's the extract that matters. He flexed his hand, showing his bandaged injury. Strange, isn't it? These plants have nothing to do with why we get injured, yet they become part of the cure. Yuri lowered her head, silent. Sadness etched across her face. Jihan looked back at her sister under the blanket, a mask still covering her pale face. His words followed quietly. Maybe your sister's situation is the same. Maybe the reason for her condition has nothing to do with saber-tooths at all. Yuri's hands trembled as her eyes returned to her sister. Fear gripped her, but Jihan could tell. She already knew deep down. She reached out slowly, brushing her hand against her sister's. Jihan's thoughts lingered. She's trying to move forward. He remembered the way she fought, pouring everything into her magic. Her relentless drive to hunt saber-tooths. It wasn't just about survival. It was her obsession, revenge against the monsters that had taken her sister from her. Yuri sat in silence, weighed down by thoughts of her sister. Her hand rested on her forehead when Jihan suddenly spoke up, saying he had a proposal for her. She turned, puzzled, and asked what he meant. Straightening his posture, Jihan declared that he wanted to hire her. Yuri blinked, asking again if she had heard him right, that he actually wanted her to join the Fun Guild. Jihan nodded without hesitation. If she agreed, he explained, the entire guild would dedicate themselves to helping her find a cure for her sister. Yuri pressed her hands against her chest, her voice firm as she assured him that she never made empty promises. If he needed proof, she was willing to write it into the contract itself. Jihan fell deep into thought. Standing beside her sister's bed, his eyes caught a notification. Numbers, percentages, probabilities. It displayed the chances of her sister waking from the coma, the odds of Yuri discovering a cure, and even the likelihood of recovery if she accepted the offer to join the guild. The same figure appeared again, 95%. Jihan stared at it, realizing he had no way of knowing whether her sister would ever recover. Still, he knew one thing for certain. He needed Yuri in the guild, no matter what. Breaking the heavy silence, Yuri lowered her head and softly asked if she could have some time to think about it before giving her answer. Jihan raised his hand and told her, of course, there was no problem with that. She thanked him, while he, feeling a spark of determination, thought that the best thing he could do now was to give her space to decide for herself. With a wave, Jihan excused himself and dashed into the hallway, saying he wouldn't linger and would leave her to her thoughts. Yuri followed a step behind, assuring him everything was fine and apologizing for making him come. Just as Jihan was about to leave, he noticed the bracelet on his wrist. Stopping in his tracks, he removed it and held it out to her. Curious, Yuri asked what it was. He explained that it was crafted from a lucky mustache and said it was a charm meant to bring good fortune. He thought it would serve her sister better than it did him. Yuri carefully took the bracelet, examined it, and thanked him, saying she was certain her sister would cherish it. Jihan gave a final nod, telling her he hoped for her answer soon before turning to leave. Yuri stood there, holding the bracelet close, bidding him farewell with warmth. The scene shifted. A tall building gleamed under the sun. Inside, a glowing symbol lit up the floor of a spacious room. Around a table, people sat waiting in silence. Guildmaster Jungseeb closed his eyes and spoke. Their guests were late. Moments later, a man approached the microphone and announced that they had waited long enough. The meeting would begin without delay. The meeting pressed on, even though one guild had yet to arrive. A man turned to another who stood with his hands stuffed in his pockets. Rubbing his neck, the latecomer grumbled, wondering who in their right mind would schedule a meeting at such an unreasonable hour. As he walked forward, he muttered that it didn't look like anyone important had even shown up. This was Guildmaster Dice Duha. Behind him, a young woman reminded him sharply that she had told him countless times they needed to hurry. Duha turned and shrugged, saying he already had more than enough on his plate. So why, out of all people, was he the one forced to attend this? From across the room, a voice cut through the chatter. Junil, leader of the Warrior Guild, glared at him and scoffed. For someone who arrived late, Duha sure talked a lot. With disdain, Junil added that it was obvious. Everyone had been waiting on him, the lazy one. Duha raised his head with a smirk, replying that he hadn't expected to see him still alive. He thought Junil's entire guild had been wiped out by Class 1MA. Junil shot to his feet, furious. He shouted that it would take far more than that to destroy them, roaring that they had cleared that MA ages ago. A laugh escaped from someone nearby, followed by a heavy sigh. Do you two always have to be so loud? Duha's eyes shifted toward the speaker. The man covered his face with his hand, shaking his head. Despite being a guild leader, Duha still acted like an immature child. Turning slightly away, the man added that he had thought Duha would have learned his lesson after being beaten, but clearly, nothing had changed. This was Ben, the leader of the Red Hall Guild. Duha's smirk vanished, his expression hardening as he turned toward Ben. If Gangshin had a problem with him, why not settle it outside? Gangshin dismissed him with a cold glance. He had no interest in wasting time on someone so obviously weak. Whispers spread, tales of their rivalry. Records showed Gangshin held 52 wins and 51 losses, while Duha had 51 wins and 52 losses. 103 matches in total, locked in a near-perfect balance. The tension grew until a girl's voice broke through. She could no longer stand their bickering. With her chin resting on folded hands, Minyoung, leader of the Snowball Guild, scolded them. They were still at each other's throats, acting like children. Why do men always need to prove something? Duha turned, his posture straightening. Well, look who's here. It's been a long time, Minyoung. 3 years, hasn't it? His gaze lingered, and he smirked again, adding that she had changed. Was she perhaps preparing for the role of an old lady? Minyoung slammed her hand against the table in anger, demanding to know who he dared to call old. Duha sighed and leaned back in his seat, planting his feet lazily on the. Duha leaned back in his chair, resting his feet on the table with a grin. Minyoung, I see you're just as feisty as ever. Minyoung shot him a sharp look. Any woman would be furious at being called an old lady, she snapped. Before their bickering could escalate, another voice cut in. Since all the guild leaders are here, let's start the meeting. Junyang lowered his gaze and continued. You were all called here urgently because new information has surfaced. It's about the Class 4MA incident that occurred last week in Incheon. The room fell silent. Gangshin, Junil, and Minyoung leaned in attentively. Junyang's tone sharpened. Evidence has been discovered linking the IUPC to the incident. Duha casually laced his hands behind his head, smirking. Those protesters again, huh? Does this mean we get to storm their headquarters? A stern voice immediately shut Duha down. Think about what you're saying. Minyoung closed her eyes, speaking firmly. The IUPC isn't some local nuisance. They operate on a global scale. One shred of evidence isn't nearly enough to act recklessly. Why do you think the guilds have tolerated their presence all this time? Junyoung picked up the microphone. Minyoung is right. The hero department lacks sufficient evidence to act. If we move without caution, it could escalate into a full-blown diplomatic crisis. Suddenly, the screen lit up with an image of a terrifying creature. The room stirred as Jihans studied the photo, a massive, saber-toothed cat. Confused whispers spread. No one had seen anything like it before. Gangshin sighed, shaking his head. Looks disgusting, doesn't it? Junyoung leaned toward the microphone. As you can see, this isn't an ordinary monster. Reports have confirmed the appearance of deformed variants. The screen shifted, displaying a colossal red weaver ant discovered on Mount Giant. Next came images of monstrous carnivorous plants, followed by twisted daedalians that had overrun a private country club just months earlier. All of these, Junyoung explained, share the same anomaly. They're not simply new varieties that evolved naturally. Junil crossed his arms, unimpressed. So what? Strange monsters pop up all the time. What's so different about this? Junyoung shook his head firmly. That's exactly it. These aren't natural mutations. DNA testing by the Monster Research Department revealed something far more alarming. Junyoung's voice grew firm as he continued. DNA testing revealed a completely new genetic variation unique to these saber-toothed cats. Minyoung leaned forward with interest. Enough circling around. Get to the point. Junyoung nodded. Inside the creature, we discovered something, a mana crystal. The screen shifted to the image of a massive, glowing crystal. As you all know, Junyoung explained, mana crystals are a rare material found in nearly every monster species. The Monster Research Department concluded that these new variants only emerge when monsters fuse with mana crystals that carry immense energy. Placing both hands on the table, his tone grew heavier. But the mana crystal found inside this saber-toothed cat was man-made. A mental projection appeared, liquid condensing into a crystal. And more importantly, it was created in liquid form. Gasps and murmurs filled the room. The guild leaders exchanged stunned glances. Someone asked, Are you saying someone actually created a liquid mana crystal? You just said our technology can't even produce ordinary crystals. Eyes turned toward Duha. Minyoung asked if he knew anything about it. Duha shrugged. I don't. All I know is that elementals absorb mana crystals. That's it. Then, with a calm but unsettling tone, he speculated, if new monster species are appearing this quickly, doesn't that mean someone out there is experimenting with liquid mana crystals? His smirk widened, and there's no doubt who's behind such vile experiments. Gangshin narrowed his eyes. Interesting theory, but there's still nothing frightening here. Tell me, Junyoung, what does this have to do with the IUPC? You said before the meeting that there was evidence linking them. Junyoung's expression darkened. On the day of the saber-tooth incident, several suspicious individuals were spotted on MA property. The screen flickered again, showing drone footage, shadowy figures moving across a rooftop. Junyoung pointed toward one man. This individual has been identified through facial recognition. His name is Minsu. I am 33 years old, believed to be a manager at IUPC. The image shifted, showing a man in a white coat. 4 years ago, he left his position as a researcher in the Faculty of Magical Engineering. Officially, he was fired. The reason, an incident. Gangshin pressed a hand to his face. What kind of incident? Holding up his tablet, Junyoung answered. According to records, Minsu stole a mana crystal from the research center and carried out illegal experiments on human subjects. His eyes hardened. Based on all the evidence collected, the Hero Association now considers Minsu the prime suspect in this case. He looked around the room, his voice steady but sharp. And in order to apprehend him quickly, we ask for your full cooperation in the investigation. The scene shifted. Blue skies stretched above the city, where crowds gathered at a bus stop. A few people pulled out their phones, snapping photos of Jihan. Isn't that a hero? They whispered among themselves. Jihan, meanwhile, typed a quick message to Sihu, asking if she'd be at the office today. When no reply came, he frowned, sending another. He needed to talk to her urgently. His thoughts drifted. He hadn't heard back from Yuri either. The sooner he could finalize things with her, the better. In his mind's eye, he pictured Yuri tugging on her gloves. Even without relying on his ability, he knew she'd be an incredible asset. Having an experienced hero like her in the guild would be invaluable. But when he closed his eyes, reality struck. They didn't have the funds. Recruiting someone of Yuri's caliber wouldn't come cheap. That's when Siam's words echoed back to him. Montaigne had made decent money selling monster scraps. If they could reach a fair agreement, it might just be enough to cover Yuri's fee. Jihan's eyes widened at the realization. Without hesitation, he sprinted to the car waiting at the curb. Sliding in, he leaned toward the driver. Drop me at the corner of 5th Street. The driver grinned. You a hero? Jihan nodded. The man smiled. Never thought I'd have the honor of giving a ride to one of you. I'll definitely brag about this to the other taxi guys over lunch. Glancing in the rear view, he studied Jihan's sharp gaze. You must be from one of those famous guilds. Red Hall Warriors? Dice Guild? Or maybe Kiros. They've been all over the news lately. Jihan closed his eyes, answering calmly. None of them. I'm with a new guild called Fun. He doubted the man had even heard of it. The driver tightened his grip on the wheel. Fun Guild? Wait, aren't you the ones who handled those saber-toothed cats near Greenscape Apartments? As the car paused at a red light, the man added, That's my neighborhood. No joke, I'm beyond grateful. It's a crazy coincidence meeting you like this. Jihan nodded silently, but his gaze suddenly shifted. A girl with cat ears walked past. The driver muttered, unsettled. Can't believe I'm seeing that first thing in the morning. Hybrids creep me out. Because of their animal side, you know? They can snap, turn wild without warning. Jihan studied the girl closely, his tone steady. She looks like an ordinary high schooler to me. She wore a school uniform, so she must be one of those transformed hybrids. The driver scoffed, saying it didn't matter if she was a student. Hybrids weren't the same as people. Heroes might handle them, he said, but ordinary folks would die the moment one turned violent. Jihan stayed silent. He pictured flames and people running, then pushed the image away. After everything that had happened, he understood why fear had taken hold. People had been attacked before, but this was still a child. He shouldn't be judged so harshly. His reflection passed by in the taxi window. His thoughts drifted to Siu. She'd faced a lifetime of being judged for being half-elf. Then he noticed 2 men closing in on the girl. Drop me here, Jihan told the driver and bolted from the car. The driver shouted about unpaid fare as Jihan ran. The 2 men chased her. She spun and tried to flee, but they caught up. One shoved a rag over her mouth. Her eyes went blank as she struggled. The men inspected her like a prize. Young hybrid, jackpot. One muttered about VIP clients. A voice cut through. Jihan stepped up and asked what they were doing. He said he would count to 3. If they didn't let her go, they'd die. He lunged forward. Jihan counted 1, 2, 3, but a man in the group raised a hand and everything stopped. The man said it was their business and Jihan shouldn't interfere. They froze, wondering who this man was. Sunlight bathed the Fun Guild building. Inside, a phone on a table began to vibrate. Siho looked at it while Siam lounged on the couch and asked why she hadn't replied to Jihan's messages. Siho insisted they were spam. Siam guessed she was still upset about yesterday. Siho checked her messages and went quiet. Jihan had sent a coordinate and a note. Meet at the mark. He suspected a kidnapping. Time to grab equipment. Dust clouds swirled through the street. Jihan stood facing the bandits. Jihan readied himself. Step aside and you won't be charged, he warned, voice steady. The man answered by throwing a punch and saying it was time to die. Jihan slipped past the blow and moved in. No negotiation possible. He landed blows in rapid succession, announcing that Jihan was right behind him. His eyes began to glow as he channeled power toward the attackers. The bandits swung, and Jihan met the strike, the clash ringing out as a faint pink aura briefly shimmered between them. Jihan registered mana in the attack, otherwise the bandit strike wouldn't have been that strong. For a moment, he wondered whether this opponent was using hero techniques too. Behind the scuffle, 2 other men were hauling the girl toward a waiting vehicle. Jihan spun around. If he didn't act fast, they'd be gone. A bandit barked for him not to turn his back and slammed a fist into the ground. The impact sent a shock through the street. Jihan judged the blast had been dampened to avoid destroying the neighborhood. A blue aura flared around the attacker. No choice remained. Jihan forced himself to aim for a single decisive strike. Before he could move, a new voice cut through the chaos. Stop! A man stepped forward and ordered them not to wreck the area. He explained they were in a hurry and couldn't waste time eliminating witnesses, then warned a nervous subordinate that this was his first job and he'd better not cause trouble for the boss. The subordinate punched a nearby wall and a cloud of dust rose up. When the dust cleared, the bandits were gone. Jihan sheathed his katana and took in the empty street. The thieves had fled. Something about how they left didn't sit right with him. Jihan launched into the rooftops, moving fast between buildings while his sight narrowed as he activated Analyze. The scan swept the neighborhood as he tracked possible escape routes and the truck's likely path. If he followed the route and kept analyzing, he could catch them. From above, he dialed a number and answered the phone as he continued the chase. Jihan asked if Sihu was on her way to the location he sent her. With a firm tone, he explained that he had just witnessed a young hybrid girl being kidnapped. Sitting in her car, Sihu listened as he told her to call the police since he was tailing them, and he'd reach out again once he tracked them down. Before hanging up, she asked him to be careful. Sihu stared at her phone, frowning in frustration. She couldn't help but wonder if the victim was from another species. With hate crimes on the rise lately, the thought left her bitter. Sitting alone in the car, she muttered, asking herself why this nightmare never seemed to end. Meanwhile, the kidnapper's van rolled to a stop in front of an abandoned building. Jihan arrived shortly after, katana in hand, muttering that he had finally found them. Eyeing the van closely, he confirmed it was the exact same truck he had spotted earlier. Inside, one of the thugs was dozing off when a sharp knock startled him awake. Outside stood Jihan, glaring furiously. The thug panicked, grabbing his phone and shouting into it, demanding to know how the hell they had been found. Without hesitation, Jihan smashed the window, ripped the phone from his hands, and growled that he should have answered when he knocked. The thug trembled, stammering that he could explain. Jihan yanked the car door off its hinges, telling him to step out and save the talking for later. With one hand, he lifted the man off the ground and pressed the katana to his throat. Coldly, he declared that as a hero who had witnessed a crime, he had the right to arrest him and the power to decide if he lived or died. This was his final chance. Looking him dead in the eye, Jihan demanded an explanation. Inside the warehouse, the scene grew darker. Hostages sat tied up, trembling with fear. One of the kidnappers dragged a bound man across the floor and dropped him to the ground. Folding his arms, he sneered and asked if this was the special item they had secured today. They turned their attention to a girl, half human, half cat, the very hybrid their VIP client had requested. A strip of tape was ripped from her mouth, and the terrified girl immediately begged to be released. Desperate, she cried out, offering everything she had if they would just let her go. When she blurted out that she had saved around 2 million won, the kidnapper froze for a moment, then burst into mocking laughter. Furious, the girl shouted that she had worked tirelessly through the weekend to earn that money, and it was all she owned. The man sneered, yanking her by the hair. He told her flatly that 2 million was nothing compared to the 900 million won they would sell her for. One of the men sneered, saying they had already planned to experiment on her. Still, she shouldn't be too upset. Hybrids like her were treated differently than the others they had sold off. The girl's heart sank as her eyes darted around the warehouse. Beneath sheets, she spotted multiple corpses scattered across the floor. Panic consumed her as she begged for someone, anyone, to save her. The man stretched out his hand, reminding the group they had only 40 minutes before the client arrived. Everything had to be prepared, and the bodies hidden far away. Tears streamed down her face as she asked if they even realized what they were doing was illegal. With a cruel grin, he leaned in and asked what anyone would actually do about it. Did she really believe anyone cared about a hybrid like her? He painted a picture of humans running from monsters, claiming that after everything her kind had done, what they were doing now was nothing more than revenge. His words stung, and though she tried to listen, her resolve faltered. Her eyes began to glow, a red aura bursting to life around her. In her mind, one thought remained clear. She didn't want this, but she had to escape, even if it drove her mad. But then she froze. Her eyes widened in shock. Why wasn't her mana working? The man behind her raised his hand and laughed, telling her she couldn't use mana anymore. Slamming his palm to the ground, he forced her down with a heavy force. She struggled against it, demanding to know what he had done. Calmly, he explained that they had given her a mana suppressor, highly effective against hybrids like her. They knew all about her reputation, so every precaution had been taken. Another man scowled, ordering him to be careful and not damage their merchandise. In response, the thug sneered that hybrids always lost fights anyway. If they weren't disciplined now, they would cause chaos later. The girl was gagged and blindfolded, her body dragged like cargo. The man carrying her announced she should be taken to the living room, warning that if she acted up again, she'd be knocked unconscious. But then his body stiffened. His eyes darted upward. Wait, is there something above us? Before anyone could react, a fist smashed through the wall, reducing it to rubble. Dust and stone crumbled as Jihan stepped out of the shadows, landing firmly on the ground. One of the men shielded his face from the debris and demanded to know who he was. Jihan, wrapped in a green aura, raised his hand and declared that they were under arrest. He charged them with illegal alien trafficking and kidnapping, his voice echoing like judgment. Another bandit scrambled to defend himself, shouting that this so-called hero had interfered when they were taking the girl. Jihan stood silently, observing every movement, his gaze shifting to the trembling hostages. Could these men really be the ones behind it all? His eyes then fell to the bound hybrid girl lying apart from the others. Jihan's attention, however, locked onto the body bags stacked in the corner. Rage pulsed through him, veins bulging as fury boiled over. He warned that the situation was worse than it looked. Turning to the bandits, Jihan said he'd meant to leave it to the police, then change his mind. Drawing his katana from its sheath, Jihan declared that from now on they were nothing but monsters he had to destroy. One of the men dropped to his knees, begging for mercy and insisting they were only following orders, that their boss had them by the throat. Jihan demanded the boss's name. The kneeling thug refused to speak it, still pleading for mercy. A slim grin crossed the man's face as he asked if Jihan expected to be placated. The gang lunged. Jihan's eyes flared. He assessed the ambush in a heartbeat. They were masking themselves to spring a trap, clearly not amateurs. A heavy blow landed. For a moment, the attackers checked the ground and called out, wondering where Jihan had vanished to. He hovered above them and answered. He was right there. He rushed into the fray. Jihan moved through the attackers with fluid, lethal motion, katana flashing. One of the men tried a rear strike. Jihan dipped and avoided it. The assailant couldn't comprehend how fast the man was. Jihan swung again, and the bandit collapsed. Others began to fall. One whispered that it was impossible, that they had been brought down despite being no weaker than fifth-rank heroes. The fighting ended quickly. Bodies lay scattered across the floor. The gang leader lay unconscious. Jihan removed the tape from the hybrid girl's mouth. She croaked out a question, who he was. Sitting over her, He said he'd come to help. She was free now. He untied her hands and told her the police were already en route, asking her to explain what had happened. Her gaze went to the stacked body bags. "What about them?" she asked. Jihan replied plainly that none had survived. The girl started to tremble and then wept, asking why they were treated this way, why everyone labeled them monsters. Jihan looked down, opening his mouth as if to say something to ease her, but no words came. Outside, sirens grew louder as police ran toward the warehouse. Jihan reached for his radio, spoke into it, and reported that the Alpha team was calling headquarters. They were currently. The investigation spread across the area. Word came through that a hero from the Fun Guild had captured the kidnappers. Hearing this, Sihu's face tightened in fear. Under the night sky, the temple stood silent. Inside, Minsu sat across from a man, thanking him sincerely for sparing time to meet. The man brushed it off, saying Minsu should be grateful he agreed to come at all. With a smile, Minsu admitted that the sample provided had been invaluable. Thanks to it, they were on the verge of controlling mana crystals with complete precision. The stranger, idly holding a bottle, mentioned he had heard the news too. Minsu's actions had caused quite the disturbance. Pouring himself a drink, he warned that the association was keeping a close watch and asked if they could still operate without issue. Minsu replied calmly, there was nothing to worry about. Still, the man pressed, saying he hoped Minsu was right. He didn't want him getting tangled in trouble. He already had enough bad news to deal with. Minsu raised his eyes, asking what he meant. The stranger described a warehouse, hinting that some pests had turned up in one of their factories. Now, the police swarmed the area, and the materials crucial to their research had been cut off. Supplies were frozen. Meanwhile, Jihan escorted the rescued girl away from the crime scene. The stranger explained that, whether coincidence or not, the saboteur was the same hero who had defeated the saber-toothed mutant cat. He wanted the matter resolved quietly and quickly. Minsu downed his drink, admitting he never expected something like this to happen. As purple veins spread across his face, he declared there was nothing to fear. They would personally take care of it. Back at the cordoned-off building, police stood guard outside the fence. Jihan stood near the stairs, reporting that 12 children had survived. The others hadn't been so fortunate. Extending his hand, he turned, then froze at the sound of his name. Sihu stood there, confused, her eyes fixed on him. She pressed her hand against her chest and asked if he had figured everything out. Watching medics carry corpses past, Jihan admitted quietly that he had almost failed to save them all. Sihu's eyes widened when he revealed some had already died before he even arrived. A doctor lowered a blood-stained stretcher nearby, the weight of the tragedy filling the air. Sihu asked what had become of the criminals. Jihan looked at her, stunned by the coldness in her expression, and told her they had all been arrested. The police would take over from here. Deep down, he understood her anger. She was a hybrid herself. Jihan was certain this warehouse was only part of something much larger. As the captured men were led away in handcuffs, he thought to himself that sparing them was the only way to uncover the full truth. He turned to the officers, saying he doubted the ringleaders would ever come here themselves, but he had overheard talk of a VIP client's arrival. They needed to dig deeper. One of the policemen adjusted his cap, assuring Jihan they would handle the matter from here, and told him he could leave. Another officer stepped forward, informing Jihan that one of the victims wanted to see him. Outside, the rescued girl sat inside a car while others were escorted down the street. Walking beside them, Jihan listened as they talked softly, saying she'd asked to be taken home instead of staying with the police. Rixus smiled, noting how Jihan had stayed close the whole time. In the distance, Jihan spotted a familiar building. His eyes lingered on it as the thought struck him. This was the Blue Sky Orphanage. He pictured children running across its grounds, remembering that it served as a shelter for young hybrids and others from distant worlds who had no families on Earth. It provided food, shelter, and care until they grew into adulthood. He had never imagined that children from such places could also become targets for abduction. His gaze shifted to a woman standing by the entrance. Eun-young stood frozen, fists clenched, before rushing forward and calling out for the girl. Rixus threw herself into her arms with a cry. Stroking the girl's head, Eun-young whispered that none of this was her fault and she had nothing to apologize for. Turning to Jihan and Sihu, Eun-young bowed her head, apologizing for not even noticing them at first. Introducing herself as the director of the Blue Sky Orphanage, she explained that the police had called her earlier. When she realized these two were from the Fun Guild, she lowered her head again in gratitude. saying she had no words to thank them for saving the child. Jihan and Sihu exchanged glances. Eunyoung smiled faintly and invited them inside for a cup of tea, promising not to keep them long. Walking down the quiet corridor, Jihan remarked how peaceful the place seemed for an orphanage. From behind a door, a cheerful voice rang out, and a child peeked through, announcing her presence before darting into Rixus's arms. Eunyoung watched warmly as Rixus hugged the children and gently reminded them it was bedtime. Jihan smiled at the scene, musing how children never seemed to get the rest they needed. Watching Rixus head off with the others, he couldn't help but reflect. Even after all she had endured today, she still carried herself with such courage. The children sat together on the couch, restless and full of energy. Eunyoung smiled softly, apologizing that they could be a handful at times. Lowering her head, she explained that when the police first called her, she had been so distraught that she blurted out Rixus's kidnapping. The children must have overheard, which was why they had stayed awake, waiting and worrying. Sihu sat beside her, asking gently if there had been any other victims besides Rixus. Eunyoung's expression hardened as she shook her head. Rixus had been the only one from their orphanage, though she admitted the other children who were taken came from nearby institutions. Sihu frowned at that, asking if this meant similar incidents had already happened before. Just then, a quiet voice broke in. "Forgive me for interrupting." Carrying a tray, Layla stepped forward. She set the cups of tea on the table, saying it was her responsibility to take care of everything whenever guests visited. Glancing at Jihan and Sihu with a mix of caution and gratitude, she asked if these were the people Eunyoung had mentioned earlier. Then she bowed her head, thanking them sincerely for saving Rixus. Sihu watched her closely. Eunyoung explained with a heavy tone that Layla herself had gone through something similar. For years ago, 2 children from their orphanage had been kidnapped. Layla had been returned alive. The other child had not. The words hit hard. Sihu slammed her palms against the table, demanding to know if there was anything more they could do to help. Eunyoung shook her head, insisting that their kindness was already enough. She said that if the guild wanted to make a donation, she appreciated the thought, but it wasn't necessary. Her gaze sharpened, her voice firm. Too many times before, others had come forward offering promises, pledges of constant financial support, speeches about how Korea could become a place where humans and other species live together in harmony. Yet when they had needed real help, those promises had always been empty. Looking toward Layla, Eunyoung's tone grew heavier. When Layla was kidnapped years ago, only one major guild had stepped in to help. Jihan leaned forward, asking which guild she meant. The answer stirred old memories. You picture a man gripping a boy by the head, saying plainly that without Duha's dice, they never would have been able to track Isla down. Jihan frowned. That was 4 years ago, back when that man was infamous for causing chaos everywhere he went, long before he rose to the position of guildmaster. Eunyoung added that their supporters had unleashed harsh criticism at the time, outraged over his involvement. The tension lingered. Many benefactors from other races still held grudges against Jihani's, and the air was heavy with unspoken conflict. Jihan sat in silence, realizing how complicated the situation truly was. Helping those in need should have been simple, yet even that was tangled in politics and rivalries. With her head lowered, Eunyoung explained that in their current state, they couldn't decide what was best for the orphanage on their own. As much as she valued the offer, they couldn't accept any further help for now. Siu tucked her hair back and replied firmly that if this was their only concern, then it didn't matter. Opening her long ears, she revealed that she was not fully human. Isla gasped, covering her mouth, and asked if she was half-elf. Eunyoung added softly that she thought Sihu was the guild master of the Fun Guild. Sihu sat back on the couch and clarified that yes, the guild had been founded by a half-elf, and there was nothing wrong with that. Her expression tightened as she admitted that growing up, she had endured endless discrimination for her heritage. She remembered the years she had spent standing apart from crowds, withdrawn from the world, poisoned by bitterness and fear of those who despised her for who she was. Turning to Jihan, she said that eventually she realized something important. There were people who chose compassion over prejudice, people who could truly change the world for the better. Her words left the director stunned. Eunyoung looked ahead, almost in disbelief. For the first time, she wondered if there truly was a wind strong enough to chip away at the barrier between species. She thought she felt it brushing past her eyes, fleeting but undeniable. Jihan pictured a door cracked open, that very wind rushing through, carrying with it the desperate hope Rixus had shown earlier. Maybe, just maybe, it was the start of something new. Outside, lantern light flickered against the dark street. Sihu bowed before Jihan, apologizing. He imagined her standing before the director, carrying that same resolve. He told her that she probably understood better than anyone how their monthly donations would weigh heavily on the guild's budget. Still, she had stepped up, sounding every bit like a true guild master. He smiled, admitting that he was impressed. After all, she was the leader of fun. As long as she didn't do anything reckless, he promised to support her decisions completely. Sihu clasped her hands, eyes sparkling with excitement, then suddenly crossed her arms and shot him a sharp question. Why was he meeting with Yuri alone? If he thought so highly of her, how could he secretly date another guild master without even telling his own? Just then, Rixis came running toward them. Rixis rushed toward them, calling out for the boys to wait. Out of breath, she bent forward, struggling to speak. Clutching her wrist, she confessed there was something she hadn't been able to say earlier. She looked up at them with tear-filled eyes and said she was deeply grateful they had saved her. The shock of it all had left her unable to thank them properly before. Her voice trembled as she added that, because of them, she now had the strength to keep moving forward. For that, she was truly thankful. Jihan listened in silence as she held out her hands. A sudden light burst into being, forming an artifact from Karam. Rixis extended the glowing object toward them, explaining that this was a piece of the world she once called home. Jihan accepted the radiant stone. Siyu placed her hand on his shoulder, asking softly if it was a mana crystal. The scene shifted back to the Fun Guild's building. Arms crossed, Sihu questioned him directly. Was he seriously considering inviting Yuri to join them? Standing in the office, Jihan explained that they had risen to a 4th-rank guild. Maybe it was time to start attracting stronger talent. Nothing had been decided, but it was worth thinking about. Sihu, picturing the two of them at a table earlier, realized with embarrassment that it hadn't been a date after all. She had been wrong the entire time. Sitting on the couch, she asked if he really believed they could bring in someone like Yuri. Her breath caught when Jihan answered that opportunities like this didn't come often, especially for a small guild like theirs. Sihu raised a finger, telling him that if he felt that strongly, then fine, but this would be the first and last time. Next time, he had to talk to her before making decisions like that. Covering her face with her hand, she muttered her last thoughts on the matter, declaring their conversation over. Jihan just shook his head when she pressed again, asking what would happen once they used Rixis's gift. Lifting the glowing stone, he asked if she meant the mana crystal. Turning it in his hand, he noted that it contained far more mana than the crystals they usually found here. He added that they could simply hand it over to the sill, but he thought it might serve better as a learning tool. Placing it on the table, Jihan promised she would see what he meant soon enough. A flash of light formed in his hand, sending a small sphere bouncing across the office. He watched it zip around and asked calmly where it thought it was going. Grabbing Sylph in his hand, Jihan reminded him there was nowhere to hide inside the office. As the sphere spun wildly in circles, Jihan told him to settle down. Jihan's head began to ache. Beside him, Sihu wondered aloud when he had gotten so close to the sill, close enough to speak with it the way her mother once had. Resting his hand on the stone, Jihan told the spirit that this was a mana crystal, and he knew how much it loved them. He caught Sylph mid-flight, holding him steady. With a sharp tone, he asked if Sylph remembered doing that same trick back at the Dice Guild, if he had any idea how awkward it made him feel. Bringing the glowing sphere closer to his face, Jihan warned that if he kept behaving like a spoiled child, he wouldn't be rewarded with a mana crystal. Instead, he gave his Sylph a task: 3 jumps. Sylph obeyed, spinning in a circle, then listened carefully as Jihan told him to rotate clockwise. Sihu frowned, watching in silence. She had expected him to simply train the sill, not drill him like a soldier. Memories of her mother surfaced. Her mother had treated her own Sylph like a lifelong companion, almost like family. Yet Jihan handled Sylph more like a pet. Her fists clenched as tears welled in her eyes. Still, she admitted to herself that Sylph had chosen Jihan as his master. All she could do now was wish the little one good luck. Jihan stretched out his hand, praising Sylph for following orders. As a reward, he allowed him to take the mana crystal. The Sylph darted toward the stone. Suddenly, a blinding flash filled the room. Shielding his face, Jihan realized the reaction was far stronger than before. Perhaps it was because Sylph had absorbed more mana than usual. Duha's words echoed in his mind. He had once smiled and told him to collect as many crystals as possible, that one day his sylph would gain physical form. As the stone cracked, scattering shards of light across the room, Jihan wondered if that moment had finally come. Could the sylph really be on the verge of taking form, just as Duhai promised? The brilliance engulfed him. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the guild office. Instead, he floated in a vast, dark space. Startled, Jihan spread his arms, trying to orient himself. Then a familiar voice echoed. "Don't worry," Sylph said. "You're inside a virtual space I created." Jihan turned, wide-eyed, as the sylph hovered before him. For the first time, it spoke clearly. "Nice to meet you. At last, we can talk properly." Jihan drifted closer, still confused, asking what was happening. He had never known Sylph could communicate this way. The Sylph explained that thanks to the mana crystal, it had been able to temporarily form this space so they could speak. But its glowing body flickered, lines of cracks spreading across it. "I can't hold this for long," Sylph admitted. Jihan frowned. Jihan demanded to know why Sylph had brought him here. Was there something important he wanted to say? And if this space consumed so much mana, wasn't Sylph putting himself at risk? The spirit met his gaze, answering firmly. They were being followed. Images flickered across Jihan's mind. Blood on the floor, a man recovering his strength with a mana crystal. Sylph explained that just as Jihan drew power from the stone, others were doing the same. They were growing stronger by the day through these crystals. Another vision appeared, someone hidden within a crowd. Sylph's voice echoed, warning Jihan to watch carefully. Sometimes the ones people trusted most were the ones hiding the darkest truths. Jihan froze. Did this mean one of his acquaintances was a traitor? The Sylph hesitated. He couldn't say for certain. Jihan would have to uncover the truth on his own. Sylph's glow intensified. He said there was one final thing. Jihan must protect Sihu at all costs. That was Sylph's wish, and the very reason Jihan had been chosen as her successor. Jihan frowned, rattled by the words. Chosen as her successor? How could he possibly understand what that meant when Sylph was just dropping it on him like this? The spirit began to dissolve, scattering into bright particles. His final words lingered in the air. Jihan would understand in time. Panicked, Jihan reached toward the fading light, pleading for him to wait. Sweat spilled down his face as reality pulled him back. Sihu was kneeling over him, sadness in her eyes, asking if he was all right. Sitting on the floor beside him, she admitted she thought something had gone wrong. He hadn't woken for some time. Jihan lowered his head, still shaken, and told her he had just spoken with a sylph. He glanced down at the light hovering near his sword, stunned to see Sylph's form changed. The spirit looked different now. The story shifted to the Korean division of the IUPC. Morning sun streamed across the tall buildings. Inside a lab, men stood in silence as their names were called. A rat sat on the table. Minsu held a test tube, pouring its contents onto the animal. His voice was sharp. He had heard the kidnapping of the hybrid hadn't gone as planned. Images flashed. Police lined up outside a fence building. Minsu continued, saying the failed mission had cost them an important delivery base and weakened their business partners' faith in them. He glared at the mutated rat and demanded to know who was to blame for the disaster. CY 105 stepped forward with a grave expression. He admitted their task had been to recon the area thoroughly. They hadn't taken down Jihan, who appeared because they were afraid exposing themselves would compromise everything. Minsu's face twisted with anger. "Afraid," he roared. "That's your excuse for failing to deal with this cleanly?" There was supposed to be only one hero. He knew he hadn't created both for this purpose. The man lowered his head, listening quietly, knowing these words would not be repeated again. Turning away sharply, the furious man ordered them to bring him Jihan's head from the Fun Guild. The men clasped their hands behind their backs and replied firmly that they understood. Moments later, a worker sprinted down the corridor. Bursting into the lab, he announced they had a problem. The man recalled how those arms had been twisted, how heroes had been spoken of, then pictured a massive crowd marching through the streets. The worker explained. They stormed in and seized everything straight from the office. The man's brow tightened. This was a direct order from the association. Everyone was to be arrested immediately. Minsu's face darkened with rage. The scene shifts, back to when Yinsik knocked on a door. Entering, he asked if the master had summoned him. Du-ha, smiling, replied that he'd heard the news about the 4th rank MA. The word was Yinsik's team had rushed in and saved the day. But Yinsik corrected him. They had only helped clean up. By the time they'd arrived, the monster was nearly finished off. Du-ha listened, then leaned forward. He knew Yinsik had just returned to duty, but there was something more pressing. He asked if there had been another MA. Duha rose from the couch and shook his head. Not this time. Yinsik frowned. Duha then delivered the real order. Arrest the IUPC manager, Minsu, along with every one of his men. Yinsik's tone turned sharp. Did the association approve this? If we act without them, we'll be in serious trouble. But Duha only smiled. They'd take the risk. It was his call. The association had demanded the guild's hand over all intel. But following procedure meant never catching their target. Sliding his hands into his pockets, Duha revealed the bigger issue. There was a rat inside the association. Yinsik stiffened. You're saying someone in the Hero Association is working with the ISS? Duha stepped closer. There had to be a link with the recent scandals, heroes getting dragged into shady incidents. With the chaos at hand, he saw no point in partnering with other guilds. Yinsik lowered his head, listening to the warning, be cautious. Something worse was brewing, more dangerous than they imagined. Later, Yinsik stood in the streets, surrounded by a tense crowd. A shout rang out. We're not doing anything illegal. He watched as a man's arms were twisted behind his back, realizing the warning was true. Illegal activity wouldn't be tolerated. Staring at the restrained men, Yinsik couldn't shake the thought. Yinsik studied the group closely, thinking none of them seemed like a real threat. Hansok followed behind him, explaining that after checking, most of the workers turned out to be ordinary civilians. They had questioned them, but no one spoke a word. The man's gaze dropped when he heard the chilling words. They were all going to die. On the ground, a criminal muttered, his voice trembling. Yinsik crouched beside him. What are you talking about? The man opened his mouth slowly, whispering they were all doomed. His eyes went wild as he repeated it, insisting that once they arrived, death would follow. Yinsik narrowed his eyes. Who are they? Stop speaking in riddles and answer clearly. The criminal lay sprawled before them, declaring that once they were blessed, everyone would realize just how blind and selfish they had been. Yinsik's mind raced. Blessed? Could this be connected to Minsu's plans? Hansok dismissed it, waving his hand. Just a fanatic rambling nonsense. Let's move on. But Hyan's voice cut in, tense. Something's coming this way. A dark aura filled the hallway. Ron's eyes widened. Feels like a monster's presence. The man scowled. Then let's kill these so-called heroes. CY. 105 stepped forward with a sinister grin. Let's see who dares to show up. Familiar faces, isn't it? Mana sparks flickered around him. He laughed. It was perfect, someone to unleash his fury upon. Youngwoo stood protectively in front of the others. One thing's clear, they're dangerous. Yinsik demanded, do you know where Minsu is? CY-105 smirked. Of course. Why do you ask? He leaned forward, dark energy swirling around him. Monsters erupted behind him as he shouted, threatening to turn them all into empty vessels. Snakes of shadow lunged at the group. Hyan drew her blade, moving with flawless precision. Her sword style, single strike, unleashed a flurry of cuts, each one carrying the force of the blue dragon's wing. But when the dust settled, her eyes widened. The monsters were still twisting their allies, striking without hesitation. Why were they attacking us? Weren't we on the same side? Her gaze locked on CY-105's outstretched hand. Something's definitely wrong with him. The man pulled back his fist. Stand back. I'll take care of this. Hyan spun, realization striking her. Wait, how could I forget? There was another one. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted before the enemy. CY-105 staggered, stunned. A hero. The newcomer raised his fist, blocking the incoming strike with ease. Youngwoo stepped forward, his voice steady. Now it's my turn. Hansok vaulted over the enemy, slamming his foot down with force. Together, they stood tall before their fallen foe. CY-105 extended his hand weakly, eyes narrowing. Looks like they've actually defeated. The man smirked. He expected nothing less from a third-tier squad led by the Dice Guild. Standing before his opponent, he thought to himself, Minsu must have already slipped away. It was time to leave. But Yinsik darted forward. You sure you can afford to relax now? The examiner swung his spear with a sharp motion, striking hard. CY-105 clenched his teeth. What kind of nonsense is this? How could he be that fast? His opponent stared him down with grim focus. The reports hadn't been accurate at all. This man was far stronger than they had been told. Yinsik raised his weapon. Rookie mistake, dropping your guard. Turning toward the fleeing men, the examiner warned them. 1 second of hesitation, and they'd be finished. But now they had him caught. Standing tall, he ordered, End this. I need updates on the wounded. These two are coming with us. Suddenly, mocking laughter filled the air. CY-105, his hand severed, sneered. Didn't you just say not to drop your guard? His comrade pushed himself off the ground, glaring. How much longer are you going to lie there? The man lifted a flask and urged him, drink the blessing. CY-105 stuck out his tongue, swallowing the strange medicine. You should feel honored. You're the first to witness the second blessing. The scene shifts to a skyscraper gleaming in sunlight. The group stood at the entrance. Jihan slipped his hands into his pockets. Maybe we cleared things up so quickly because our guild leader's an Earth elementalist. Jaekyung approached, holding folders with a smile. It's been a while since we've seen the Fun Guild. What brings you here? See who stepped forward. We're here to see Du-ha. But Jaekyung shook her head. He wasn't around. Too bad, Jihan muttered. I wanted to ask him about Sylph. Could you let him know we came? Jaekyung turned away lightly. Of course. I'll tell him once he's back. Before she could step further, a worried guild member rushed over. We lost contact with Yinsik's team. The last report said they were still inside the IUPC building. Jaekyung froze, shocked. Come inside. We can't talk about this out here. Her expression faltered as panic set in. Why now? Why when Du-ha isn't here? She struggled to keep her voice steady, wondering, were they in danger? Had trouble already erupted? Jihan frowned sharply. Tell me, what exactly is going on between your guild and the IUPC? A helicopter soared overhead and descended onto the platform. Jihan looked straight ahead. So, you were investigating the IUPC office? Inside, Jaekyung sat across from him. Her tone lowered. What I'm about to tell you is classified. She lowered her head. Not long ago, the Hero Association ordered all guilds to carry out a joint investigation into IUPC activities. An image appeared, Minsu. He's the primary target. He's suspected of orchestrating the creation of new monster variants. Gasps and murmurs spread. The revelation was heavy. This information had already been shared with every major guild, including the top 6. Within days, all guilds were meant to act together. Siyu's voice cut in sharply. If it's serious enough for the top 6 to step in, then why is the Dice Guild moving alone? The answer came quickly. Dua doesn't trust other guilds. These collaborations always create unnecessary conflict. Jaekyung looked down. So instead, we took matters into our own hands. Yinsik's team was dispatched to the IUPC office for reconnaissance. She covered her face. But now we've lost all contact, and we can't send reinforcements without blowing our cover. A heavy silence followed. Jaekyung finally nodded. Bullseye. You're right. The only option is to let you handle it. Her eyes widened again at their confident response. You really think you can manage this? Jihan turned his head calmly. We're still a new guild. No one will suspect us. And with just the two of us, slipping through will be easier. Jihan stepped to the edge of the helicopter, frowning. A sphere flickered into existence near his hand. He smirked. This is the perfect chance to test the spirit's new abilities. Jihan glanced sideways. Then you'd better make good use of them. Jihan mentioned using his levitation ability. Sihu blinked. Wait, you actually want us to jump? But Jihan didn't hesitate. No time to think, move. Sihu shouted back. At least give me time to activate it first. Darkness. A pitch-black room appeared. A boy lowered his head, then suddenly gasped. Did I die? What has happened? Turning sharply, he called out, Is everything okay? Yinsik's eyes widened in shock. He was sitting in the middle of the room, bodies scattered all around him. Blood pooled on the floor. A man lay lifeless at his feet. His voice cracked. How could this happen? Then he froze. His eyes locked on a severed hand, his own. Yinsik grabbed it, screaming in agony. His teeth clenched. This is my fault. I dropped my guard. A voice rose beside him. Are you really going to stay there? Didn't you say yourself, lose focus in battle, and you die? CY-105 lifted his arms high. Well, what are you waiting for? Get started already. A twisted smile spread. No way I'll let that mana crystal go to waste. Nearby, CY-103's body began to glow faintly. The monster turned and smiled. You're thinking the same thing, aren't you? Yinsik stared in disbelief. Their bodies, they've fused with monsters. That's what's happening. A surge of light erupted around them. His mind raced. The IUPC really is conducting these experiments. I have to tell Du, huh? No matter what. See hand sock, he croaked. The boy forced out a pained voice. Sorry, forgive me. I have to protect everyone. I'm the tank of this team. The commander looked at him, stunned. Those eyes. Then he barked, That's enough. Don't move. The guild will send reinforcements. But Handsock shook his head. It doesn't matter. I won't make it. You need to run while you can. I'll hold them here. Stop it, the commander roared. You'll bleed out if you keep talking. Handsock's eyes hardened. You have to live. The monster stepped forward. A splash echoed through the blood-soaked floor. Its glowing eyes fixed on them. The hero is dead, it sneered. The commander's face twisted in fury. You bastard, he lunged. I'll kill you both. A strike came out of nowhere. Yunsik's eyes snapped open in shock. Then the blow smashed him against the wall. His body crumpled, racked with pain. He screamed. CY-105 watched him writhe, smiling coldly. How tragic. CY-105 smirked. Don't kill him yet. We'll need his information about Jihan's plans. But suddenly, the monster froze. A voice cut through the chaos. No one's going anywhere. Jihan stepped forward with Sihu at his side. His eyes narrowed. Why am I even here? Sihu gripped the radio tightly. We need reinforcements. Send medical help now. Jihan frowned. Too late. CY-103 charged. The boss wants Jihan's head. Wait. CY-105 shouted. Let him go back. But the monster ignored him, roaring as it rushed straight for Jihan. Sia's heart pounded. He's going after him alone. You can't fight him by yourself, she cried. Jihan lifted his hand. Stay behind me. I don't want you getting hurt or worse. A fairy shimmered into existence in his grasp. He glanced at it. I'm not even sure I can fully control this yet. The wind elemental stretched its arms wide. The monster closed in with frightening speed. Jihan's weapon swung, a surge of mana bursting through him. CY-103's strike cut forward, but his expression faltered. It's piercing my blade. Jihan's eyes blazed. A brilliant light flared before the monster, flooding the entire chamber. CY-105's jaw dropped. Sihu froze. Jihan pressed forward, aura blade igniting in his hands. Across from Jihan, fire coiled around the enemy's palms. A voice rang out. Elemental control. It's magic born from forging a contract with the very spirit of nature. The mage thrust his hand outward, flames roaring. Ordinary elemental magic only imitates nature. Real elemental control is something else entirely. An orb shimmered near Jihan. When that connection is true, elemental magic reaches another level altogether. He stared at the sphere, chest heaving. For Jihan, forming a bond with an elemental had been simple enough, but there was always one problem. His mana. Almost none left. Unlike gifted heroes born with natural magic, each spell he cast drained his very life. He raised his weapon, remembering. That's why I built a style to minimize mana. More like fencing than pure elemental magic. But now, things were different. The fairy's glow intensified. Sylph had evolved. Jihan held the elemental in his hands, realization striking him. Now that Sylph has. Sylph's glow flared brighter, its body now fully materialized. For the first time, Jihan could draw on the elemental's mana instead of his own. No more restrictions. Lowering his sword, Jihan frowned. So this is what it means to be a true wind elementalist. The winds howled around him. CY-105 shielded his face. What the hell is happening? The monster lay crumpled on the ground. CY-103 killed with a single blow, even in his enhanced state. CY-103's broken form shifted, his body mutating. His voice was a growl. Destroy must destroy. Jihan caught the eerie purple glow pulsing in his mana. Mutated, just like the experimental monsters. He gritted his teeth. They've fused their bodies with them. CY-105's jaw tightened. We've crossed paths before, haven't we? Back in that alley. Jihan leveled his gaze. You slipped away then. This time you won't. Sylph's arms stretched wide as Jihan raised his blade. One way or another, you'll tell me everything about IUPC. CY-105 stomach nodded. He's too strong. Facing him now would be suicide. Elsewhere, Min-Su gave the order, bring me Jihan's head. Fun guild or not. CY-105 clenched his teeth. And if I return without it? His eyes flicked sideways. A thought struck him. Wait, I can use this. In a blur, the monster lunged. A worm-like appendage wrapped around a body. Yinsik. CY-105 lifted his captive with ease. This one's important to you, isn't he? Sihu gasped. Yinsik, he's taken him hostage. CY-105 sneered. One wrong move, and I snap his neck. Jihan steadied his weapon. His voice was firm. I won't let that happen. Release him, and we'll withdraw. CY-105 smiled slyly. Good. Glad we reached an agreement. Heroes, so easy to manipulate. Put a mask of righteousness on them, and they bend like clay. He lowered his head. By now, the boss has realized things aren't going smoothly. Reinforcements could arrive any minute. I just need to stall them longer. But Jihan's blade flashed. I can't believe I actually fell for that. Steel cut through flesh. Part of the monster severed in an instant. CY-105 howled in pain. Jihan's eyes narrowed. Didn't think you'd be that gullible. Jihan struck again, his blade slicing through with brutal precision. CY-105 collapsed to the ground, gasping. Second form. And he cut me down with just a sword? How is that possible? His eyes locked on the weapon as his breathing grew ragged. Jihan stepped forward, blade raised. I'll ask again. What is IUPC planning? At the mention of Min-Su, CY-105's lips curled into a smile. So that's what this is. Now I see why he considers you a threat. He smiled. You're something else? Have you thought about joining us? The offer hung in the air. The boss wants you dead, sure. But if you sided with IUPC, I'm sure we could work something out. His tone sharpened. We already have heroes blessed by Min-Su. Just imagine it. Your power as a wind elementalist, magnified by his blessing. You'd be unstoppable. Jihan lowered his gaze. I'm not interested. Stop wasting my time and answer me. What's your group's ultimate goal? CY-105 sneered. Ignorant child. The boss's plan is already in motion. You'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, Sihu knelt beside Yinsik, who was barely conscious. Can you hear me? Yinsik's voice rasped. You're from the Fun Guild? Why are you here? Jaekyung sent us, Sihu answered firmly. We came to get you out. Yinsik managed a weak laugh. I was supposed to be your examiner, what a disgrace. Don't move, Sihu ordered. I stopped the bleeding, but if you push yourself, it'll start again. Yinsik's eyes shifted. I can't sense the mana of one of them anymore. That means one of them is dead. Sihu's eyes widened. If you mean those half-monsters, then relax. Jihan handled them. But Yinsik frowned. No, I still sense mana. Powerful mana. Stronger than before. One of them is still alive. Jihan stiffened as the words sank in. Another one. His sword swung sharply. Metal clashed against metal. A figure stood before him, blade locked against his. The woman smirked, brushing her hair aside. Swinging your sword at a lady? How rude. Jihan's eyes narrowed. Who the hell? Who is she? The woman smiled, tilting her head. I like your calm attitude. You're definitely my type. Jihan's thoughts raced. She blocked my aura-covered sword like it was nothing. He leapt back. Still holding his blade with ease, the girl grinned. Now I'm certain you are my type. Jihan's instincts flared. She can't be just some random fighter. Stretching her hand toward him, she teased. Up close, you're even cuter. So, tell me, want to be my boyfriend? Her voice softened with mock sincerity. Don't worry, I'll take very good care of you. Jihan turned away. No thanks. His mind sharpened. She could be another IUPC experiment. Jerry only smiled wider. Right? What a shame. Her gaze shifted to the broken body beside them. And you, lying around like that, aren't you afraid of catching a cold? CY-105 wheezed. Give me another chance. Jerry crouched, her tone scolding. Look at yourself. You've already hit your limit. 2 mana crystals. Did you forget? Experimental samples can't handle more than 2. CY-105 stretched his hand out desperately. Just one more. With it, I'll defeat him. But Jerry swung her blade without hesitation. I hate repeating myself. Jihan's eyes widened as the weapon pierced through CY 105. Her words cut deeper than steel. If you can't even win a single battle, you don't deserve a second chance. Pulling her sword free, Jerry stood and looked at Jihan with a smile. Now, I'm curious to see if you can do better. One strike. Don't mess it up. Jihan stepped forward, confusion flashing in his eyes. Aren't you on the same side? Jerry tilted her head. Same side? Don't tell me you pity him. Keep that useless feeling to yourself. Pity has no place in battle. A strange glow pulsed from CY 105's broken body. Jerry sneered. Pathetic. People who give up so easily are dead weight. Leave them alive, and they'll only drag you down. Better to take out the trash immediately. Covering her face with her palm, she sighed. Enough talk. Her voice turned sharp. I hate people who don't know when to shut up. She lunged forward, arms slicing through the air. Jihan held firm, his eyes locked ahead. Suddenly, light burst between them. Jerry skidded back, her grin widening. Well, full of surprises, aren't you? What eccentric little creature is this? She was thrown sideways, while Jihan stood tall, his gaze unwavering. Sylph's voice rang out. Jihan answered calmly. It's nothing but empty chatter. He turned his head. I need to get back to see who. There could be more enemies nearby. But Jerry's eyes lit up. That sparkle in your eyes. I haven't seen that in ages. She smiled slyly. I think I've got a crush on you. Jihan's grip tightened on his weapon. The strike landed, but do I have any choice except to finish her here? Jerry twirled her blade, smirking. Already? But I haven't had enough fun yet. Jihan raised his sword. Sylph returned to the blade. The weapon pulsed with light. Oh, Jerry tilted her head, grinning. What's your next step? Jihan lunged, his strike cutting forward, only to blink in shock. A shadow? An afterimage? She slipped past, her speed uncanny. Steel clashed again as Jihan barely parried. If it weren't for my analysis, I'd be done already. Her movements like an assassin's style. His eyes sharpened. She won't dodge the next one. A readout appeared. Hit probability, 85%. He swung, but she dodged again at the last second. Landing gracefully, Jerry smiled. That was close. Another second, and I'd be dead. So, it wasn't luck when you beat those other guys. Jihan frowned. If I don't finish her now, she'll be in trouble later. But the next strike, it could hit Sihu. I'll have to risk using the aura blade again. Jerry's eyes narrowed curiously. What's that glow? Aura? I've never seen anyone use something like that. She rushed forward, laughing. Wherever you go, I'll follow you. Jihan braced himself. Fine. Let's see how she dodges when I tear this place apart. Both surged forward, weapons about to collide. Enough. The command cut through the air. Jihan's head snapped toward the voice. Jerry halted mid-strike, her attention shifting. A man walked forward casually, hands in his pockets. I told you to observe, not pick a fight. He adjusted his glasses with a faint sigh. Well, whatever. It was nice to meet you. Placing a hand over his chest, he spoke clearly. My name is Minsu. Jihan's eyes locked forward in shock. So, it must be Jihan, right? Jerry waved her hand and turned toward him with a frown. But Jihan was convinced it was Minsu. Why did he show up? Placing her hands on her hips, Jerry snapped, reminding him that she had said she would handle it alone. Why was he here? Minsu shot back, asking if she really thought she could deal with all this by herself. He wanted to see the mess she'd gotten into. She countered sharply, saying that what else had he expected? Cleaning up something like this without leaving a trace was impossible. His gaze shifted toward the bodies on the ground. He asked quietly, were CY 103 and CY 105 really dead? Jerry confirmed it without hesitation, adding that CY 103 even had the audacity to demand another mana crystal after losing. Minsu frowned, calling him pathetic and foolish. Staring ahead, he said they should strip the crystals from the corpses and head back. But Jerry shook her head. She wanted to stay a little longer. That's when another voice rang out. You can't. You're under arrest. Jihan stepped forward, weapon raised. You're a wanted Class A criminal. The Hero Association has already dispatched reinforcements. Even if you resist, it's over. Minsu smirked. Reinforcements? From the association? Perfect. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Jihan's eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? Minsu closed his eyes, speaking calmly. Everything so far, it's been part of my plan. A bright glow began to radiate from him. Jihan's mind raced. That mana, so dense, so overwhelming. No ordinary human could wield such power. Minsu stood firm, voice steady. My original goal was to gather every guild leader here. But thanks to the Dice Guild, things strayed. Still, it wasn't a complete failure. I managed to pull the attention of all 6 guilds. That alone is enough. Jihan stared at him in disbelief. Why toy with the association like this? No one in their right mind would agree to something so reckless. Minsu's grin widened. Of course they wouldn't obey me. Jerry stepped in, mocking. You're even more naive than I thought. Jihan froze when Minsu's words sank in. A traitor inside the association? An image flashed in his mind. The association's headquarters. Then the door of the chairman's office appeared. A man slammed a stack of papers onto his desk, glanced at the clock, and muttered, It's time. Junyoung left the room in haste, brushing past Du-ha, who looked at him suspiciously, his brow furrowed. What's wrong, traitor? Du-ha's voice cut through the air. Adjusting his glasses, Junyoung frowned. Traitor? What are you talking about? Before he could react, a massive stone crashed down, slamming him into the ground. Pressed against the wall, he demanded to know why Du-ha had attacked him. Hands in his pockets, Du-ha answered coldly. Someone who can control all 6 guilds, influence the Hero Association, and funnel classified intel to the IUPC. There's only one man who fits that description. You. From behind the stone, Junyoung stammered. No, you've misunderstood. I would never. But Junyoung only smiled, shattering the stone with ease. Tell me, how long have you known? I was certain I erased every trace. And you think you have the right to storm in here without a shred of proof. Du-ha's glare was unwavering. Proof? My instincts have never failed me. I didn't like you from the very beginning. The man grabbed his head, muttering in disbelief. A non-hero daring to question the chairman of the association? It had always struck him as odd. What does a non-hero know? Junyoung sneered. Lightning crackled around his body. You think you made it this far just because you clung to heroes? Pathetic. In the next moment, his body twisted grotesquely. Wings sprouted from his back. Raising a hand, Junyoung declared, This is what IUPC technology can do. His grin widened. Our achievements surpass anything you could ever imagine. Du-ha glanced down, muttering, So they fused you with a bat, and you used those altered mana crystals to make it possible. The transformed monster laughed. The era of heroes is over. They're nothing but relics now. Trust me, I'll wipe them all out. Every last one. With a roar, he lunged forward. Du-ha raised his hand, and stone walls surged to block the assault. But the monster broke through with ease. That weak strike, Junyoung mocked. You're supposed to be a first-class hero? Overrated. The elementalist appeared at his side, gripping the monster's arm. You assumed I was helpless in close combat, just because I control the elements. With brutal force, Du-ha tore the creature's arm clean off. The demon shrieked in fury. My arm. Du-ha stood firm, unfazed. The monster sneered. Tell me, Du-ha, what are you counting on? Without warning, he unleashed a skill, Shadow Pulse. Du-ha braced himself, his thoughts racing. That vibration, it was like the ultrasonic waves used by the evil wings. They really merged him with that monster? A deafening blast erupted, tearing a massive hole in the building. Raising his hand, the creature laughed maniacally. So this is the mighty Du-ha of the Dice Guild? Look at you now. No wonder your guildmates fell like insects. With a weak leader like you, what chance did they ever have? Tell me, do you at least feel guilty about Yinsik? But Du-ha just stared him down. The monster faltered when he realized he was screeching like a bat. Du-ha stepped forward. And that's why I hate dealing with evil wings. They're too damn noisy. The monster froze. Not a single mark, not a single wound marred Du-ha's body. Raising his hand, Du-ha declared, We're heroes. Risking our lives is what we do. The monster growled. Don't fool yourself. I don't believe Yinsik fell that easily. Still, your little tools aren't bad. For a knockoff monster. A grin tugged at Duha's lips. At least I'm getting on your nerves. The demon's gaze shifted as the entire building began to tremble. The ground cracked beneath him. Stones spiraled upward, encircling the skyscraper. Zhenyang's eyes widened. No, it can't be. The whole building, it's being swallowed. Duha's smirk sharpened. Weren't you the one calling elementalists and heroes obsolete? The monster's body twisted, bound by layers of rock. Go on, Duha said coldly. Keep talking, if you still can. This ability fuses elemental mana to trap enemies. So yeah, good luck breaking out. The monster lowered his head, then began to laugh. Duha narrowed his eyes. What's so funny? Don't tell me you think I've already lost. Junyang grinned. You don't get it. Under the pretense of investigating the IUPC, we forced out dozens of heroes, even the ones from the 6 guilds. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why do you think we went to such lengths to drive them all out of the city? Meanwhile, in the streets below, citizens went about their day. Families strolled across the square. A young boy looked around in confusion. What's happening? A woman smiled at him, then suddenly froze in horror. Dozens of monsters were staring at them. One of the creatures raised its hand and let out a chilling scream. Somewhere far above, Junyang smiled darkly. And now, with no strong heroes left in Seoul, there's no one to protect them. The monster sneered, stretching his hand forward. Duha's voice cut in sharp. Didn't I already say that? Down below, chaos erupted. A terrified woman clutched her son, pleading for someone to help. Then, a strike ripped through the air. Heroes arrived. One girl extended her hand, her voice firm. The monsters are rampaging outside the MA? Not a chance. That won't happen. She smirked. Relax. You're safe now. Minyoung turned her head slightly. We've got this under control. But the monsters screamed, their voices echoing across the city. People scattered in panic. A warrior swung his weapon, unleashing a devastating blow. Junil grinned. Finally, sitting around doing nothing was driving me crazy. This is what I've been waiting for. All around, the creatures poured into the streets. Hyente swung his blade, brows furrowed. Where the hell are all these monsters coming from? Another hero glanced away, piecing it together. They must have planned this, knowing the heroes were leaving the city. But then his grip tightened on his weapon. Even so, I don't care who's behind it. If fighting them pushes me to first class, then I'm all in. High above, Junyang's expression shifted. His voice cracked in disbelief. How? How are there so many heroes here already? Behind him, Duha stepped forward. Because I called them back. Junyang's head snapped toward him. When? Duha's voice was steady. I'd already planned for this. The monster smirked. Then what about your guild members at the MS base? If you pulled your reinforcements here, you couldn't possibly. But his words trailed off when Duha cut him off coldly. I sent someone. The one person I trust more than anyone. Far away, Gangshin with hands in his pockets stepped down from the air, his gaze scanning the building. Fancy place, he muttered. Duha adjusted his glasses. As much as I hate to admit it, he might be stronger than me. Minsu and Jerry froze, stunned. Then, another presence descended. Gangshin frowned as he looked around. Looks like you're throwing a party. Mind if I join? It was Jihan. Everyone turned, speechless. The battlefield went silent for a moment as all eyes locked on the new arrival. Jihan grinned. His name carried weight like thunder. Gamchi, leader of the Red Hall, the nation's strongest guild. Korea's strongest hero. Minsu's gaze hardened. His thoughts raced. His presence alone, it makes this entire battlefield his. Gangshin's eyes locked on him. So, you're Minsu, manager of the IUPC. Minsu's expression wavered. Why are you here? Jerry's voice shook. No, it can't be. He's actually here. Minsu watched Gangshin for a long beat. Handsome, someone muttered, but Minsu cut in. Monsters were rampaging through Seoul right now. It was strange. A hero of Gangshin's caliber wasn't fighting on the front lines. Gangshin answered plainly. He'd been asked to drop by for a reason. The monsters he'd released were not his problem. Other heroes would handle them. What mattered was the guests already gathered here. Guests he hadn't expected to see. Jihan from the Fun Guild hung back in the crowd. Dua had mentioned him before. Gangshin asked what brought Jihan here. They weren't on the same side. Jihan denied any alliance. He was barely keeping together under Minsu's mana, but he still maintained his distance. Gangshin moved with an air that made it obvious he was in a different league, even among heroes. He declared that, regardless, he intended to destroy every last one of them. A bright glow flared around him. Minsu covered his face with a hand. That glow, it was the ability he'd only heard of before, the embodiment of dreams. Gangshin announced the shift in plan. Forget the mana crystals. They would leave now. Jerry asked if there was really a way out. Gangshin extended his staff and warned that escape was impossible. They were already trapped. With a single gesture, he cast spatial magic, the dream realm. The room dissolved. They stood somewhere else. A vast, unreal space Gangshin had created. No one could leave until he let them. Jihan could hardly believe one person had built such a vast domain. The scene felt like Sylph's creation, amplified. Jihan activated Analyze. Notification scrolled. Spatial magic, creator of dreams, Gangshin. This unique magic wove dreams and reality together. On top of that, it carried a sliver of conceptual magic. Now that the oppressive mana pressing on him had eased, Jihan readied his weapon. This was the moment to act. Jihan lunged, striking without hesitation the moment his body could move again. Jihan stared in shock. What just happened? How did we get here? Gangshin answered casually. Isn't it obvious? I moved you. He smirked, then pointed. But look there. Before them, Minsu stood transformed. What would have happened if I hadn't stepped in? Gangshin asked calmly. From Minsu's back, dark tentacles writhed into existence. Jihan's thoughts reeled. What the hell is that? Adjusting his glasses, Minsu admitted things weren't going to plan. But removing them, he declared, no matter. Sooner or later, I was bound to face Korea's strongest hero. The tentacles spread wide, grotesque in shape. They were crafted from countless monsters, their essence fused together. This twisted form was the product of Minsu's years of research. His vision of the ultimate union between human and beast, achieved by injecting himself with piles of mana crystals. Jihan's eyes widened. How many species did you fuse into yourself? Gangshin didn't answer directly. Instead, he tilted his head. Do you have a backup plan for this? Turning aside, he muttered, stay out of this fight. What? Jihan pushed back. You heard me. Don't interfere. Jihan extended a hand. Gangshin, listen. I know you're strong, but even you can't handle this alone. You're not ready for what he's become. Gangshin's expression hardened. A bright glow radiated from his body as he stepped forward. I'm here. That's enough. Just watch from there. Jihan hesitated, caught off guard. Gangshin smirked. In your current state, you'd only get in the way. Meanwhile, Minsu raised a hand. He realized even inside this dream realm, he could form walls. But cracks spread across them quickly. Supporting such a vast space consumed enormous amounts of mana. If I keep draining him, Minsu thought, this place will eventually collapse. Tentacles lashed forward. Gangshin's voice was calm. Stay back and enjoy the show. You don't see a top-class hero in action every day. With one swing, he cut them down. Minsu froze, teeth clenched. How is he using so many high-level spells at once? But his grin returned when a glow wrapped around him. It doesn't matter. I have 100 mana crystals. The wounds sealed instantly. His energy was restored. Gangshin narrowed his eyes. TCH, this little healing tool of yours is already getting boring. The monster scowled. Damn it, he's still. Minsu still hadn't fully recovered. Gangshin raised a brow. Interesting, a glow gathered in his palm. Tell me, can you still heal if I erase the very ground you stand on? He unleashed spatial destruction. A violent wind tore through the realm. Jihan shielded his face, stunned. So, this is what the strongest hero is capable of. A sphere of energy expanded, swallowing everything in its path. When the dust settled, Gangshin landed firmly on the ground. From his side, a boy gasped in disbelief. He's still alive? Amidst the wreckage, the monster's massive eye twitched open. Minsu smirked faintly. Stronger than he looks, but he destroyed all the crystals, except one. Impossible. Gangshin stomped the ground. You talk too much for someone who can barely stand. He crushed the creature beneath his power. This is your true form, an eyeball and scraps of flesh. From the edge, Jerry smirked. Honestly, a fitting end. But her expression darkened as she raised her blade to his throat. Still, I can't let you kill Minsu. The dream realm rippled around them. Gangshin's unique technique allowed him to wield spatial magic without range restrictions. But the impact left cracks in the space itself. Was this world really flawless? Not quite. Gangshin extended his staff. The truth was clear. Dream Realm devoured enormous amounts of mana. Most mages couldn't maintain it for more than a few minutes. But Gangshin wasn't like most mages. His mana reserves were monstrous, enough to shatter that limitation. That was why he reigned as Korea's #1 mage. Still, every ability had a weakness. To keep Dream Realm stable, Gangshin had to fight at a distance. If an opponent managed to close the gap, the distortions could turn on him. At that range, his own magic could backfire. Checkmate. That was why Gangshin always kept his senses razor sharp, forcing enemies away before they could approach. But then Jerry, she had slipped inside his blind spot. Gangshin froze. It wasn't just that he hadn't sensed her. For an instant, he had completely forgotten she was even there. His gaze dropped, realization dawning. Gangshin's mind raced. What technique did she use? How did she slip past my heightened senses so easily? There was only one explanation. He looked aside. I never thought such a thing was possible. Jerry smirked. Easy, wasn't it? Surprised? Gangshin's eyes narrowed. Of course I know. People like you. I should know better than anyone. His voice hardened. Because I was the one who exterminated your entire race. The scene shifted. 14 years ago, the Azizia invaded Earth, launching a brutal war that reshaped the world. Entire cities burned, but a small strike team of 5 heroes, Gangshin among them, crushed the invaders. Or so they thought. No survivors. Not a single one left breathing. Yet here she was, alive, working under the IUPC. Gangshin's gaze sharpened. Why? Why join them? Was it revenge? Jerry's teeth clenched at his words, but then laughter spilled out. Revenge? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I avenge a bunch of weaklings who couldn't even win? Her smirk widened. You want to know why I'm here? It's simple. I was bored. Bored of hearing people talk about peace, about some perfect world. I want chaos. I want blood. A world filled with endless screams, where people rip each other apart. Doesn't that sound fun? Gangshin's voice dropped steady. Typical Azizien. Jerry's grin sharpened. Exactly. That's why I can't let you kill Minsu. My boss has big plans for him. Gangshin tilted his head. Your boss? Don't tell me, the Azizien leader. The one who was supposed to have died years ago. Jerry's tone turned sly. Maybe he's alive. Maybe not. Who knows? She pressed her blade to his throat. Either way, I've talked enough. Time for you to die. Gangshin's eyes widened. Damn, I wanted more answers. But then his smirk returned. Don't waste your focus on me. There's someone behind you who's a far greater threat. Jerry hesitated. What is he planning? He knows his spatial magic won't work at this range. Gangshin smiled faintly. True, my skill can affect you this close. But I never said I couldn't use it on others. Behind her, Jihan lifted his sword. The skill ignited Aura Blade. A blinding flash tore through the realm, the impact cracking space itself. The aura slash tore through the air, landing right in front of Jihan. Gangshin whistled. Careful. You almost cut him in half. Jihan answered calmly, weapon still raised. I didn't hold back. I knew he'd dodge. Gangshin slipped his hands into his pockets, gaze drifting. Unbelievable. He destroyed such a massive section of my dream realm. His thoughts sharpened. Wing control, too. Impressive. He could even rival Duha. Looking ahead, Gangshin added aloud. Now I see why Duha took an interest in you. But when Jihan turned back, his weapon trembled slightly. I couldn't finish her off. A glow radiated from Jerry's body. Gangchen muttered, "Not surprising. Azesians are like cockroaches, hard to kill." She smirked, eyes glinting. "Amazing. I think I've fallen for you all over again." Then, another glow surged behind her. Jihan shielded his face. "What is that?" Gangchen answered coldly. "A spatial rift. Your last strike was too strong. It destabilized the realm." Jihan dashed forward. "You think I'll let you escape?" But Gangchen's voice stopped him. "Don't. If you press her now, that crack could swallow us whole." Gangchen's eyes narrowed. She knows exactly how Dream Realm works, but only two people truly understood it. Du-Ha and the Azesian. An image flashed in his mind. Could it be? He's still alive? Jerry's smirk lingered. "I'd love to stay and finish this, but my boss is calling me back." Her eyes gleamed. "Don't worry. We'll meet again." And with that, her form vanished into the rift. Jihan cursed. "Damn it. She was right here, and we let her get away." The boy shook his head. "Don't worry. We gained valuable intel today." His expression darkened. The Azesians survived. And now, they've allied with the IUPC. Their goal is clear: plunge the world into chaos again. If they strike, it won't stop in Korea. The entire world will become a battlefield. His grip tightened on his weapon. The Hero Association has already fallen. I need to warn the 6 guilds before someone else seizes control. Gangchen stuck out his tongue. So, the Azesians and the IUPC are working together. Didn't they just break the peace treaty? Planning a rebellion already? What? Jihan muttered, snapping to attention. Gangchen's grin widened. "Perk up. Things are about to get much worse." Gangchen flicked his ears. "Huh. Well, nothing we can do about it now. We're heading back to Seoul. You saw everything, so you're coming with us." Jihan's eyes widened. "Wait, Sihu and Yinsik. They're still in the IUPC building. We can't just leave them there." Gangchen glanced at him. "So the Dice Guild's hero survived. Fine. I'll send reinforcements from Red Hall to back them up. You're coming with me. This isn't up for debate." Jihan stammered, "W8. But Gangchen had already taken off, flying ahead. "We're still a ways out. It'll take some time." Jihan lowered his head, muttering. Gangchen added with a grin, "Oh, and just so, you might feel a little nauseous during the trip. Consider yourself warned." Jihan gritted his teeth. "Now he tells me." Suddenly, his eyes widened. "Wait, my analysis skill. It's activating on its own." Notifications appeared in glowing text. "Returning to Seoul with Gangchen. Probability of unexpectedly running into someone, 99%. The view shifted. The city of Seoul lay before them, chaos everywhere. Bodies scattered across the streets. Monsters rampaging. One beast stomped the ground, growling. A man crouched behind a wrecked car, fists clenched. "Damn it, how is this happening? Where did all these monsters even come from?" It was Siam. He glanced at his phone. Why aren't Sihu or Jihan answering? The screen lit up. An incoming call. He picked it up. "Finally! Where are you two? Why'd you leave me in this chaos?" But the voice on the other end made his blood run cold. Sihu clutched her phone in shock. Monsters attacking Seoul? Taking over entire districts? She froze. The IUPC, they're behind this too. Siam pressed himself tighter against the car. A voice came through. "Find somewhere safe and wait for Johannes." Then he paused. "Rain?" The monster roared, glaring straight at him. Before it could strike, searing beams of light rained down, blasting the beast to the ground. Siam sat stunned. Then a familiar voice rang out. "Huh, looks like Korea's gotten even crazier since I left." Adjusting his hat, a man appeared. Siam's eyes widened. "Giono." Giono grinned. "Mind if I borrow your phone?" A portal flared open. People began stepping through. Gangchen watched from above. Finally, they've arrived. On the ground, Jihan staggered and dropped to his knees, groaning. Gangchen raised a brow. "Seriously? That made you sick?" "It wasn't even that bad." Jihan's face was pale. "Not bad. It felt like my organs just did a backflip." But then his eyes shot open in awe. The city sprawled before him. But this wasn't the Seoul he remembered. Jihan whispered, "Where were we?" Gangchen answered plainly. He could see it himself. They were in Seoul. The IUPC had left the city in ruins. Grinding his teeth, Jihan demanded to know why. What was the point of all this? What were they after? Gangshin turned his head, admitting he hadn't expected the destruction to reach this scale. Monsters still roamed freely, and the chances of running into them were high. Looking back at Jihan, he asked if he had been briefed already. The Hero Association was gone. That meant they'd have to head to the Dice Guild and meet Duha directly. Jihan gave a firm nod. Jihan stared ahead, thinking meeting Duha was only part of the plan. He'd also need to watch for the mysterious figure his analysis had predicted. Just then, a voice spoke behind them. "Looks like I saved you some effort." Duha appeared, smiling as he mentioned Jae-kyung had already filled him in. But then his gaze shifted away. He wasn't the only one waiting for them. Arms crossed, Junil stepped forward. "It's been a long time. We've waited long enough." Minyoung beside him turned, asking if the one next to Duha was Jihan. Gangshin looked them over and said calmly, "At least now we won't need to track them down." Jihan muttered that the guild leaders had gathered, warriors, legends, the strongest of Korea, all standing together. Jae-kyung rushed forward. "Thank God you're all right." She quickly asked about Yinsik and his squad. Head lowered, Jihan confessed, "Forgive me, by the time I arrived, they were already gone. Only Yinsik survived." Jae-kyung froze and handed over her face. Hearing that Yinsik was badly wounded and barely hanging on, the Red Hall Guild had been working desperately to save him. She demanded, "How is that even possible?" Duha frowned deeply. "What the hell happened? Tell me everything." Gangshin shut his eyes before answering. "Forgive me, I didn't make it in time to protect them, but their deaths weren't meaningless." Extending his hand to the side, he added, "Because of their sacrifice, I managed to uncover information about IUPC's allies." Duha's brows are knitted. "You're saying the Azesians are still alive?" He stared at him in shock, while the gathered warriors froze in disbelief. A smile spread across Minjung's face. She revealed she had crossed paths with an Azesian named Jerry at the IUPC office. Jerry had used a unique Azesian technique, their infamous ability to erase their presence. The guy nodded. "That's where I learned it. Do you remember the Azesian leader from 10 years ago?" Duha's eyes widened in shock. "You mean the one who started the war 10 years ago?" Gangshin's words practically confirmed it. He was still alive. Junil scowled. "Impossible. We wiped those bastards out with our own hands a decade ago. Don't tell me their ghosts are wandering the earth." Minyoung cut him off sharply. "Enough. We swore never to bring that day up again." Junil clenched his fists. "How can I forget after hearing this? They were nothing but weaklings." Duha stepped forward, glaring. "Watch your mouth. You know better than to say that. If I find out you're wrong, I swear I'll break your neck myself." Gangshin smirked at the threat. "I get it." Loud and clear. A sudden glow spread through the air around them. Jihan snapped his head around. What the hell is happening? His eyes narrowed. This wasn't part of his analysis. An unexpected meeting was one thing, but this feeling, it was something else entirely. The group advanced cautiously. Juno's voice rang out, firm and proud. "Let him see. The leaders of the 6 greatest guilds now stand together." Siyun lowered her head, her voice trembling. "So, it's true. Does this mean our part is finished? We're lucky. I'm completely out of mana. Let's leave it to them." Hyuntae looked away, scowling. "Are you insane? You really want to look that pathetic in front of the top-ranked heroes?" Siyun met his glare. "And what other choice do we have? We're spent. It makes sense to let the higher ranks handle it." Hyuntae shook his head furiously. "No way. This is exactly the moment we need to prove the Kiro's guild's worth. If we don't push ourselves now, how will we ever surpass them?" Siyun's eyes narrowed. "You can't be serious." Mia closed her eyes with a heavy sigh, while Hyuntae clenched his teeth, muttering, "This guy's out of his mind. Maybe I should request a transfer to another squad." But then his attention shifted. "Wait, who's that guy standing with the guild leaders?" Hyuntae frowned. "Who are you talking about?" Kangwoo stretched his hand toward the figure. "Him, the one speaking to the leaders." Siyun's eyes widened. "Wait, isn't that Jihan? That's him, right?" Juno studied closely. "He looks different, but yeah, it's him." Hyuntae froze, stunned. What's Jihan doing with first-rank heroes? His face twisted with anger as he glared ahead. In the center of the ruined city, Jihan stood alone. The words hit him like a blade. He was being excluded from the team. Lowering his head, he asked quietly why. Hyuntae answered coldly. It's the guild leader's order. And the entire team agreed. They told him it was better if he left the team. Sitting across from him, the man added, Don't hate me for this. You know as well as I do. The monster territories we're being sent into are getting far too dangerous. Jihan lowered his head. So this was about his safety. But before he could speak, Hyuntae cut him off sharply. Enough. No need to sugarcoat it. Hyuntae smiled coldly. Good. At least you understand. Look at yourself. You're useless. He stretched his hand toward Jihan. You're nothing but support. And people in that role should know their place. Instead, you're always meddling, always speaking up. Yet you don't have the strength or skills to back it up. He adjusted his glasses, covering one eye. How many times have you ignored my orders? What made you think you could handle everything alone when you can barely keep yourself standing? Jihan stood silently in the rain as the words cut into him. Hyuntae continued, I'm this close to reaching rank 1. I can't afford to let dead weight like you drag us down. Finally, Jihan turned away. Great. Thanks for being honest. I accept the dismissal. But before he could leave, Hyuntae called out, You're not going to say anything? Jihan stopped, waiting. His glasses slipped and clattered to the ground. His voice was firm. One last piece of advice, whether you want it or not. No matter how hard you try, you'll never reach rank 1. It's beyond you. Forgive me, but that's the truth. Jihan glanced back over his shoulder. Hyuntae's face twisted with anger. Who does he think he is, pitying me like that? His thoughts turned venomous. Jihan is nothing but trash. The suitcase fell to the ground with a dull thud. From behind Hyuntae, another voice cut in. What did you just say? The hero kept walking, adding only, You know where to find me. The hero around them froze in surprise as Giono smirked. Good. I needed a word with you anyway. The squad pressed forward, scanning their surroundings. Soon they spotted a body. The target's here, someone announced. Yunsik lay motionless on the ground. It looks like he's a survivor from the Dice Guild. Get him under protection. But one soldier frowned. Wait, where's the other one? Weren't we told there should be a woman with him? He glanced around sharply. Where did she go? She left, another voice muttered. Before they could react, glowing threads snapped around them. What the hell? A trap? One soldier shouted. Calm down, another reassured him. It's just a weak binding spell. With repulsive armor, it won't work on us. But the girl's eyes widened. No, this isn't what it looks like. The binding magic tightened around them, and Sihu's eyes widened. She knew this spell. Raising her staff, she demanded, Who are you? The IUPC sent us, came the reply. Her grip tightened. You know my name? She asked in disbelief. The soldier removed his helmet, smiling faintly. Of course. It's really you. Sihu's voice trembled. Never thought the one I'd be sent to rescue would be you. Small world, isn't it? The girl grinned back. So you do remember me. I'm Yanji. We studied together at the Hero Academy. The warriors outside tensed, watching closely. Hyuntae looked away and muttered, Who the hell is this guy? The man closed his eyes calmly. Just a passing citizen. Though, didn't you just mention Jihan? Hyuntae stepped forward sharply. Citizen, the city has been sealed off for hours. Why are you still here? His tone grew harsh. This is a battlefield, not a playground. If you want to live, tell us who you really are. Giono sighed, pressing a hand to his face. You're aggressive. I'll give you that. I can understand it, but I don't have anything to prove myself. Before tensions rose further, Siam stepped forward. That's enough. I'll explain. He faced Hyuntae squarely. This man is from a Mongtang company, Monster Cleaning Services. They're partnered with the Fun Guild. And this here is Giono, the guild leader's father. Siyun's eyes widened. What? Him? No wonder he looked so familiar. Juno glanced at her. You know who he is? Of course, Siyun replied without hesitation. He's a legend among magicians. The squad stiffened. They had all heard of him. A veteran hero who led them to victory in the devastating war 10 years ago. After retiring, he became a pioneer in monster studies. His work formed the very foundation of their research today. Every magician knew his name. Giono smiled softly. Well, maybe the details are a little overblown, but most of it's true. Siyun beamed. I'm one of your biggest fans. Could I have your autograph? One of the men exhaled, nodding. That's proof enough. He is who he says he is. Hyuntae frowned, uneasy. Still, what business does someone like him have with Jihan? Gangshin smirked, with eyes that are lifeless. Just staring at him gave me chills. Keep that up, and he'll only age faster. Mia turned her head in astonishment. The rest of the squad shivered in surprise. Hyuntae clenched his teeth, turning slowly. When did he even get here? How did I not notice him until now? Gangshin suddenly appeared before them. Gangshin crossed his arms, his voice calm but sharp. So, you're the ones watching us. The little heroes from Kiros. His gaze shifted, and it seems there's an unexpected guest among you. That must be what brought you to Korea. Giono grinned. It's been a long time. You haven't aged a day, have you? Gangshin frowned. I haven't set foot in Korea for 100 years. So why now, when the city's drowning in chaos? Giono smiled lightly. Family business. Couldn't be avoided. I trust you'll understand why I'm here. Today marks the anniversary of Sylph's death. Gangshin hesitated, then suddenly threw his arm around Giono's shoulder. You should have told me sooner. It's been ages, hasn't it? How about a drink once all this mess is over? Giono smiled. I'd love to, though I doubt I'll have the time. Siam glanced aside, his expression shifting. So, the cleaner. It was you. Giono tilted his head at the voice. Siam rushed forward, almost breathless. It feels like 100 years since we last met. Jihan stepped toward him, his brows knitted. What are you doing here? Hyuntae gritted his teeth. A squad soon appeared behind him. Soon, Juno, Mia, they were all there, battling through the city's monsters. Jihan approached, eyes narrowing. Long time no see. Looks like your team's finally here to defend the city. Hyuntae sneered. Don't kid yourself. You're still a loser. Don't act like we're equals. Hyuntae stepped in front of him, crossing his arms. I don't know what's happening here, but just because you've rubbed shoulders with first-rank heroes doesn't make you special. Jihan's smile didn't waver. Oh, is that what you think? Hyuntae spoke coldly. I can see right through you. You're just clinging to any first rank you can find, begging for scraps they might toss your way. Don't fool yourself. Someone as weak as you will never reach first rank. Jihan's eyes locked on his. And I can see you haven't changed at all. Hyuntae scowled. Still that same overconfident brat. You don't realize you're only a burden to your own team. Jihan raised a brow. Did you forget what you once told me? To keep trying as much as I wanted. Hyuntae's eyes widened, caught off guard, as Jihan's words echoed back at him. Jihan sneered. You'll never reach first rank. Jihan extended his hand, shouting back. You bastard. How dare you? Before he could finish, Duha's voice cut in sharply from behind. What the hell are you doing? In the next instant, Jihan slammed Hyuntae to the ground. The man looked up in shock. Hyuntae clenched his teeth, furious. He was holding back this whole time. I didn't think he'd put me down so easily. Duha smiled. So you've been letting a little bastard like him push you around all this time? Jihan straightened and replied calmly. Thanks for standing up for me. Hyuntae clutched his face, seething. He dares to look at me like I'm an insect, pathetic. Just wait. One day, I'll pay him back for this humiliation. A smirk appeared on Minjung's face. Been a while, hasn't it? Giono at the front of the group spoke warmly. Good to see you all again. Brings back memories of the old days. Feels like yesterday we were just rookies. Now look at us, guild leaders. Duha's voice cut through the moment. This isn't the time for nostalgia. Giono nodded. You're right, I know. Gangshin stepped forward. So the Azesians have shown themselves again? I sense their mana all the way from Japan. His brow furrowed. We're not the only ones aware of this threat. His expression hardened. The world's already preparing for their return. Junil pressed a hand to his face. If that's true, then Gangshin was right all along. Then why? The guy demanded. Didn't you believe him until now? Giono looked away. And this must be him. Jihan, right? Jihan met his eyes. Yes, that's me. A spark lit up in Jihan's gaze. A system notification appeared, confirmation. The probability that Giono is an unexpected figure. 100%. Jihan's thoughts raced. So, he's the one I've been searching for. Giono stood with his back to Sihu. A chilling realization crossed Jihan's mind. He's her father too. But why did my analysis lead me to him? Facing Jihan, Giono spoke. Sihu's told me a bit about what happened. I'm grateful. You stopped IUPC's plans. Giono raised a brow. There's more I'd like to discuss with you, but it can wait. For now, let's focus on business. Jihan blinked. Wait, you came here for me? Not to interfere with what's happening right now. Giono lowered his head. The truth is what the Azesians really want is you. You're the one they're hunting. Jihan froze, stunned, as the name echoed in his mind, Sylph. The helicopter cut through the sky, carrying them forward. Giono spoke of something he and his daughter both possessed. Below, the city came into view. We're finally here, someone said. Yanji smirked. We'll be landing soon. Get yourself ready. Sihu looked away, giving a short nod. The helicopter descended and touched down. Yanji stepped out first, scanning the area. Sihu followed, her eyes widening. So, this really is Seoul? Yanji glanced back at her. Yes. According to the latest reports, most civilians have already been evacuated to the suburbs. The majority of the invading monsters have been pushed back. Sihu closed her eyes, relief washing over her. I'm glad the people still in the city got out safely. Yanji smiled under her breath. Sihu frowned. What's so funny? Stretching out a hand, Yanji said, Forgive me. I couldn't help it. I just think it's strange. You're so worried about everyone else when you're the one in the most danger here. Sihu's brow tightened. Of course I'm worried. Protecting civilians is my duty as a hero. There's nothing funny about it. Yanji smiled softly. You really haven't changed since our academy days. That's what I've always admired most about you. Sihu stepped closer. What do you mean by that? Yanji waved it off. Never mind. What matters is, it seems someone traveled all the way to Korea just to see you. Sihu froze, then turned quickly. Dad! Giono stood a short distance away, his eyes closing as he smirked. I'm glad you're safe. Sihu rushed into his arms. Giono smiled. Your hair's grown so much, you're starting to look just like your mother. Clutching him tightly, Sihu whispered, I missed you. I missed you too, he murmured. More than words can describe. From the side, Duha and Gangshin watched quietly. Jihan's eyes widened as he lowered his head. So this is how it is. Sihu reunited with her father. The chaos of the day finally seemed to be drawing to a close. The city sprawled below. Warriors still clashed with lingering monsters. Reinforcements poured into Seoul, just as they had in other major cities, to finish clearing out the threats. A massive beast lay dead on the ground. Soldiers moved in formation as citizens slowly returned. News spread. Members of the Korean branch of IUPC had been arrested and placed under investigation for their role in the monster outbreak. But Minsu had escaped, and chances of uncovering the truth were slim. Later, Jihan sat alone at a table, thoughts heavy. Rumors swirled that the Hero Association itself might soon be held. Whispers spread that the Hero Association might also be held accountable. Duha and the other guild leaders were summoned to a formal hearing, forced to give a full account of what had happened in Seoul. A woman extended her hand, demanding, Where were you when the disaster began? Was it not your duty as national heroes to prevent this? The man scowled. And how do you know we aren't secretly working for the ISS? Duha, seated at the table, pushed back. We saved the city, yet you paint us as villains? Another voice cut in calmly. Take it easy. The atmosphere shifted. All the guild leaders had already agreed. The truth about the Azesians would remain hidden. Rebuilding the city came first. But one thought lingered. What about Jerry? The guilds resolved to work with government forces to track her down. The scene shifted to the South Korean National Intelligence Service building. You're both free to go, the agent said with a smirk. Jihan bowed slightly. Thank you. No, came the reply. We thank you for your cooperation. Have a good day. As they stepped outside, Jihan reflected. So the interrogation of Sihu and me, it was just part of the investigation. Thanks to Gangshin, we were treated as witnesses and released quickly. Siha let out a tired sigh. I just want to go home, take a bath, and collapse in a bed. But Jihan looked ahead. Home can wait. There's somewhere else we need to be today. The view shifted to another building. Inside, a room was lined with quiet memories. On a shelf rested a framed photo of Sihu's mother, fresh flowers placed beside it. Sihu smiled faintly. I came with Dad. Giono looked at the portrait. I'm a little late, aren't I? He reached out gently. Thank you for always greeting us with that bright smile. His gaze softened. Sihu has become an outstanding hero, just like you said she would. She even played a key role in stopping the recent disaster. Sihu trembled at his words, lowering her head. I need to use the bathroom. Giono nodded. Go ahead. Take your time. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she slipped away. Giono watched her go, his expression heavy. Turning back to the portrait, he spoke quietly. Every time we visit you, she runs off to the bathroom to cry alone, even after 10 years since you left us. He extended his hand, voice breaking. Our daughter still carries the weight, and my heart aches for her. Closing his eyes, Giono whispered, but I can't let you go either. No matter how much time has passed. Giono's voice trembled as he raised his brows at the portrait. Why did you leave so soon? There were so many things we should have shared together. His shoulders sank. Even now, I don't have the strength to forgive you for leaving us behind. The scene shifted. The sign of the Fund Guild came into view. Inside the office, Jihan collapsed onto a couch. Finally, I can breathe. His eyes widened as thoughts swirled. So much happened in just a single day. Images flashed. Minsu from IUPC, monsters, and then Azesian Jerry. They were the ones orchestrating everything, and I let them slip right through my fingers. Jihan stretched out his hand. Sylph has awakened. I can use my power as a true elementalist now. But even so, at my current level, I stand no chance against them. His jaw tightened. The Ions, what they're after is Sylph, the very power Sihu and I carry. Giono's voice echoed in his mind. If you've already faced them, they'll come for you again. It's only a matter of time. But why? Jihan demanded. What do they need from us? Giono lowered his head. 10 years ago, on the day the war with the Azesian ended, the woman I loved, Sihu's mother, was killed by one of them. The memory returned. Giono holding Sylph's lifeless body. That Azesian tried to steal her power, Giono said grimly. We stopped him then, but history has a way of repeating itself. Jihan clenched his fist, staring at his hand. This isn't something I can avoid. If the one who killed Sylph is still alive, our paths will cross again. Faces of heroes filled his thoughts. I need to grow stronger, strong enough to stand alongside Duha and Ben. He suddenly sat upright. A voice greeted him. I knew I'd find you here. He was surprised. A girl stood in the doorway, smiling. It's been a long time, she said softly. The view shifted to the city. On the streets, a man scrolled through his phone, a video playing. Did you see yesterday's clip? It's everywhere online. His friend shook his head. Of course I saw it. It's insane. The man leaned closer. Remember the hero we saw at the bus stop the other day? He was right there in the video, standing with the first-rank heroes. His friend blinked in disbelief. You're serious? I didn't think he was that popular. And Siam froze, realizing what they meant. Someone from the crowd stepped forward, asking Jihan for an autograph. He smiled faintly. Forgive me, but Jihan doesn't give autographs without permission. The squad pressed on. After the Soul Monster attack, footage of Jihan standing among first-rank heroes spread like wildfire. Online comments flooded in, the buzz growing louder. Everyone was hyped about the rise of a new hero, eagerly awaiting his next exploits. Siam, watching the screen, smiled. This is only the beginning. Looking straight ahead, he thought, with how far Jihan and Siu have come, there's no doubt the Fun Guild will rise to success. By the doorway, Siam lingered, lost in thought. Before that day comes, I'll be their representative. I'll stand by them, supporting them on this difficult path. He closed his eyes. I've made it this far. A smirk caught his attention. Sorry for not warning you, a girl said lightly. But I came to give you an answer to your offer. Siam's eyes narrowed. Yuri from Snowflake. Jihan glanced at her. You could have just called. No need to show up here. Yuri stood tall. When I saw you on the news, I finally made my decision. Jihan tilted his head. So, what are you doing in the guild office? Her voice was firm. My answer is yes. Siam froze. No doubt about it. Yuri stepped closer to Jihan. I wanted to tell you in person, and I'm hoping for our future together. The realization struck. She's here to confess her love. Jihan's lips parted slightly. Then he smiled. I've been waiting for this. The thought settled. That means we're together now. Siam dragged a hand down his face. So the saying is true. Love blooms even in times of war. At least for people like Jihan. His eyes widened. Wait, but what about Sihu? From behind the door, Jihan's pet appeared. Siam's thoughts swirled. I'm certain she has feelings too. Jihan extended a hand. We can go over your contract with Sihu in more detail later. Yuri nodded without hesitation. Of course, that's fine. Jihan exhaled in relief. Finally, a weight was lifted. Yuri glanced around the office. If I join the Fun Guild, I'll be a great help in the fight against the Azesians. At least, that's what the prophecy foretold. Her gaze returned to Jihan. So it's certain we'll cross paths with them. But suddenly, Jihan staggered. His body dropped, and he shouted, What was that? Pain flickered across his face as he winced. When Siam admitted it was him again, he added that a little help wouldn't hurt. Yuri, surprised, reminded him she thought she had left to get away from him. Still, the question came again. Suddenly, the guy broke down in tears. Turns out, the baby was actually a chinchilla. Cars rushed past on the highway. With her phone in hand, Sihu asked Yuri to join their guild. Yuri smiled, saying that was wonderful news. He agreed, adding she'd be an amazing addition. Yes, she was already on her way back. Staring ahead, the girl promised she'd be there soon, and they could go over a contract. Perfect, they'd meet shortly. Behind the wheel, Giono asked what had been said about the tamer he'd encountered earlier. Sihu confirmed his memory. The car rolled forward. Of course he remembered. She was well known in Japan, the very first person to tame a chinchilla. Sihu shrugged, saying she hadn't thought it was that rare. Giono smirked, proud that someone like her was joining their guild. It was slowly building momentum. Sihu shut her eyes when he mentioned her mother would be proud. She replied that their guild wasn't famous yet, but thanked him. Turning her head, she admitted her mother had always dreamed of a great guild, one led by someone from another race. Raising her brows, Siu vowed she'd make that dream real, no matter the cost. The man smiled, saying he was proud of her. They continued down the road. He offered to go with her. He wanted to say goodbye to Jihan before leaving. Sihu agreed, but warned him not to make things awkward. Soon, the office came into view. Lowering his head, Giono introduced himself as Giono, Sihu's father. The girl shook his hand, introducing herself as Yuri from the Snowflake Guild, now proudly joining the Fun Guild. It was an honor to meet him. Giono frowned, thinking she was clearly a skilled hero. The calluses on her hands gave her away. Not just a tamer, but a seasoned archer too. Giono bowed slightly, asking her to look after his daughter. Jihan joked, wondering if anyone else felt like her father was running a job interview. Looking straight ahead, Jihan realized why. Giono's caution made sense. Sihu could easily become a target for the Azesians. Testing the new guild member was only natural. Glancing sideways, Giono guessed it was probably a chinchilla, to which Yuri confirmed it really was. Chinchilla up down on the guy, biting again. Sure enough, in her reduced form, she hadn't lost her temper. Siam shouted, complaining she was trying to bite him once more. Giono rubbed his face, asking if this chinchilla could freely change its size. Yuri nodded. Yes, in her full form, she could reach up to 3 meters tall. Stretching out his hand, he remarked that 3 meters was impressive, especially for something so small. Siam quickly asked if anyone could see him. Chinchilla fixed her eyes on his hand. Giono then asked politely if she didn't mind, could he take a sample of her fur? It might be valuable for research. Suddenly, the chinchilla shrieked. Sihu stared in disbelief. Giono froze, startled, while Yuri pulled his hand back. Smirking, she told him if he wanted a sample, she'd provide one later. This creature wasn't exactly friendly with strangers. Giono agreed, of course, that would do. Sihu frowned, embarrassed by the whole scene. She urged him to leave the chinchilla alone. Fine. Giono sighed, asking for forgiveness. But the chinchilla's glare only deepened, and another sharp cry rang out. Sihu shoved her father away, realizing there had to be a reason the chinchilla distrusted people so much. The scene shifted the London branch of the IUPC. A group sat around a table, eyes locked forward as a shadow fell across their faces. A man stepped closer, his eyes glowing. He halted before them. The president rose, saluting and greeting. Standing tall, the newcomer asked why he'd been summoned. Isaac explained their plans for the Korean branch had failed. Glancing aside, he added that he needed him to go there instead. The boy listened carefully, making sure everything aligned with the original orders. Hands in his pockets, Rice walked up slowly. The man still had his back turned, but acknowledged him. It was Isaac Becker, president of the IUPC. Rice narrowed his eyes, asking again why Isaac had called him. Still facing the darkness, Isaac repeated. Their Korean finale had fallen apart. Turning at last, he stated clearly that he needed the boy to take care of it. Rice said nothing, watching closely. Isaac pressed further, insisting he ensure everything unfolded exactly as planned. Meanwhile, in the workshop, sparks crackled. The wires powering a capsule had come loose. A harsh light bathed the room. Inside, Minsa lay unconscious. Suddenly, his chest heaved, bubbles escaping from his mouth. His eyes snapped open, glowing with magic. The capsule shattered. Water erupted outward, flooding the chamber. Minsu emerged, reborn. Minsu, who had just emerged from the capsule, sat on his knees, laughing. Minsu turned when someone greeted him with a cheerful good morning. In front of him stood Jerry. She puffed her cheeks, complaining she'd been waiting for 3 whole days and was bored out of her mind. Minsu raised his hand, staring at her. If he had woken up here, then that meant their plan had failed. Jerry leaned forward with a smile, confirming it. The Minsu from the past was already dead. Stunned, he asked why she had chosen to resurrect him, the one who had already lost to the Azesians. A voice rang out behind them, declaring it had been his order. Rias approached. Minsu frowned, demanding to know who this man was. Rias lowered his gaze, then turned to him, saying it would have been a shame to lose him. Straightening his shoulders, Minsu pressed further. Why him? Before Rias could answer, Jerry came rushing forward, shouting with joy. She called him boss, saying she had missed him so much. She tried to hug him, but Rias sidestepped, sending her tumbling to the ground. Scrambling back up, she shouted in disbelief. Rias, calm as ever, pointed out that they had only seen each other yesterday. Was there really any need for such an over-the-top reaction? She blurted out that she couldn't help it. Just seeing him made her so happy. Minsu sank down to one knee, lowered his head, and began apologizing to Lord Rias about their failed plan. But Jerry quickly took Rias's hand, cutting him off. Rias explained she had already filled Minsu in on the details. After all, going up against first-rank heroes was no easy task. Sitting quietly, Minsu listened as the Lord continued. The Spear of the Wind had already chosen its master. Jerry leaned closer to Rias as he revealed the spirit's master was Jihan. He then asked her to explain more about him. The scene shifted the city streets. Giono stood beside his car with a suitcase in hand. He announced he was heading to Japan. Sihu and Jihan were there to see him off. Sihu asked if he truly didn't want her to come with him to the airport. Giono shook his head. She had more pressing matters to focus on. Both heroes stood silently, listening to him. Giono added that with a reliable new member in their guild, he could finally leave with peace of mind. Sihu tugged at her collar, agreeing. But before he left, would he like to see Sylph? Jihan lifted his hand, explaining that he had tried summoning Sylph the day before yesterday, but she hadn't appeared. Sihu turned, baffled. How could that be? Jihan glanced at his own hand, uneasy. Sylph had never once failed to answer his call. Giono opened the car door, suggesting that Sylph was probably just exhausted, and he'd wait until next time. For now, it was time for him to leave. Looking over at Jihan, he asked if he remembered what he had told him before. Jihan lowered his gaze and admitted he did. Jionel held onto the door, reminding him that while he had warned him to avoid it for as long as possible, the day would eventually come when he'd have to face it. Closing his eyes, he added one last thing. When that moment arrived, Jihan must protect Sihu at all costs. Jihan stood in silence as the car pulled away. Behind the wheel, Jionel's expression hardened. A bright light flickered in his eye as he muttered that no matter how much one tried to avoid it, fate always had a way of bringing people together. The dice of destiny, he said, had already been cast. The group remained quiet, watching until the car vanished from sight. Jihan kept his eyes fixed on the distance until Sihu's voice cut through, calling out to him. She folded her arms and demanded to know what he had been discussing with her father. Jihan brushed it off, saying it was just a man-to-man talk. Sihu placed her hands on her hips, unconvinced. A man-to-man conversation sounded far too suspicious. Jihan's face grew serious as he thought to himself that the event from 10 years ago needed to stay hidden from her. But Sihu pressed harder, ordering him to tell her. With a wave of his hand, Jihan turned away, insisting there was nothing to worry about. In any case, they should drop it for now. Wait, Sihu called, raising her hand. She asked if he was free to accompany her to the bank. The bank, Jihan repeated, puzzled. At the bank building, the staff bowed to him, expressing their gratitude and inviting him to return. Jihan stared down at the gleaming card in his hand. It was gold. Back in Kurosawa, he could never have dreamed of obtaining one. Then, a darker card shimmered with magical light. It was a corporate VIP card, issued by the government to support guild operations. The government itself would cover part of their expenses. Jihan lifted the card above his head, marveling at how rare it was. Getting one was almost impossible. How had Sihu managed to secure it? Still staring at the card, Jihan walked through the streets. Whispers followed him. Passers-by noticed the sword strapped to his side. Some pointed out he was a hero. Others even recognized him from YouTube. Jihan glanced at the blade and frowned. Bringing it out had been a mistake. It drew far too much attention from ordinary people. Yet he kept walking, card in hand, blending into the flow of the street. As Jihan walked through the crowd, he reminded himself that, on the other hand, you never knew when or where enemies might appear. Just like during the invasion of Seoul. He glanced at the people passing by. Everything looked peaceful, almost as if the whole battle with the IUPC had been nothing but a dream. Images clashed in his mind. Two worlds, one swallowed by darkness, and another basking in bright sunlight. The gap between the world of ordinary people and the world of heroes gnawed at him. Ahead, a young man with his hands stuffed in his pockets strolled casually. Jihan kept thinking, these people treated everything like a game. But how long could that illusion last? As they crossed paths, their shoulders brushed. Jihan quickly turned, apologizing, saying he'd been distracted for a moment. But when he looked closer, his heart tightened. It wasn't an ordinary person. It was a beast. They walked away from each other, but Jihan couldn't shake the thought. Why was a beast-like creature just wandering the streets among humans? None of this felt right. Somewhere else. Rice looked up and muttered, "I've found it." Jihan's eyes sharpened, sensing the same presence he once felt from Jerry. He spun around, searching, but the figure was gone. For a moment, he wondered if it had been his imagination. Meanwhile, the young man bit into a cucumber. The vendor snapped at him, shouting that he needed to pay first. Waving her hand furiously, she demanded if he even realized how much he'd eaten. The young man's eyes glowed faintly. He admitted he had no money. The vendor grabbed him angrily, yelling at the top of her lungs, calling him shameless, and asking if he planned to eat and run. Murmurs spread through the crowd. People sneered, calling him homeless, disgusting. Jihan observed from a distance, wondering if he should step in. He apologized softly to himself, saying he was just passing by. But then his instincts flared, his analysis sharpened. Something about this guy, the young man sighed, muttering that all this noise was over a single cucumber. The vendor snapped back, insisting the police had to be called. That's when his eyes flared red. He growled, saying she'd left him no choice. In an instant, his body twisted and burst into a monstrous werewolf. He roared, lunging straight at her, promising to devour her right then and there. Screams erupted. The beast clutched her flesh in its claws, snarling that it tasted far better this way. Jihan's thoughts snapped into focus. This was a raging beast. He unsheathed his sword in one motion, shouting for everyone to get clear. Terrified civilians scattered, yelling that a beast-like creature was loose. The monster licked its bloody fingers, eyes glowing as it turned toward Jihan. A grin spread across its face. "Who's next? Are you my next meal?" it growled. Jihan steadied himself, sword at the ready. He locked eyes with the beast and declared. Jihan hesitated. Beast attacks had become rare. Was this the right move? He checked the odds. A floating message read, "Chance of victory, 76%. First priority, knock it out." The monster charged, roaring that Jihan would die. Jihan braced and swung. The beast's strikes were wild, chaotic, pure instinct. One slash cut across Jihan's face. A report flashed. Biasimon fighting style. Instinct-driven. Dangerous even for veterans. Under normal conditions, the beast would be a problem. For Jihan, raised as a wind elementalist, it shouldn't be insurmountable. He struck with everything he had and called, "Sylph." The blade slammed into the beast's jaw. Teeth clamped around the sword. The monster barked. What a weak attack. Jihan realized the aura blade had not activated. Something was wrong with Sylph. The beast lunged, screaming it would break him. It strained but couldn't manage it. Jihan blasted the sword free, sending the creature skidding aside. The beast hit the ground. It grunted heavy. Jihan checked Sylph. Scratched but intact. Hoyle's craftsmanship had held. The two sized each other up. The real problem was clear. Jihan couldn't use elemental magic. Firepower from before was gone. He glanced at the probability readout again, 76%. Not terrible, but risky. He planted the sword, ready to buy time until reinforcements arrived. The beast snarled, demanding to know why Jihan wasn't paying attention. Jihan answered bluntly. He just killed someone. The monster covered its muzzle, scoffing at the claim, then demanded why Jihan assumed it had motive to kill. Jihan asked for confirmation. The beast's reply came in a glare and a challenge. Then Jihan swung his blade and said, "Time to die," counting on the strategy that had kept him alive so far. The timer was canceled. The beast charged, laughing that this was true fighting spirit. Jihan lunged forward. Their clash erupted, attacks flying back and forth. Notifications flashed in Jihan's vision, predicting strike probabilities across different zones. He narrowed his eyes. He could see the attack paths clearly. The beast sneered that Jihan was blocking well. But what about this? It lunged, weaving side to side, twisting its blows mid-swing. Jihan gritted his teeth. The beast was shifting trajectories at the last second. Unreadable. He barely dodged, hearing its mocking laughter. Where was his confidence now? Jihan spread his stance, sword leveled. If only he had access to elemental magic, this fight would already be over. The beast roared, calling him weak. Jihan steadied himself, knowing the counterattack would be risky, but there was no choice. Then footsteps. A sharp voice called his name. Jihan turned, stunned. From the side, she struck. The monster was blindsided and smashed into the asphalt. Jihan blinked. Why was she here? Mia strode forward, seizing the beast's head and pressing it into the ground. Jihan shouted after her. She glanced at him, eyes catching the marks on his hand. She asked what had happened to it. Mia tightened her grip on the monster's skull, demanding if he was the cause. Jihan confirmed. From the beast's battered mouth came stammered apologies. Mia's voice rose in fury. He should never have done anything that required an apology. The beast whimpered for mercy. With a violent slam, Mia smashed his head into the pavement. Jihan watched her, muttering that she hadn't changed. Standing drenched in the creature's blood, her reputation still held true, the bloodthirsty killer. The scene was quickly cordoned off with warning tape. A policeman tugged the peak of his cap, uncertain. Another man, hands on his belt, cut in. It would be hard to clean this up quietly. The officer saluted Mia, praising her work. They'd handle the aftermath. She needn't worry. As the body was loaded into a vehicle, she sighed that she should have arrived sooner. Jihan approached. She asked if he was all right. Jihan showed his hand. Just a few scratches, already treated. But more importantly, he wanted to know, why was she here and what was going on? People around the scene whispered, wondering who stood beside Mia. They only recognized her, assuming the rest must have been from Hyanti's group. Jihan noticed their stares, grabbed Mia's hand, and suggested they leave. She agreed without hesitation, following him silently as they slipped past the crowd. Behind them, more and more people gathered around the taped-off site. From a rooftop above, Ruiz observed. His eyes narrowed. Intruder detected. He identified the figure, Jihan, and wondered aloud why he hadn't used elemental magic. Elsewhere, a round-table meeting was underway. Several figures waited, the atmosphere heavy. Duha finally spoke, head lowered, saying everyone already knew why they were here. Gangshin covered his face with one hand, remarking it would be strange if they didn't. Jungsib leaned back, glancing away, questioning when businessmen had started attending hero meetings. He warned Red to choose his words carefully. Gangshin smirked and pressed him, asking where he had been when Seoul was under siege. He had sent rookies to the field, but no one had ever seen him in person. Jungsib crossed his arms, claiming he had urgent business. Gangshin, still smiling, asked if he was truly sure about that. Minyoung cut in, asking Gangshin to stop. Heroes, she reminded them, was a full member of the Big Six guilds. Gangshin shrugged, spreading his arms, fine. Junil interrupted, asking if everyone was present. Someone replied no. One seat remained empty. Duha glanced at Gangi, mentioning the man sent to Russia had returned. Minyoung slammed her hand on the table. Hadn't he been detained there? The doors opened. A figure entered. The group murmured about how reckless it was to send him back to Korea. Uncontrollable as he was, what would they do now? The man took a sip from his flask, surveying the room. All the faces were familiar. He smirked, saying it was good to see nothing had changed. The others stared at him, unsettled. Ubik lowered his flask and muttered in Russian, "Thank you." Now, the table was complete. Nervous glances darted across the circle. Junil scowled at Ubik's drinking, calling him a bastard. He snapped back angrily, demanding if they thought the meeting was just an excuse for him to get drunk. He stared at the flask and cursed under his breath. Junil pushed further, mocking that even after his trip abroad, his brain still hadn't turned on. Ubik raised the flask again, asking them to understand. Talking to old men like them was unbearable without alcohol. His eyes glowed red. He said he needed to numb himself, to dull the filth left clinging to him after being exiled from his homeland. The report was clear. Ubik, Guild Master of Destiny. He stood tall, jacket slung casually over his shoulder. The 6 leading guilds of Korea, giants of the hero world. Against the backdrop of the city, the spotlight fell on the last of the 5 warriors who had brought down Azesian 10 years ago. A man sprinted through the streets, panic in his eyes. Looking back, he gasped. How they tracked him down? He shouted that people weren't supposed to sense them. From the shadows, he answered coldly, "There's no need for that here." Ubik pointed a knife at him, sneering that his stench was unbearable. Blood splattered across the ground as he moved. Stepping over corpses, the truth was laid bare. Ubik, a killer and master tracker, had been instrumental in Azesia's defeat. But 5 years later, when the war was over, he was dragged away in chains by authorities. Once hailed a national hero, he had been convicted after an incident that ended with his exile to Russia for an indefinite term. His crime? Leaking information. Now, seated once more at the round table, Ubik smirked. Thanks to their so-called generosity, he said he'd spent the last 5 years on a vacation abroad. He had plenty of time to decide what he'd say when facing them again. Minyoung cut him off sharply. He'd better watch his words. If anyone overheard, they might think he'd been wrongfully exiled. She leaned back, reminding him that he had tried to expose the truth about the events of 10 years ago. Given that, his punishment had been lenient. Ubik threw his arms wide, laughing bitterly. Big Sister Minyoung had grown shameless since their last meeting. His gaze darkened, recalling the blood that had once drenched them all, the horrors they committed a decade ago. He snarled that pretending it hadn't happened wouldn't erase it. The truth remained. They were mass murderers of innocent people. Minjung's voice softened. He wasn't wrong. But Duha crossed his arms, cutting in. That was enough. Gyubik had agreed not to bring up the past in exchange for being reinstated. Duha raised his head, warning him. Did he need another beating to keep him quiet? Gyubik paused, expression unreadable. Then he smiled faintly. Perhaps not. The bruises from Duha's blows still ached even now, and he wouldn't complain. He even apologized for his earlier behavior, voice laced with irony. Junil clenched his teeth, glaring with open disdain. Minyoung lowered her gaze, silent. Gangshin broke the tension with a smile, calling Gyubik's restraint a wise decision, and congratulating him on his return. And so, the five warriors were reunited once more, seated quietly at the table. One of them turned to Duha, pointing out that with everyone now present, they could begin the meeting. This one concerning Rias of Azizia. He tugged his jacket collar higher, adding that it also involved Jihan, the elemental of the spirit of wind. Duha's glasses glimmered in the dark. He confirmed they would also discuss the influence of those two. Meanwhile, in the city, the sun dipped low. Jihan walked hand in hand with Mia, leading her through the streets. Looking around, he searched for the right place. A cafe would draw too much attention. Mia's voice broke the silence. She slowly pointed out that he was still holding her hand. Jihan turned quickly, apologizing with a sheepish grin. He admitted he hadn't thought about it in the rush. Mia, cheeks warm, insisted it was fine. She scanned the street, then pointed at a sign. If they were searching for somewhere, what about that? Jihan looked closer. It was a karaoke bar. They went inside. Jihan thought it was true. No one would notice them here. But still, was it really the best choice? At the counter, he handed over the card and asked for 1 hour. The employee raised a finger, asking them to read aloud. Both heroes blinked in confusion, scanning the sign for instructions. It read, "There is no romance in the karaoke rooms." Jihan groaned inwardly. Extending his palm, he clarified they weren't a couple. The cashier smirked, replying that everyone said that, and directed them to the fourth room. Inside, they sat across the table, heads lowered in awkward silence. Mia grabbed the microphone and asked if he would sing. Jihan shook his head no. He leaned back on the couch, saying he only wanted a chance to talk with her properly. The last time back in Seoul, they hadn't had the time. He asked if she lived here now, and what had brought her. Mia explained she had moved recently, and today she'd only been on her way to the market when she came across the chaos. Jihan remembered her vividly at a dinner table, devouring meat with unmatched enthusiasm. She could eat 10 portions of pork in one sitting. In his mind, he pictured her with a pig's face, musing that if she weren't a hero, she might have ended up like that. Mia's sharp voice cut through his thoughts. What was he thinking? Jihan jolted and waved it off. Nothing at all. Her eyes narrowed. She calmly told him his face betrayed him. Jihan, caught, wondered aloud how she was feeling. Covering his mouth with his hand, he added that in any case, he hadn't been able to ask before because of the circumstances, but now he finally did. How was she doing? Was everything all right? Mia adjusted her hair and replied casually, saying things hadn't changed at all. Thanks to someone, not a single day went by in peace. He covered his face with his hand, peeking through his fingers. Jihan wondered if she was referring to Hyuntae. In his mind, he pictured Hyuntae kneeling, enduring endless humiliation. Clearly, something had happened. Jihan raised his hand slightly and mentioned that the last time he was around, he'd noticed someone new in the group. Since that person joined after he left, they must have been pretty capable. Mia adjusted her hair again and simply said Jihan could imagine how things had been. Jihan studied her closely. She was usually direct about what she liked and disliked, so giving such a vague answer could only mean inner turmoil. He reached out toward her, thinking it wasn't his concern anymore since they weren't part of the same team. With a small sigh, he brushed something off her head and remarked that she still managed to get herself covered in all kinds of things. While removing it, Jihan asked if she had a scarf. She handed one over, and he quietly began wiping her hair with it. Carefully, he brushed off the dirt and told her he hoped she was looking after herself properly. She glanced at him and asked if he was ignoring her. He replied with a touch of confidence, "Of course. You always end up messy, and I have to clean up after you." Mia noticed how much more assured he seemed after leaving the team. Jihan added that if she didn't like hearing it, she should fight with more caution. She stayed silent, cheeks flushing slightly. He finished cleaning the dirt, muttering to himself that it was finally done. Then she asked softly if he hated her. He looked up in surprise. She turned and clarified she had agreed when they voted to expel him. If she had voted against it, things might have turned out differently. Jihan stepped back and asked if she was serious. She calmly replied that she thought he already knew. Exhaling, he laughed it off, saying Hyuntae had told him everything. Meeting her gaze, Jihan admitted he had been angry at first, but later realized she only did what she thought was best. And in the end, it worked out. Because of that, he was able to join a new guild. Her eyes widened. She asked if he liked his current team. He smiled and said he more than did. Jihan smiled, saying he truly enjoyed his new team. Mia's eyes widened even more as she watched him closely. He went on, explaining that he had met incredible people, and more importantly, he had grown stronger than he ever was back in Chorus. She kept her gaze fixed on him, almost in silent admiration. Jihan added that now he was strong enough to protect someone. Mia turned her head away, saying she could see that, and it made her happy. She was genuinely glad for him. Elsewhere, the heroes sat around a round table. Gangshin leaned back and remarked that it seemed everything had been discussed. Then, with a thoughtful look, he asked if killing Jihan was truly necessary. The others at the table stared at Gangshin in disbelief. "What are you talking about? Do you want to kill the man we're supposed to protect? Have you lost your mind?" Gangshin raised a finger and told them to just listen. He clarified that he wasn't saying they should actually kill Jihan. Placing his hands on the table, he explained his plan. It would be a trap. With a sly smile, Gangshin reminded them that in the past, Rias's target had been the Sylph, the wind elementalist. If Rias was still under the spirit's influence, then this time Jihan would surely be the first target. Introducing Jihan as the bait, Gangshin revealed the plan. They would use this to lure Rias out. Meanwhile, the city lights glowed brightly against the night sky. Hands in his pockets, Jihan recalled how he and Mia had spent half an hour talking before leaving the karaoke. As they walked, he glanced at a nearby clothing store. Turning to Mia, he told her to pick one item. He would buy it for her, as thanks for helping him. Confused, Mia quickly replied that it wasn't necessary. But Jihan thought otherwise. Even though he'd managed to wash the blood from his head, his clothes were still stained and would take time to properly clean. Buying her something new felt like the right gesture of appreciation. Looking back at her, he urged her to hurry since the shop was about to close. As Mia browsed, Jihan noticed she didn't seem particularly interested in fashion. To her, clothes were just something to cover her body. She didn't care much about style. When she admitted she couldn't decide, Jihan suggested he pick something for her instead. Soon after, he handed her a bag, saying it was his gift of gratitude. Mia pulled the outfit from the bag. Jihan told her if she didn't like it, he would buy her something else. But she answered firmly, with a serious look, it would do. Mia glanced at the shirt, saying she'd wear it. She thanked Jihan sincerely. He held his wallet in his hand, realizing this was the first time he had ever given her something. Pointing off in another direction, Jihan mentioned he needed to head that way. Mia replied that she still had somewhere else to stop. With a smile, Jihan told her they'd see each other next time and reminded her to be careful on her way home. The girl waved after him, clutching the bag. Holding it tightly, Mia murmured that she had received a gift. Jihan walked away with a quiet smile on his face. The scene shifted, now to the London headquarters of the IUCN, the day of a major press conference. Isaac stood in front of a sea of photographers, declaring that the incident would be thoroughly investigated and proper measures would be taken. He promised to regain their trust, and with that, his speech concluded. He descended the stairs, a coat draped across his shoulders, walking to the podium under a storm of camera flashes. His expression was solemn. This was Isaac, president of the IUPC. Facing the audience, Isaac addressed the tragedy in Seoul, saying the events had deeply shaken them all. He offered his condolences to the victims and their families. A reporter stepped forward, standing before the microphone. He pointed out that Isaac had officially claimed the Seoul incident had no connection to the IUPC headquarters, then asked if Isaac meant it was entirely the work of the Korean branch. Isaac lowered his head and confirmed it. This tragedy was the result of independent actions by the Korean branch, actions that would not be tolerated. Headquarters would also launch its own investigation to find those responsible. Another voice asked what measures the headquarters planned to take, whether there would be recovery efforts or support. Isaac answered firmly. They would mobilize every available resource to help Korea recover. Then came another question. Did he have a concrete plan for restoring trust, especially since the IUPC's reputation had suffered heavily? Isaac rested his hands on the table, stating that trust was their most valuable asset. They would take full responsibility for the damage caused and ensure that from now on, all branch activities were closely monitored. Transparency would be enforced, and every effort made to provide aid where it was needed. The exchange paused, and someone remarked on Isaac's eloquence. A woman nearby smiled softly, and then, Shirley, a senior IUPC official, stood with a stern look. Isaac approached her, questioning if she was defying his orders. He had told her not to attend the press conference. Shirley's lips curled slightly, asking if he could imagine that she had almost believed it. The man pulled off his mask, revealing himself. The story introduced him as Robert. Calmly, he remarked that her sharp eyes couldn't be deceived. Shirley demanded to know what was happening, where the real Isaac was, and why Robert had delivered the speech in his place. Rubbing the back of his head, Robert explained that the president had gone to meet an urgent guest. Meanwhile, Isaac stood in his office, bathed in blue light. Turning, he greeted the man before him, an old acquaintance. "It's been a long time, my friend," he said, addressing him as Giono. Isaac asked if there was a special reason for Giono's visit. Giono frowned, replying that he hoped Isaac wouldn't pretend not to understand. Narrowing his eyes, he pressed further. Had Isaac already discussed the recent events in Seoul? Isaac extended his hand, dismissing it as nothing more than a misunderstanding. The Korean branch had acted on its own, but the matter was already resolved. Clenching his fist, Giono demanded how Isaac could call it a misunderstanding when his daughter's life had been placed in danger. Isaac raised his hands in response, claiming it was all part of building paradise. A little chaos was inevitable. With a glint in his eyes, he added that if such turmoil could push him toward perfection, then those disagreements were worth it. Giono's expression hardened. His daughter's safety was not negotiable. Nothing could override his own interests. Isaac closed his eyes, questioning what could possibly matter more than the grand vision they were striving toward. Giono, calm but resolute, warned that in the future they should discuss such matters in advance. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee how much longer their partnership would last. Suddenly, his words faltered. Isaac appeared behind him without warning. Standing close, he reminded Giono not to forget who had made his research possible. Giono glanced back and asked how many of the magic crystals Isaac had already absorbed. They were meant to extend life far beyond ordinary means. Isaac licked his lips, praising the brilliance of Giono's work. Grabbing Giono by the throat, he declared it was more than just life extension. It was the path to transcendence. He wanted to experience it himself. Struggling against his grip, the scientist grimaced, calling it reckless greed. He demanded to know if Isaac really believed he could handle it on his own. Isaac tightened his grip and declared that this power was only the beginning, the first step toward the perfect body he sought. Then, suddenly, he released Giono. Stretching out his hand, Isaac proclaimed that as the ruler of paradise, he needed to grow even stronger. Thanks to Giono's research, his dream was finally within reach. Giono trembled, warning him not to be too ambitious. If he exceeded his limits, this power would consume him. Isaac turned away, saying he would keep the warning in mind. But by the time that happened, paradise would already be complete. Looking back over his shoulder, he warned Giono never to interfere with his plans again. Sunlight poured across the city. The doors to a workshop swung open, and a man greeted them with a smile, asking what brought the fun guild to him. Hoyle rested his hammer on his shoulder, proudly boasting that their guild's reputation was spreading like wildfire. The others laughed, crediting Hoyle for their growing fame. Jihan thought back on their recent battles, realizing they had decided to visit Hoyle's workshop to upgrade their weapons. Yuri placed her hand over her chest, suggesting they needed equipment that matched the guild's level. Siyu grinned with satisfaction, declaring that it was perfect timing. She would treat Jihan to whatever he picked as a welcome gift. Just then, Jihan heard his name called. Yuri, covering her mouth with her hand, asked in disbelief if this was really the rumored gnome. She wondered how he had even found a workshop run by one. Sihu quickly pointed at Hoyle and denied it. He wasn't a gnome at all. He was Korean, despite appearances. Yuri squinted at Hoyle's ID, studying it closely. She questioned if he was really 27 and asked about the photo. Jihan stepped forward and explained that regardless, Hoyle was a skilled blacksmith. In fact, he had forged Jihan's own sword. Yuri apologized, approaching Hoyle. Stroking his beard, Hoyle asked what kind of weapon she was looking for. Judging by her build, he guessed she specialized in long-range combat. Yuri was surprised. He was right. She wanted a bow, one that emphasized power over mobility. Hoyle studied her carefully and asked if they were shifting from solo fights to team battles, with her covering the rear line. Yuri turned to Jihan, asking if that had been their plan. Jihan shook his head. It hadn't been discussed. Opening the doors wider, Hoyle replied that in any case, if they were searching for equality, Hoyle led them inside, saying that if they wanted quality weapons, this was the place to look. The group spread out through the storage room, their eyes on the displays. Jihan, taken aback, asked what kind of place this was. Holding a katana, he admitted there was something he wanted to check. Inspecting the blade, Jihan noticed no visible damage, but considering the recent battles, he wanted to be sure of its condition. Hoyle spread his hands proudly, calling it one of his masterpieces. There shouldn't be a single scratch. Still, he asked Jihan to hand it over. The blacksmith drew the sword from its sheath, examining it closely. Jihan stood in front of him, asking if something was wrong. Hoyle frowned. Yes, something was definitely wrong. He explained that the wind spirit dwelling within the blade was terrified. Jihan froze at his words. He quickly asked why Sylph was afraid. Hoyle replied that something, or someone, was suppressing her. The spirit's energy wasn't flowing properly. In this state, no matter how much Jihan called, she wouldn't answer. Jihan remembered the last battle and realized this explained her silence during the fight. Hoyle slid the sword back into its sheath and handed it over. Jihan gripped it tightly, asking how he could bring Sylph back. The blacksmith answered plainly. He needed to discover what was frightening her. He warned that a spirit's power wasn't a simple tool. Without trust, the bond would collapse. Jihan pictured a spirit trapped inside the blade. Hoyle went on, saying the marks on the sword revealed how Jihan had communicated with Sylph so far. If he wanted to restore her, he should speak to her as the wind elementalist once had. Jihan's eyes widened. His first master, Sylph, looking sharply at Hoyle, he demanded how he knew that name. Hoyle opened his mouth to answer, but Sihu waved him over, calling his attention elsewhere. Jihan turned toward his comrades. With a serious nod, he agreed to join them. Yuri was studying a bow. Suddenly, it began to glow. Outside, the sky shone a brilliant blue above the city. Siu, nearly in tears, asked why the bow was so expensive. Jihan turned and muttered that they were lucky the guild hadn't gone bankrupt already. He shot Sihu a look, her mouth stuffed with food, asking how she could burn through more than half their budget right after receiving the guild card. As their leader, Jihan told Sihu she should be more careful with her spending. She jabbed a finger at him, asking if he really thought he had the right to lecture her. Caught off guard, Jihan asked what he had supposedly done. Had he ever wasted guild funds? Sihu pointed straight at him. shouting that on the very day he received the guild card, he had bought women's clothing with it. Yuri froze in shock. Jihan stood puzzled, insisting that the situation was completely different. Looking down shyly, Yuri asked if he had a girlfriend. Jihan quickly answered no, but Sihu pressed on, waving a receipt and demanding he explain the cute pink plaid shirt he'd bought. Jihan pictured Mia in his mind. Telling them he had met her would only complicate everything. What should he do? Then Siam stepped in, asking them to respect Jihan's privacy. Sihu spun on him, accusing him of taking Jihan's side just because they were both men. Jihan looked at Siam, realizing he wasn't exactly helping. Siam suddenly shouted, asking if Sihu would feel better if he declared out loud that Jihan's hobby was cross-dressing. Jihan stared in disbelief. Was he serious? Sihu recoiled, calling it disgusting. Siam winked at Jihan while Jihan's blood boiled. He grabbed Siam and yelled that he was the disgusting one. Just then, elsewhere on the streets, a stranger in a torn jacket sat drinking on the sidewalk. With a crooked grin, he muttered about his good fortune. Jihan's eyes landed on him. The man staggered to his feet, holding his head, complaining about a headache, and mumbling that soja wasn't for him. Jihan asked who he was. The man shifted his gaze, replying mockingly. Did Jihan really think knowing his name would help? He hurled a bottle at Jihan. Jihan demanded he stop with the nonsense and identify himself. With one swift swing, he cut the bottle clean in half, his eyes glowing brightly. The man vanished from sight, then reappeared, perched casually atop Jihan's blade. With a smug grin, he called Jihan a weakling. Jihan glared at Gyubik. Gyubik wiped his mouth, sighing in satisfaction. Finally, he felt alive. Nothing compared to vodka. Jihan's tone turned sharp as he again demanded to know who this man was. Gyubik twirled a dagger lazily, amused by Jihan's persistence. If he wanted to know so badly, he'd tell him. He declared himself the master of the guild fate, once a first-rank hero, now exiled from Korea. Catching the blade with ease, he introduced himself with pride. Gyubik, of the 6 great guilds. Jihan kept his eyes on Gyubik, asking why he had attacked them. Landing lightly on the ground, Gyubik answered with a grin. The council of the 6 great guilds had made a decision about him. Jihan, surprised, pressed him to explain. Gyubik smiled wider. Jihan was the one the Asians wanted, and so the council had decided he needed protection. Raising his dagger, Gyubik declared he disagreed. If killing Jihan meant the Asians lost their target, then why not test it right here? With that, he lunged forward, shouting that he wanted to see for himself if Jihan was truly worth protecting. Jihan parried, but his arm trembled from the force. Despite being only a dagger, the weapon was incredibly heavy. Gyubik smirked, praising Jihan's reflexes. But if that was all he could do, Gyubik said he'd be disappointed. He then asked why Jihan wasn't using the wind spirit. Preparing to dash again, Gyubik taunted that if he kept pushing, Jihan would be forced to call on it sooner or later. Jihan's eyes lit up as power stirred within him. Gyubik dodged his strike effortlessly, smiling. Jihan's movements, he said, were far too wide. Good for defense, but useless for offense. To his surprise, Jihan calmly admitted he already knew that. His eyes sharpened as he revealed that he wasn't the one delivering the finishing blow. A blast of magic cut past Gyubik. He turned quickly, spotting a block of ice forming behind him. Raising his eyebrows, Gyubik called it impressive. He looked toward Yuri, pointing out that he'd heard the Fun Guild had no long-range fighters. Jihan glanced at her, saying she had shown up at just the right time. Adjusting her glove, Yuri asked if this man was their enemy. Jihan answered carefully, for now, yes. From what he understood, Gyubik was a first-rank hero, someone far beyond what they could handle in their current state. With his comrades gathered at his side, Jihan admitted he was asking a lot, but he needed them to buy him some time. Yuri asked how long they had to hold him off. Frowning, Jihan said as long as they possibly could. Gyubik rested the dagger on his shoulder, asking if they were done with their chatter. He was already growing bored. Then, noticing the girls stepping forward, he narrowed his eyes and wondered what they were planning. With determination on their faces, they declared themselves ready to fight. Sihu raised her hand, chanting. Pink threads shot from the ground, wrapping tightly around Gyubik's body. He glanced down, unimpressed. To him, it was just a simple spell, but the spell's properties shifted. Sihu quickly erected several magical barriers in front of her, while Yuri readied frost-tipped arrows. Together, the girls unleashed streams of energy at Gyubik. He laughed, thrilled, calling it amusing. With a single swing of his dagger, he deflected every strike. Sihu's eyes widened. Impossible, she stared at him, cloaked in a glowing red aura. Had he really blocked them all? Gyubik grinned. Is that all you've got? Jihan stood aside, watching silently. He closed his eyes, recalling Hoyle's words. Spirits weren't mere tools. Without trust, the bond would collapse. In his mind, he saw the spirit imprisoned within the blade. Holding the sword before him, he finally understood. Their connection needed more than commands. It needed dialogue. Arrows of energy hovered around him as his eyes snapped open. Suddenly, his surroundings shifted. He found himself in another realm entirely. Looking around, Jihan asked if this was the spirit's world. He called out for Sylph, searching. Then he froze. There she was, the spirit of the wind. But she was encased within a barrier. Jihan stretched out his hand, shouting that he had come for her. Sylph's voice rang out, warning him not to approach. A barrier flared between them, forcing him back. She glared at him. I don't want to see you. Sylph's body radiated with dazzling light. Jihan pressed against the barrier, asking if she wanted to kill him. What did she mean? From within, Sylph hugged her knees, muttering that he already knew her first contractor. Jihan lowered his gaze, stunned. You mean, Siu's mother? Sylph nodded faintly. She described her as a remarkable person, strong in both power and spirit. But then she looked away bitterly, calling herself foolish. With a stern expression, she declared she couldn't allow Jihan to walk down the same path. Meanwhile, back on the street, Gyubik advanced, mana surging around him. He asked why they were still standing there. With a sly grin, he offered them a choice. Step aside quietly and live another day. He only wanted Jihan. Yuri stepped forward, her expression unyielding. This isn't over. Then the ground shook. A chinchilla darted forward, leaping high and slamming its paw into the earth. Dust exploded into the air. Gyubik turned in surprise, raising a brow. When did it appear? Watching the beast plant itself firmly on the ground, Gyubik smirked. So it's a chinchilla. I've heard there's a trainer in Korea who works with. Gyubik eyed the chinchilla standing firm before him, mocking that maybe the rumors about it had been exaggerated. As the beast lifted its paw for another strike, Gyubik admitted it was certainly large, but the attack itself was weak. He slipped back from the blow and smirked. He didn't enjoy tormenting pets. With a swift motion, he flung the chinchilla aside, telling it to take a rest. Its master rushed over, gathering the creature into her arms. Gyubik sneered. Was that your last trick? Sitting with the chinchilla, Sihu answered bitterly. It was unfair, too cruel. She looked toward Jihan, reminding him that he had said they only needed to buy time. Jihan steadied his sword, standing firm. Yuri placed her bag down, her eyes narrowing with resolve. Facing Jihan, she declared she could endure a little longer. With a serious expression, she promised she would protect him. Her mind flashed back to when she had first chosen her weapon. She remembered his voice telling her this was her decision. Another memory surfaced. Hoyle's hands on his waist, his sharp gaze fixed on her. You have a keen eye, he had said. She had looked at him in confusion, asking what he meant. He had explained. The bow she held wasn't ordinary. It was a shape-shifting weapon. It altered the very nature of magic. For someone unskilled, it could completely drain their mana. She had stared at him in shock. You mean it could drain me entirely? Hoyle had stroked his beard gravely. For the unprepared, it could even be fatal. Back in the present, Yuri flung the cover off her case. Inside lay both a shield and her bow. She seized the weapon and raised it high. Gyubik smirked. A magic bow? That won't change anything. Yuri summoned an arrow, her expression unyielding. Then we'll see, won't we? She drew back the string, the weapon glowing with dangerous light. Gyubik's eyes narrowed. The weapon devoured enormous amounts of mana. Any more, and it could push her past her limits. He dashed forward, mocking that such a shot might not even fly. Yuri's gaze sharpened. Then let's find out. The bow released with a surge of power. Gyubik frowned. The arrow carried surprising force. But in the end, it was still just an arrow. Predictable. Easy to read. Or so he thought. His smirk faltered. A sudden flare of light erupted, forcing him to shield his eyes. The arrow's form shifted mid-flight. Ice surged outward, coiling around his body in freezing chains. Yuri stood before the frozen mass, clutching her arm, her breath ragged. She thought to herself, she had. Yuri steadied herself, staring at the ice that engulfed Gyubik. That shot had landed perfectly. It should have been enough to restrain even a first-class hero. But then doubt struck. Had he slipped free? She must have hit dead center. Behind you, Siu's voice rang out in alarm. Yuri spun, too late. Gyubik appeared at her back, seizing her face in his grip. He admired her weapon with a smirk, calling it a beautiful bow. Pressing the blade against her, he explained how the arrow transformed magic just before impact, triggering an explosion. Clever, but not clever enough. She had miscalculated. He recalled his time in exile, Russia's merciless cold, sub-zero days where even breathing felt like freezing. Against that backdrop, her frost meant nothing. Gyubik pictured Minyoung, master of absolute zero. If you wanted to freeze me, he taunted, you should have at least matched her level. Covering Yuri's mouth, he grinned cruelly. Their concern for one another touched him. It was almost heartbreaking. He offered her a deal, join his guild, and he'd forgive this failed little stunt. Let her go. See who shouted, and the staff aimed directly at him. Gyubik glanced her way calm. If she valued her comrade, she shouldn't act rashly. He warned her to stop resisting and simply hand Jihan over. Then he paused, blinking. Jihan was gone. Where was he? Frowning, Gyubik muttered that Jihan would need to move faster. Jihan's voice cut in, sharp and steady. He raised his blade. You wanted to see the spirit of the wind? Fine. I'll show you everything. Gyubik was forced back by the swing. Even with Yuri as a hostage, Jihan hadn't hesitated. His accuracy meant he knew exactly where his strike would land. Gyubik's grin widened. He flung Yuri aside. I thought you'd never attack. He eyed Jihan mockingly, asking what he'd been doing this whole time while his comrades shielded him. Meditating? Jihan lowered his gaze. Something like that. But inside, unease gnawed at him. A system prompt appeared. Civilian presence probability. Less than 10%. That was strange. This was the city, yet not a single resident was in sight. No signs of evacuation either. Something wasn't right. At least, he thought grimly, there was no risk of collateral damage. Looking at the girls, weary but alive, Jihan told them he was grateful for the time they had bought. Now, they needed to retreat. Surrounded by, mana surged around Jihan, and he admitted he couldn't guarantee his comrade's safety. Looking up at the spirit hovering above, he whispered, it was time to begin. Inside the barrier, Sylph hugged her knees. She insisted she couldn't let him follow her path. Jihan frowned, demanding why her stance had changed. Hadn't she once told him that naming him her successor was her mother's will? Extending her hand, mana swirling, Sylph explained. She had tried to honor that wish before, but now she saw it differently. Her gaze shifted to the image of Sihu's mother. That woman had believed she could save everyone through sacrifice. But in the end, she had only fallen, leaving behind hatred, endless battles, and a cycle of tragedy. And now, Sylph feared it would all repeat. Curling tighter, she confessed it was impossible to protect everyone from the start. She feared the same fate awaited Jihan. He scowled. So you're telling me to walk away? She looked aside, displeased. They didn't need him. She said they needed her. A whirlwind rose, forcing Jihan to shield himself. Through the storm, her voice carried. He never should have become part of this. She couldn't drag him into it any longer. Her hand glowed with mana as she turned away, saying he should surrender and let her return to her comrades. But Jihan's voice cut in firmly, she was wrong. He pressed his palms against the barrier. You're my comrade too. Someone just as important to me. Sylph hesitated, staring at him. Could he really endure her power? She stretched out her hand, warning him it was pointless. This was her mental sphere. No one could break through it. Jihan narrowed his eyes. If I believed that, I wouldn't have started. A blinding flash erupted as he forced his way forward. Sylph gasped in disbelief. How could a human shatter her spiritual barrier? Jihan reached out, grasping her hand with a smile. You can't bear it all alone, he told her. His voice turned serious. Sihu and I only made it this far because of you. Syl's eyes widened. That's why, he said firmly, it's time to trust us. She lowered her gaze, whispering that Sihu's mother and Jihan were both fools. Her touch softened as she brushed his cheek. Perhaps, she admitted, that was true. And maybe, just maybe, that was exactly the kind of fool she needed. Floating closer, Sylph appeared before him. Syl's voice rang clear. This time, she would trust him. Jihan surged forward, his body flowing with mana. The wind spirit flared beside him, vowing to fight at his side. His blade became wrapped in raging wind. With a swift motion, Jihan unleashed a strike, the air itself shaping into a dagger of pure force. Gyubik shielded his face with his arms. The density of the magic stunned him. A normal sword couldn't possibly withstand it. And yet he smiled. Blocking the attack, he shouted with excitement, "Interesting." He lunged in, demanding why Jihan had been holding back until now. Sylph extended her hands, mana radiating, telling Jihan to leave it to her. Jihan sprinted forward, carried by the wind. Blades of air cut one after another. Gyubik grinned wickedly as the clash intensified. The street itself trembled as their fight tore across the sidewalk. Yuri held the chinchilla close, her eyes wide. Jihan was moving so fast she could barely follow him. He's so much stronger than before, she whispered. Sihu stared at her own palm in worry. Jihan's power was soaring, but as guild master, what could she possibly do in the face of this? Jihan swung with fierce speed, but his eyes widened when Gyubik easily slipped aside. You still haven't learned, have you? Gyubik mocked. Those wide movements leave you open. He countered with a sharp strike. Jihan braced, and Gyubik frowned. His gaze flicked to Syl, realizing the spirit had blocked it. Jihan smiled, his voice steady. What was it you said? A burst of wind hurled Gyubik backward, tossing him into a storm of dust and energy. The explosion echoed through the street. Standing amidst the debris, Gyubik laughed in delight. Amazing. I didn't think Korea still had heroes at this level. But Sylph appeared before Jihan, her glow dimming. She warned that her physical form was fading. She didn't have much time left. Jihan lifted his sword, his expression hard. Then let's use our strongest move together. Pour everything into me. Gyubik charged, laughing. Your strongest skill? Then show me what you've got. Jihan raised his blade high. No more words, he said coldly. I'll let the attack speak for itself. A torrent of radiant energy burst from his sword, crashing into the ground with unstoppable force. Gangchen hurled himself into the strike, snarling. Fools! That's why I hate hot-blooded types. His dagger burned black with mana, and he met the blow head-on. Jihan's eyes widened. Gangchen had blocked it. Flashback. The meeting of the 6 heroes. Bake stood tall, his tone sharp and unwavering. We will establish the Fun Guild in Red Hall, not only for protection, but also to lay a trap to lure Rice. No one has objections, I assume. He paused, confident in their agreement. Then let's proceed. But from the back, a voice cut through the silence. I object. Bake turned, his calm expression tightening as he fixed his gaze on the speaker. Park Young-soap, you're still here? The man cleared his throat, drawing every eye in the chamber. In the council chamber, Park Young-soap's voice rang out for all to hear. The 6 great guilds are protecting you, Jihan? I don't see why. I watched that boy fight in Kuros for 7 years. I know him better than anyone here. And I can tell you, he's nothing special. His tone sharpened as he dismantled Jihan's reputation piece by piece. Mediocre stats. No grit. No real strength. Just an ordinary hero. And now you expect me to believe he's a wind spirit mage? Honestly, this makes me question Red Hall's judgment and even Dado Guild's. And as for Rias from Azizia, is he even alive? Or are we chasing shadows? Beck leaned forward, fanning the flames. He's right. There's no solid proof Rias still exists. Yet everyone's treating this like it's some grand mission. The room shifted, tension mounting. Then Beck, red-faced from drink, but unwavering, spoke with conviction. Rias is alive. The declaration shocked Park Young-seep. There was no evidence, nothing to support it. Yet Beck said it as fact. I've smelled him, the drunk continued, voice slurred but eyes sharp. Since the day I came back to Korea, I've sensed him everywhere. He's here. He leaned forward, dagger glinting as he drove it into the center of the table. But as the Karas guildmaster said, is Yu Jihan really worth all this? His grin spread. So here's my answer. I'll find him myself and put him to the test. The old way. He turned toward Beck, his words heavy with challenge. No objections, right, Senior Kankian? Back in the present. The battlefield was chaos, wind and mana colliding like a storm ready to devour the city. Jihan's power, fused with Sylph, was unstable, spilling uncontrollably in all directions. Beck appeared at the center of it all, his overwhelming presence smothering the chaos. With practiced control, he pressed the violent energy down, compressing it until the destruction was contained. Clenching his fists, he muttered, "The old way, huh? That was excessive, even for you, Beck." The drunk hero stepped forward, his voice sharp with reprimand. "Kankian, you shouldn't have interfered." Beck's reply was steady, unshaken. "Stop showing off. Even for you, taking that attack head-on was reckless. So what's your verdict?" Beck threw back his head and laughed, his voice booming. "Perfect. The boy's performance was flawless." From the sidelines, Jihan stood with Sylph at his side, his expression hard. He couldn't hold back his outrage any longer. Beck, what the hell are you two doing unleashing all this in a civilian area?" But Beck only looked at him calmly, his tone firm and measured. "I evacuated the civilians long before this, and we laid our preparations well in advance. The moment they arrived, a squad of Red Hall warriors appeared, moving in with precision. Dressed head to toe in black, their gas masks gave them an unsettling presence. They closed in on Jihan, surrounding him as though he were a criminal. Confused, Jihan demanded to know why the Red Hall assault team was there. But before he could get an answer, Min Yuri and Sihu were also encircled. The half-elf raised her guard and shouted, "How can you treat a fellow hero like this?" From within the group, a familiar face emerged, Young Yanji. His voice was cold as he replied, "Don't resist, Kim Sihu. We're not here to harm you. Just cooperate." Jihan's patience snapped. "You think we'll just obey after you corner us like this?" he shouted. Beck's voice cut through, calm and steady, as a cane materialized in his hand. "Unfortunately, you don't have a choice." A portal opened behind him in an instant. His tone softened, almost casual. "Come quietly." Before anyone could react, beams of energy struck Jihan, Sihu, and Min Yuri, swallowing them in light. They vanished without even getting the chance to fight back. With their task complete, the Red Hall warriors began sweeping the battlefield. Their leader barked orders: assess the damage, move quickly, and report everything. Hidden nearby, Jang had witnessed it all. He whispered in shock, "This is madness. A rank 1 hero suddenly attacks, and now they're abducting people? I need to call for help." But before he could act, one of the Red Hall warriors spotted him. "What about this rat?" the soldier asked. The leader's reply was blunt. "Take him. Don't hurt him. He's just a civilian." Terror surged through Jang. Now he too would be dragged away, to who knows where. Meanwhile, in a secluded laboratory, Rias sat before 2 of his subordinates. He broke the silence with a declaration. "So, it begins." "Yu Jihan," turning to Jerry and Lim Minsu, he asked, "Did you prepare everything as I instructed?" Jerry grinned with twisted excitement. "Ready at any moment." Minsu nodded firmly. Everything is complete. We used every magic crystal in storage. The result, 85 enhanced humans fully activated. Within the tanks, beings resembling CY-13 and SY-15 floated ominously. Rias's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Excellent. No more delays. Operation Paradise starts now. Back at Red Hall's headquarters, Jihan's group reappeared inside a chamber. As they took in their surroundings, Jihan muttered, "Where are we?" Beck stepped forward, addressing him directly. "It seems your illness is gone." Then, turning to the rest, he raised his voice with a smile. "Welcome to Red Hall." "Welcome to the Red Hall Guild," Beck announced. "It may have been sudden, but thank you for cooperating." From the back, Sihu's voice cut through, filled with anger. "Cooperate? That's not cooperation. It's force." Beck chuckled at her outrage. Force? If John Ko heard that, he'd be offended. Jihan had no patience for games. "Enough. Just tell us why you brought us here." Beck sighed, muttering under his breath. Spirit mages always so impatient. Then, louder, he continued, "Fine, I'll get to the point. First, we're protecting the Red Hall Guild from both the IUPC and the Azizia race. I'm sure Kangyu Beck has already mentioned this to you. Second, we intend to push you Jihan's spirit magic to its absolute limits. You've already shown us a glimpse of that in your fight with Gubek." His tone sharpened as he revealed the third reason. "Most importantly, we'll use you Jihan's spirit magic as bait to lure out Rice." Jihan shot back instantly. "There's no guarantee he'll come just because of that." Beck smiled faintly. "Of course, which is why," his voice grew colder, "all of you will be the bait." That single word sent shockwaves through the group. Sihu bristled with fury, and Min Yuri couldn't hold back. "You want us to be bait?" Beck's reply was chilling in its calmness. "Exactly. You'll draw Arias in. We'll capture him. All you need to do is release your mana and wait. Simple enough, isn't it?" Jihan's eyes narrowed. "And if we refuse?" Beck's voice dropped, heavy with menace. "If that's your choice, I'll respect it." His gaze sharpened like blades. "But then, I'll have no choice but to use force." In that instant, the hall was flooded with his mana. It surged like a tidal wave, suffocating, endless. Everyone felt the crushing weight of Beck's power. Mana, so vast, it seemed impossible for one man to wield. The girls could barely breathe. "Is that really the mana of a single person?" someone whispered. Beck spoke again, calm and almost persuasive. "So, to avoid unnecessary trouble, why not resolve this peacefully?" But Jihan's fury blazed hotter. He gripped his sword, drawing it with a sharp motion. "You ambush us, attack us, kidnap us, and now you want us to sit quietly and wait." His voice rose with conviction. "No, if Rice appears, I'll fight him myself." Sylph stepped to his side, their combined energy colliding with Beck's overwhelming aura. The tension was unbearable, two forces pressing against each other, neither willing to yield. For a moment, Beck studied Jihan in silence. His thoughts drifted. "You Jihan, this boy is no longer submissive to authority. He follows his own will, standing firm as a true spiritual summoner." Memories stirred, era long ago, standing in the same way. Beck's voice finally rang out, steady and direct. "And that is exactly why. And that's precisely why I can't let you find him." Beck's mind flashed with memories of the chaos Rias had once unleashed. Jihan, baffled, demanded, "What are you talking about?" Beck cut him off, his tone sharp. "I don't know. Why don't you ask your seniors?" Before Jihan could react, stones surged up around him. Massive rock hands closed in, sealing him completely. The technique was unmistakable, Doha's power. "Jihan!" Sihu screamed, desperation in her voice. Min Yuri froze, muttering in disbelief. "Sai? That man is Yun Doha of the Dodo Guild." The next moment, the stone cracked open, and Doha himself stepped through Beck's dimensional rift. He rubbed his head, slightly dazed. "No matter how many times I teleport, I'll never get used to it." Beck smirked at the sight of Jihan trapped. "Took you long enough. I almost had to fight your rookie." Doha shot back, then set the coordinates properly next time. Beck shrugged. "Either way, you showed up right on time." Doha ignored him, eyes fixed on the immobilized boy. He won't be moving anytime soon. Let's go. Get him out of there. Sihu shouted, her voice breaking with urgency. 6 glowing circles flared around her, firing a devastating blast straight at the barrier. But when the dust cleared, the rock prison stood untouched. Doha glanced at her, his voice like ice. Stop wasting your strength. Earth magic won't let him out unless I allow it. A voice rose from inside the barrier, cold and defiant. Permission? I don't need that. Both Doha and Beck turned toward the sealed prison. From within, energy rippled outward in violent waves. At the center stood Jihan, sword in hand, eyes burning with resolve. If something blocks my path, he declared, I'll cut it down. He steadied his grip, channeling every ounce of rage into the blade. His sample ability locked onto the barrier's weak points, analyzing every crack. Sylph, he called out, wrap me in your spirit magic. The exhausted fairy sighed. Do you think my mana's infinite? But even as she grumbled, she steadied herself and said, fine, let's do it. Mana surged into Jihan's blade, overflowing with power. He roared, charging forward. The earth may be solid, but it always has cracks. The slash he unleashed shattered the prison. The rocks exploded outward, hurling debris like shrapnel as a small tornado spun from the force. The shattered rocks scattered in a storm around him. Yet Jihan stood tall, his voice steady. The wind never misses a crack, because the wind can reach anywhere. Beck's eyes widened at the display, and Sihu shouted his name with excitement. Min Yuri, equally moved, couldn't hide her thrill at his power. Doha, however, fixed Jihan with a cold stare. Then, unexpectedly, a proud smile spread across his face. You've grown. That's how my junior should be. Jihan lifted his sword, pointing it at both of them. His tone was unyielding. If you truly mean to stop me, then fight me seriously. Right now, I believe I can cut through anything. Beck smirked and turned to Doha. Did you hear that, Yin Doha? How exactly have you been training this kid? Doha scratched his head, irritation flickering across his face. Shut it, Beck. Then, more seriously, he faced Jihan. You, Jihan, I have no intention of fighting you now. But you know as well as I do, you can't possibly take on both of us alone. Jihan snapped back. Winning may be tough, but escaping from here. Doha cut him off, his voice firm. No, that's absolutely impossible. His expression hardened as he revealed the truth. Do you even realize where you are? Right now, you're deep beneath Red Hall, inside the stomach of the Earth's spirit Mumu that I summoned. This is a double-layered barrier. No matter what you try, there's no way out. Jihan scoffed, anger boiling in his voice. So all of this just to keep me from reaching Rias? He's after me, not you. Doha's tone grew heavy. This is something we failed to resolve 10 years ago. We refused to let that tragedy repeat. Before Jihan could respond, an intense yellow aura erupted from Beck's body, blazing like fire. His voice carried like a thunderclap. The bait has been taken. Rias is here. And then it happened. Outside the towering Red Hall building, an imposing figure appeared. The air thickened, saturated with a suffocating red mana that spread across the entire area. It was Rias. His presence alone was enough to darken the sky. His expression was grim, displeasure etched across his face. His voice rumbled like stone breaking apart. So this is where you've been hiding. He raised his head, declaring with ominous finality, the spiritual hunt begins now. Inside, the labyrinthine halls of Red Hall stretched endlessly, room after room twisting like a maze. Finding Jihan within its depths would not be easy. Making matters worse, Red Hall's members patrolled every floor, heavily armed, clad in black suits and gas masks, moving with military precision. One warrior pressed a finger to his earpiece. Command room, this is Team B. No unusual activity to report. Another patrol outside confirmed the same. All zones clear. The tension grew heavier with every step. Beck's words, Rias has arrived, echoed through the guild, setting every soldier on edge. Something was wrong. The silence was too heavy. One of the patrol soldiers muttered uneasily. If he really came, Why is it so quiet? It's making me nervous. The squad leader's voice cut sharp. Stay sharp. Not even an ant gets through. This is a direct order from Beck. But even as he spoke, someone had already crossed their barrier. Rias walked through the main hall as if he owned it. A dense wave of red mana burned around him like eternal flames, yet none of them noticed. His concealment magic cloaked his presence, hiding his killing intent completely. One warrior shivered, whispering, "Wait, did something just pass by?" "Paranoid nonsense," the leader snapped. "Focus on your post." But that single soldier was right. Rias had slipped past them all, unseen. He advanced deeper into the building, halting suddenly. His senses spread outward, seeking. The faint pulse of a spirit reached him. The wind spirit, still with you, Jihan. He pressed a hand against the wall, red mana rippling outward like waves. His eyes dropped to the floor. So, he's below us. Kneeling, he placed both palms down, murmuring with satisfaction. Finally, the one I've been searching for, the wind spirit. Two crimson circles formed over his hands, expanding with crackling energy. With a surge, he released them into the ground. Red lightning carved its way through the floor, splitting stone apart. A massive hole tore open. Without hesitation, Rias leapt into the abyss. As he descended, his thoughts burned. If it's truly you, then you'll give me the answer I've been searching for. He landed lightly. Before him loomed a colossal door, glowing with a bright blue magic circle. Complex barrier seals stretched across the walls and ceiling, layered and interwoven. Rias studied it for a moment, then scoffed. Is he beyond this door? His hands ignited, red mana swirling like a river of fire between his fingers. Not that it matters. He slammed his hands into the barrier. His power ripped into the glowing circuit, colliding with a thunderous force. In seconds, the intricate magic shattered like glass, leaving a yawning hole. Disappointment flickered across his face. This was it? That's all you prepared? Pathetic. He stepped inside. Darkness. Nothing but an empty void. Confused, he muttered, "Just an empty space?" The spirit's presence disappears here. His footsteps echoed as he advanced, suspicion rising. There must be something. And then it struck. Reality warped. The air bent, crushing his senses. His head pounded as distorted visions clawed at his mind. Rias staggered, clutching his skull. His breath came in ragged gasps. What is this sorcery? The illusions cut deep, corrupting his memories, twisting them. Veins bulged across his face as the pain tore through him. His roar echoed in the darkness. What the hell are these visions? Clutching his head and hands, Rias forced the words out. These are my memories. The realization struck like a blade. Fragments embedded in my very cells. Beyond my will, memories that deny my existence. His red eyes burned as his fingers dug into his face, as if he could claw the agony out of his mind. Through clenched teeth, he spat, buried emotions, rising again, etched into me, against my will. The visions twisted further, and suddenly the battlefield came into view. Countless corpses littered the ground, a massacre, a war's final breath. The memory of the end. Rias staggered as the truth dawned. This is where I fell, where it all began. The battlefield where Azizia was destroyed 10 years ago. His trembling gaze fixed on a broken figure sprawled in the dirt. A shirtless man, clothes in tatters, lifeless, yet unmistakably identical to himself. Rias whispered, "Your memory, the memory of the original being." He stared at the image of his own fallen body, hollow and cold. A ghost of what once was. From the darkness, a sound stirred. Rias muttered, "As you once desired, this time, I'll claim the wind spirit. That is my purpose, my duty." Then it came, an eruption of golden energy behind him, dense and crushing. The air cracked as a massive stone block slammed down, sealing the entrance with a thunderous crash. Dust clouded the chamber. Rias stepped back, eyes narrowing. The way I came in completely cut off. Through the smoke, a voice emerged, mocking. "Did you enjoy the welcome party I prepared?" His suspicions solidified instantly. A trap from the very start. Lights burst to life overhead, flooding the once dark chamber with blinding brilliance. The true scale of the place revealed itself. Grand, fortified, impossible to mistake. And then a figure appeared. "You've come far," the man said. Rias shielded his eyes until they adjusted. When the brightness settled, his gaze locked with Yun Doha. Energy radiated from him, a living storm, his aura thick enough to crush the air itself. Doha spoke as if greeting an old acquaintance. "Rias never thought I'd see your face again. Almost feels nostalgic." Rias's reply was ice. "Nostalgia? You call this twisted pastime nostalgia? Using the memories of the dead to build your traps?" Yet beneath his cold exterior, his thoughts churned. "Impossible. How? I erased my presence completely. And still, this hero found me without fail." Before he could dwell on it, another voice echoed across the hall, cutting through his thoughts. "You seem full of questions, Rias Cohen, and I imagine you're trembling with curiosity to know how we found you." Behind Rias, Beck's body began to materialize. A swirling blur of white and blue, twisting like a vortex until his form solidified. Leaning casually on his serpent-headed cane, he spoke with a sly edge. "Do you want to know how?" The air cracked as beams of energy rained down like lightning, sealing every possible exit. Beck stood unmoved, as if everything unfolded exactly as he planned. Then, one by one, the others revealed themselves. First came Kung Junil, master of the warrior guild, arrogance radiating from him. His massive hammer rested across his shoulders as his eyes scanned Rias with disdain. Next appeared Kim Minjong, Snowball Guild's leader. Black hair, streaked with crimson, framed her face as she gripped an enormous spear of ice, poised to strike without hesitation. Park Young-sip, master of Kiros, stepped forward after her. His face was calm, but a faint unease betrayed his nerves, like a man wishing he were anywhere else. And last came Kong Gyubik, guild master of destiny. His gait was unsteady, the flush of drink still in his cheeks, but his reddish eyes burned with unrestrained battle lust. The old dagger at his side looked ordinary, yet his grip promised danger. Together, they stood as one, the 6 great guild masters of Korea. Beck's lips curled into a mocking smile. He bowed slightly, as though hosting a casual meeting, and asked, "Well then, Rias, shall we begin?" Rias's gaze hardened. Before him stood the full weight of Korea's strongest. He stayed silent, thoughts racing. It was Park Young-sip who finally broke the silence. "So, you're alive? Rias of Asia." Another voice followed, surprised. "You look exactly the same as you did 10 years ago. How is that possible?" Beck didn't care for such details. His voice was cold, cutting straight to the point. "Doesn't matter. At least now your identity is confirmed, which means we can eliminate you here and now." Rias's brow furrowed. He felt cornered, trapped in ways he hadn't expected. He knew what he had sensed earlier. The wind spirit, Yu Jihan's power. It was unmistakable. Yet somehow, he had been funneled into this chamber. Spatial magic. The realization burned. Beck had hidden them outside his detection range, bringing them in through layered distortions. Confident in his own senses, Rias had ignored the possibility until it was too late. He had followed the spirit's trace straight into their hands. But one question lingered like a thorn. Even with concealment, how did they manage to track me at all? His hesitation did not go unnoticed. A sudden barrage of dimensional slashes ripped through the air, streaking toward him. Rias didn't flinch. He remained perfectly still as they tore closer. Then, at the last instant, his hand extended. A barrier of red energy pulsed into existence, swallowing the attacks and shattering them into nothing. Rias's barrier shattered the dimensional slashes with ease. The sight made Park Young-sip frown. Neutralizing the space-cutting ability so casually, it was unthinkable. Rias spoke coldly. "You should remember by now, spatial magic doesn't work on me. Don't tell me you've forgotten." He raised his palm. Small cubes floated above it, humming faintly. Proof of his own mastery. He, too, was a spatial manipulator. Beck wasn't shocked. Of course he remembered. After all, Rias was the one who had first brought the concept of spatial magic to Earth. Long ago, he had even taught humans how to wield it. That thought sparked the question. Why? Beck asked. Why turn against humanity after everything you did for us? Rias's red eyes flared. You're mistaken. I'm the one who should be asking. Why did the me of the past ever trust humans? Beck narrowed his eyes. What are you talking about? But Rias wasn't interested in explaining. Flames flickered to life in his hand, engulfing one of the cubes as his face darkened. You don't need to know. Soon, none of this will matter. Confidently, he prepared to tear space apart and escape. But the moment he activated the cube, boom, it detonated in his hand. His eyes narrowed, a faint flicker of surprise crossing his face. His spatial movement had been forcibly canceled. Beck's voice echoed, calm yet edged with triumph. We spent too much effort bringing you here. Letting you walk away would be a waste. Raising his cane, he cast his spell. The atmosphere twisted violently as the entire chamber bent under his control. The dream world, the air itself rippled. A vast field of spatial magic unfolded, locking everything within its grip. Rias realized instantly his power was sealed. Here, he had no control. Beck confirmed it with a thin smile. Inside this domain, only I control space, which makes this the perfect battlefield to crush you into dust. Before Rias could respond, the ground shook. With a deafening roar, Kong Junel, master of the Warriors Guild, lunged forward, his enormous hammer raised high. Our fight from 10 years ago isn't finished yet. The hammer crashed down like a collapsing mountain, pulverizing the stone pile where Rias had stood seconds before. Even without his spatial magic, Rias's movements kept him ahead, forcing distance between them. Beck slapped his forehead in irritation. What kind of fool announces a stealth attack at the top of his lungs? Junel snarled back, unbothered. Shut it. That's my fighting style. Another barrage followed, the guild masters weaving their presence with concealment spells, striking without warning. Rias narrowed his eyes. Strange, how are they tracking me so precisely? The answer hit him like lightning. Back at the entrance, when he had touched the barrier to search for the wind spirit, he had felt something strange. At the time, he thought it was just a defensive alert. But now, he tore at his sleeve, baring his forearm. There it was. A mark burned faintly against his skin. Before he could study it, a voice cut in from behind. Kong Yubik, eyes glinting with feral energy, approached slowly. Did you really just notice it now, Rias? Kong Yubik tilted his head, eyes gleaming with mischief. Do you like my gift? The moment Rias caught the malicious glint in his eyes, he moved. Yubik lunged in with wide, vicious strikes from his short dagger. The blade carved arcs through the air, but Rias slipped past them with sharp dodges. Recognition flashed in his eyes. So it was him. The mark was his doing. He smirked as though reading his thoughts. Honored you, remember. He swung again, this time a brutal upward slash. But Rias evaded, countering with a sudden kick that forced the drunkard back a step. What did you do to me? Rias demanded. Yubik only smiled wider. Who knows? Let's just say I clipped your most annoying trick. The truth was simple but deadly. It was the prey mark. Once placed, his mana would constantly cling to the target, a beacon that could never be erased. No matter how Rias tried to purge it, the connection would reveal his every move. Rias raised his marked arm, power flaring violently as he tried to burn it out. But the mark refused to fade. From the side, another voice mocked him. Without your stealth, you're nothing but a fast little mouse. His eyes darted downward. His legs were frozen solid. Kim Minjong's absolute zero shackles locked him in place, frost climbing up his feet like chains of death. Her cold gaze pinned him. Don't even think about moving. A single twitch and your legs shatter. Then Yun Doha's voice joined in, sharp and final. Did you really think we spent the last 10 years doing nothing? He snapped his fingers. The ground erupted. Towering stone walls surged upward, massive slabs collapsing inward to entomb Rias. An overwhelming earth prison, sealing him completely. Rias grit his teeth. His legs screamed under the strain, but he saw no choice. If he wanted to live, he'd have to sacrifice them. Beck's calm voice cut through the chaos. Did you forget? In here, your spatial magic is useless unless I permit it. The stones tightened, growing taller, crushing downward. Within moments, Rias was buried alive inside a suffocating stone cocoon. Doha exhaled with satisfaction, a rare smile spreading across his face. At last, let's end this. Kim Minjong raised her hand. Frost gathered, expanding until it formed an enormous ice sphere, the ice planet. With precise control, she hurled it not at Rias, but toward Kong Junel. Junel's hammer glowed as he leapt, both hands gripping it tight. Huh! His strike met the falling ice planet dead center. Crack! The frozen sphere split, collapsing with devastating force. The combined power of their two guild masters slammed downward, compressing into Rias's prison like a meteor strike. Watching with narrowed eyes, Beck finally decided to add his finishing touch. The serpent's mouth on his cane glowed, releasing waves of power. Reality itself fractured as he summoned a dimensional explosion. The blast ripped through the battlefield, consuming everything in its path, crushing even the faintest hope of escape. And when the blinding storm of destruction finally subsided, when the storm of destruction cleared, nothing but a faint starry mist lingered in the shattered chamber. Park Young-seop, who had stayed back during the assault, stared in disbelief. Impossible. This power is far beyond even first-class heroes. Before him lay devastation, a crater carved by spatial force, rimmed with jagged eyes from Min Young's attack. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he was gazing at the legendary warriors of old, the Five Knights of Determination, the heroes who had led humanity to victory in the Great Azizia War. Min Young broke the silence. It's over, right, Junel? Junel hefted his hammer with certainty. Of course it is. Our attack hit perfectly. He's gone. Still standing off to the side, Young-seop lowered his eyes, muttering, I missed the timing to act. Honestly, was my part even necessary? Doha, though convinced of their victory, still pressed for confirmation. What do you think, Beck? Do you sense any trace of his magic? Beck quickly analyzed the air, his detection sweeping through every inch of the chamber. Nothing. No trace of Rias's energy remained. Even he was surprised. It was almost too easy. But before the relief could set in, Kong froze. His eyes widened as a crushing force rippled through him. From a mark he had branded, a voice resounded, heavy and undeniable. I see. So this is the limit of your strength? How disappointing. Rias's voice. Beak collapsed to the ground, trembling. The others rushed toward him, only to feel it themselves. The mark was no longer channeling Beak's mana. Instead, it pulsed with Rias's. Dark energy burst outward. Chains of black mana erupted from the mark, thrashing wildly and warping the space around them. The first to be caught were Min Young and Junel. The chains lashed out, binding them both before they could react, locking them together in unbreakable grips. Another wave surged toward Beck. His eyes narrowed, and in an instant he raised a barrier of spatial magic, the Red Hall leader blocking the strike. But even he couldn't hide his surprise at what came next. From Beak's own arm, the same arm that bore the mark, Rias emerged. Spatial movement. Beck's mind reeled. Impossible. Inside this space, only I control spatial magic. How'd he bypass my domain? The chamber shook as Rias's crimson aura swelled, the air thick with killing intent. His eyes remained closed for a breath, crimson light leaking through his lids. Then, as they opened, the battle's second phase began. His first target, the one who dare brand him. In a blur, he seized Beak by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. The guild master choked, his dagger slipping from his hand. How did you crawl out of me? Rias's gaze burned as he answered coldly. Because of the mark you engraved. The prey mark, your so-called unique ability. A one-way path, linking you to your target. His grip tightened, voice dripping with contempt. All I did was reverse the flow. Rias's tone dripped with sarcasm, though his words began like praise. That barrage of attacks you used to corner me. Impressive. If every strike had landed, I would have been in real danger. He remembered the final instant before being sealed. The mark Ubik had branded on him, intended as a prison, had instead created his perfect escape route. Since the path belonged to Ubik, all Rias had to do was walk it backward. Ubik's face turned red as Rias's grip tightened around his throat. That's impossible, he rasped. Rias's crimson gaze shifted toward Beck. Thanks to that path, your dream world couldn't touch me. I opened a portal through the mark. Your magic controls space, but not magical circuits. The realization made Beck stiffen. He understood immediately. He had underestimated Rias, and now it was costing them. Irritated by the exchange, Yindoha summoned jagged stalactites of stone. Enough talking. We'll just capture him again. The spikes shot forward, but before they reached Rias, an unseen force shattered the midair. Doha's eyes widened. His spiritual magic had been nullified. Rias turned coldly, his words like a blade. You said you've grown over the last 10 years, Doha. So have I. His hand stretched forward. Reality itself cracked beneath his fingers. The dream world trembled, fissures spreading as a malevolent energy poured outward. Meanwhile, in another space, Yuji Han and his companions were still confined within the subspace prison. Min Yuri unleashed a storm of ice, while Kim Sihu who fired wind arrows, both spells crashing against the walls in a cascade of explosions. But the surfaces didn't so much as scratch. Jihan raised his hand. Stop. Don't waste your mana. It's useless. Closing his eyes, he focused, using his ability to calculate the probabilities of escape. Yet every attempt ended the same way, undefined. No matter how many times he tried, no clear path appeared. Even so, he clung to one detail. The result never said impossible. That meant an exit existed, somewhere. His hand drifted toward his sword. Should I use its aura again? Before he could act, a familiar voice scolded him. You were about to use my power again, weren't you, Yuji Han? Sylph floated into view, her little face pouting. Arms crossed, she explained firmly. This place is a subspace created by an earth spirit. Brute force won't help you. Jihan sighed. Then what should we do? With her hands on her hips, Sylph gave the answer. Convince him. Do exactly what you once told me. Confused, Jihan tilted his head. And how am I supposed to talk to him? She rolled her eyes and tossed out a sarcastic remark. I don't know. Maybe if you just call him, he'll show up. Hearing that, Yuji Han scoffed. To him, such an idea was absurd. If words alone solved this, we wouldn't even be stuck here. But see who urged him on. Come on, just try it. We can't sit here doing nothing. Jihan shook his head. This isn't a good plan. Let's take a break and think of something smarter. Annoyed, Kim Sihu puffed her cheeks and pouted. Then, with a huff, she decided to take matters into her own hands. Raising her voice, she shouted into the air. Mumu, you big cowardly idiot. If you're not scared, then show yourself and face us. Resting on the side, Jihan looked at her with disbelief. What exactly are you doing? Provoking Mumu, Sihu replied without hesitation. Then she turned to Yuri. Your turn. Say something too. Startled, Min Yuri blinked. Why me? Sihu gave her a sharp look. Because it's a direct order from your guild master. Cornered, Yuri reluctantly gave in. On one side, Sihu was yelling at the top of her lungs. If you're not a coward, show yourself, Mumu. On the other side, Yuri mumbled softly, Mumu, if you can hear me, could you please appear? Sihu groaned at the weak attempt. Put some energy into it. Jihan, watching the scene, shook his head. Ridiculous. There's no way this will work. But just then, Yuri muttered one last jab under her breath. They say the Earth Spirit isn't some mighty dragon, just a pathetic worm. The ground trembled instantly. The walls shook violently as a massive stone figure emerged, booming furiously. Mumu is not a worm. Sihu threw her hands up in triumph. See? I told you it would work. Yuji Han could barely believe what he was seeing, but Sihu grinned smugly, proud of her idea. The giant stone spirit finally calmed, his voice rumbling. Why have you noisy humans summoned me? Sylph darted forward, beaming. Moo, it's been so long. Recognizing the wind spirit, Moo's stony features softened. Sylph, it's good to see you again. Yuri quickly cut in. Moo, can you help us get out of here? But the spirit hesitated, looking uneasy. I cannot. I made a promise to Doha. No one may leave. Frustrated, Jihan gripped his sword. Enough. I'll knock some sense into this rock. Before he could act, Sylph rushed in front of him. Wait. Moo hasn't done anything wrong. Trying a different approach, Sihu pleaded. Then at least tell us. What's happening with Doha? Since his promise didn't forbid that, Moo closed his eyes and reached out with his consciousness. Slowly, his awareness touched Doha's side. What he found was a wasteland, chains and stakes piercing into the barren ground. The ground stretched endlessly, drenched in crimson light. Moo's eyes snapped open, trembling with fear. The entire room quaked as his voice roared. Something's wrong. My partner is suffering. Doha is in danger. Jihan froze. Never in his life did he expect to hear such desperate words from the mighty stone spirit. Inside that scarlet wasteland, countless stakes and spears pierced the earth. Scattered across the ground lay a pair of broken glasses, stained with blood dripping steadily onto the dust. Doha knelt there, his body riddled with spears, struggling to stay conscious. With ragged breaths, he muttered, I've never seen an ability like this. What kind of red space is this? Kneeling weakly, he lifted his gaze to the figure before him. Rias met his stare with chilling calm. No need to be shocked. This is just one of those unique abilities you humans talk about. Then, with deliberate slowness, he revealed the truth. This is spatial magic, Judgment World. Similar to Beck's dream world, it bends reality itself. Doha forced himself upright, his voice hoarse. What did you do to the others? Rias smirked. Each of the 6 guild leaders is sealed away, chained to their own crosses. They are vital to Paradise's grand plan. Doha's eyes narrowed. So this was the goal of the Creature Protection Union all along. Without hesitation, Rias continued. Yes, once the 6 guild masters are neutralized, South Korea will fall to a large-scale invasion. Thanks to the trap you helped create, everything has progressed far smoother than expected. Then came his offer, laced with cruelty. I can let you suffer less than the others. Just tell me, where is Yuji? Doha's lips curled into a defiant smirk. Instead of answering, he gripped one of the spears, piercing his body. With sheer force of will, the weapon shattered in his hands. I'll never tell you. He thrust his arm forward. The ground erupted as jagged stones shot toward Rias in a deadly barrage. But the attack crumbled instantly. A shimmering barrier stopped every stone in its tracks before melting them away, as though they had never existed. Doha's eyes widened. Impossible with my abilities, completely useless? Rias casually extended a hand, effortlessly seizing control of the very stones Doha had conjured. This is the power of Judgment World, he explained. Here, your magical circuits belong to me. I can suppress them, destroy them, or wield them as if they were my own. The stolen stones twisted into spears in Rias's grip before being hurled straight back at their creator. Doha staggered. His path of escape was sealed. With no chance to block, the spears pierced him mercilessly. Pinned down by his own stolen spears, Doha could barely move. Rias mocked him mercilessly. So how does it feel? Being struck by your own magic? Do you still think you have any special power left? Doha shouted in defiance. That's impossible. Only those with spirit contracts can wield spiritual arts. Rias sneered. Human arrogance, that's the true source of your downfall. Then, with a cold tone, he decided to educate his prey. Over 30 years ago, the gates opened. Other races poured into your world. Humanity was on the brink of extinction until a so-called miracle occurred. People awakened to new powers. Heroes rose, worshipped as saviors. Rias leaned closer, his voice sharp. Tell me, Doha, do you know when this awakening truly began? Doha's silence gave him the answer, and Rias smirked. It was with the arrival of the Azizia. Doha's eyes widened, unwilling to believe. But deep inside, the implication gnawed at him. Rias relished his doubt. That's right. The awakening you humans boast about, it came from us. Every ability you use is nothing but a leftover fragment of Azizian power. The guild leader's face hardened. No, that's a lie. But Rias wasn't finished. From a moment the portals opened to the gifts you call abilities, it was all orchestrated by the ancient Russ. By the true me. Confused, Doha's voice rang out. To Russ? Then who the hell are you? The being before him, radiating hatred, grew tired of words. He raised a hand, sparks of light flaring around him. Enough. If you won't tell me where Jihan is, you're useless. The air warped as the judgment world itself answered his call. A gaping hole tore open in the sky, crimson energy pouring into it. From within emerged a colossal drill-like spear, wrapped in chains, dwarfing Doha in size. Rias's voice thundered like a verdict. For the sin of destroying the Azizians, I, as prosecutor, judge, and executioner, sentence you. The chain spear plunged downward toward the immobilized guild leader. Doha clenched his jaw, bracing for the end. But then, a new voice cut through the air, sharp and alive with power. Looks like I arrived just in time. Rias's eyes narrowed in recognition. The attack froze mid-fall, its tip halted by a hand glowing with spatial energy. Standing there was the leader of the Red Hall Guild, Beck. With a cocky grin, he ran a hand through his hair. The protagonist has arrived. His power surged, pressing against the judgment spear. Cracks spiderwebbed across its massive structure until the weapon shattered into countless fragments, scattering into the void. Beck turned his smirk on Russ. You two were having quite the conversation. Mind if I join in fake Russ? Rias's expression darkened. Impossible. You were sealed in this judgment world. Your powers stripped away. I couldn't even detect magical circuits within you. But before his confusion settled, Beck moved. With casual ease, he shattered the spears, pinning Yun Doha, freeing him from his binds. Doha struggled to rise to his feet, staring at Beck in disbelief. Doha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You're late. Want me to hit you for that? Beck snorted at the jab. Is that how you thank the guy who just saved your life? Doha's sharpness gave way to concern. What about the others? Beck shook his head, his expression serious. I barely managed to break free myself. My mana's almost gone. Scanning their surroundings, he realized the situation was grim. Against Russ, in this world, they had almost no chance. Unless... Doha caught the glint in his eye. What are you planning? Beck's voice lowered to a murmur, his aura swelling violently. Something beyond the dream world. My strongest magic. 1,000 years of dreams. As his power began to take shape, memories surged forth. 30 years ago, South Korea was engulfed in flames. Cities burned, skies blackened. Amid the chaos, a couple ran desperately with their young son. The boy glanced back, his eyes wide with tears. Everywhere he looked, people were being swallowed by destruction. His mother covered his eyes with trembling hands. Don't look. We'll survive. Do you understand? We'll make it through. Despite his tears, the boy nodded. With his father leading the way, they pressed on toward the safe zone where heroes were said to be holding the line. But fate was cruel. Before they could reach safety, a towering ogre stepped into their path, a massive club resting on his shoulder. The family froze, paralyzed by fear. The boy's small flicker of hope collapsed into despair. The ogre swung. The boy felt his mother shove him aside, her voice cracking as she begged. You have to survive. Reaching for his parents, he couldn't close the distance. The monster's club came down, crushing them before his eyes. His world shattered in an instant. The ogre lifted their broken bodies mockingly, grinning as if to savor the boy's despair. But in that moment, the child's eyes burned with unnatural light. He raised his hand, power erupted. With a single strike, he obliterated the monster. That was the moment Beck was reborn. But the nightmare wasn't over. The ground quaked as an entire horde of orcs advanced, roaring in fury at the death of their kin. Yet the boy's gaze didn't waver. His eyes showed no fear, only the certainty that he wasn't finished. Hours later, as dawn broke over the ruined city, a band of heroes arrived at the site of the massacre. The stench of blood was overwhelming. A young heroine covered her nose. The smell, it's unbearable. Another warrior scowled deeply, surveying the carnage. The impossible lay before them, an entire horde wiped out. And the one responsible? A boy. He knelt silently beside his mother's body, his expression hollow. The heroes could see it in his eyes. This child had endured something no one should. The guild leader gave an order. Bring him here. One of the warriors stepped forward, calling out for Beck. But before he could take another step, his arm was torn open by a sudden strike. His screams split the air, raw and piercing, like a butchered animal. The others froze in shock. Their comrade, John Kyong-chan, lay wounded, and standing before them was no helpless child, but a boy consumed by rage. His eyes burned with one thought alone, to annihilate everyone in his path. The heroes scrambled behind their captain. "Captain, what do we do?" With no choice, the leader clenched his jaw. He was about to give the order to subdue the boy when a voice rose from behind. "Wait, let me try." The captain hesitated, then nodded. A hooded figure stepped forward. Slowly, she pulled back her cloak, revealing a face framed by golden hair, with pointed ears and crimson eyes that glimmered in the light. Beck's hand shot up, energy crackling at his fingertips, ready to strike. But the woman's voice was calm, soothing. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." Yet the sight of those pointed ears, the undeniable mark of a non-human, snapped something inside him. A dark, guttural voice spilled from his lips. "Stay away, you monster!" His power lashed out before he could stop it. The attack slammed into the woman, sending gasps through the group. They rushed forward, but she raised her hand. "Don't. Stay back. I can handle this." Her name was Erna. She stepped closer, unwavering, as the boy trembled violently. "You've been given power you can't control, and at such a young age." Beck's eyes darted. Fear twisted inside him. He remembered his mother's final words. Survive. He wanted to protect, to live, but all he could feel was terror. What if this woman was another threat? What if she took everything just like before? But before he could lash out again, Erna closed the gap and embraced him. Her arms wrapped around him. Her voice whispered against his ear. "You don't have to fight anymore. If this is too much, you don't have to see it. None of this is your fault." For the first time since the horror of that night, Beck felt warmth. Not rage, not fear, but comfort. A warmth that reminded him of his mother. That was the moment he first met Erna, the woman who saved him from being consumed entirely by vengeance. Now, in the present, standing against Russ, those memories burned within him. For the first time in years, Beck felt a duty to protect, not just himself, but others. His eyes glowed with the same fierce light as the night that changed his life. Power erupted from him, unrestrained. In his hand appeared a staff with a serpent's head, hissing with energy. Rias's eyes narrowed. "Impossible. You still have this much mana?" But then he noticed it. Something was wrong. Mana was mass. The purer it was, the heavier its presence became. But Beck's energy radiated differently. It carried no weight at all. The mana spilling from him defied the very laws of magic. For a moment, Beck's presence seemed overwhelming, but Rias's sharp gaze caught the truth. "So, this is just an afterimage. Even your staff carries no trace of your mana signature. Did you really think you could fool me with such a cheap trick?" Mocking him, Rias lifted his hand. Sparks of crimson power coursed through the Judgment World. With effortless control, he summoned dozens of Judgment Spears, each one humming with destructive energy. At his command, they tore through the air, streaking toward Beck and Yun Doha. The two stood motionless before the incoming storm. Doha's nerves snapped first. "Hey, Beck, when exactly are you planning to use that most powerful skill you won't shut up about?" Beck didn't even flinch. His sharp eyes locked forward as he muttered, "Almost ready. Just wait." Doha cursed under his breath, but it was too late. the spears rained down on them. Rias smirked triumphantly as his weapon struck. Pathetic. Victory is mine. But then, something strange happened. One by one, the spears dissolved, their energy unraveling, vanishing into thin air as though nullified. The man holding the serpent staff spoke calmly, correcting Rias's earlier assumption. My dream doesn't rely on this staff. It's only a channel, a vessel to draw out the power sealed within me. In his hand, a small sphere of mana began to form, pulsing with light. And today, I've decided to release it all. As the sphere grew, an ethereal figure emerged behind him, the spirit of an elf. She hovered there, radiant, shielding him, strengthening him, her presence like a guardian at his back. Beck smirked, his voice taunting. Tell me, fake, do you dream? Rias's eyes narrowed instantly. A frown twisted his face as unwanted memories surged forth, blurred, fragmented visions. A woman with long hair, pointed ears, always smiling warmly. Her image warped, tangled with the thought of a child beside her. Era. The name pulsed in his mind. He knew her, and yet he didn't. The contradiction gnawed at him. Who was she? Why couldn't he understand? Beck raised the sphere, his words cutting deep. Of course you can't remember her, because you're not the real one. You're just a counterfeit, and I'll rip those stolen memories out of you. I'll end your nightmare myself. Behind him, the spirit of Erna covered her eyes as though shielding herself from the storm that was about to unfold. Rias snarled. He would not allow this man to act freely. At his command, another barrage of judgment spears rained from above. The sky of the judgment world split open, birthing wave after wave of new spears. Advancing like a warlord, Rias marched forward, his spear tips moving in perfect unison, guarding his body as he pressed the attack. The barrage of judgment spears surged toward Beck. Yet, just as before, he didn't move. From behind the hands of Erna's spirit, a smile curved on his lips. It's useless. Your attacks can't reach me anymore. The mana shielding him was no longer his alone. It was intertwined with the power of the one protecting him. Rias's frown deepened as, once again, his spears dissolved before they even touched Beck, vanishing like mist. His strikes, his dominion, his authority, reduced to illusions. He couldn't comprehend it. What trick, what illusion are you using? Beck finally gave him a glimpse of the truth. The dream world manipulates space, but the 100-year dream? It manipulates reality itself. The sphere in his palm sparked violently. Small sparks scattered outward, crawling across the judgment world like veins of lightning. With every pulse, the aura expanded, forcing cracks into Rias's carefully woven domain. One by one, those fractures widened, merging together. Rias's nightmare unfolded before his eyes, his judgment world collapsing, splintering apart as if it were nothing more than fragile glass. His eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. I sealed your spatial powers. You can't. You shouldn't be able to create a world of your own. Beck's smirk only deepened. Even if you figure it out, it's already too late. As Rias's domain crumbled, another force struck. Yindoha had moved, silently closing in on Rias's back. With both arms raised, he unleashed a colossal stone fist. The might of the earth's spirit condensed into one crushing blow. His voice was sharp, but tinged with relief. Damn, I was suffocating in there. So this judgment really is over. Rias spun to react, but too late. The massive fist slammed down on him, driving him mercilessly into the ground. The impact shattered the earth, crushing him under the sheer weight of Doha's spiritual energy. The soil split apart, and beneath Russ, a dark abyss yawned wide. Beck's voice echoed, calm and cold. Fall into your own nightmare. The command sealed his fate. Rias's body plummeted into the endless void, swallowed by darkness. His consciousness dimmed, his breath faltered. He felt himself sinking deeper and deeper into a sea that was bitterly cold, a place with no light, no hope. For a moment, his eyes flickered open. He reached out instinctively, only to realize he was underwater. But that wasn't all. His entire body was bound by countless black vines, coiling tightly around him, restricting every movement. He struggled, but his eyes filled with shock. Bound beneath the dark waters, Rias strained against the vines, but his body refused to obey. Then, from the shadows, another Rias appeared. Hands in his pockets, eyes full of disdain, he asked coldly, "Haven't you realized yet?" The defeated Rias sank deeper into confusion, a storm of disbelief swirling in his mind. The figure before him leaned forward, voice cutting like a blade. "You're nothing more than a copy." Fury flared in Rias's eyes. "Another illusion? A cheap trick from that damn Beck? I won't fall for it." But the one in front of him only tilted his head. "An illusion? Then what does that make you? Do you truly believe you're the real Rias? Then tell me, what do you actually know about him?" The imprisoned Rias froze. His thoughts spiraled as if he were staring into an endless abyss. His memories were fragmented, riddled with holes. Faces of young humans flickered in his mind, moments where Rias treated them kindly. But wasn't he supposed to hate humanity? The more he searched, the less he recognized. It was as though he were recalling someone else's life. Even the basics, his past, his desires, his dreams, were gone, torn away as if ripped forcibly from his mind. "Who am I?" The thought echoed endlessly. The words repeated again and again inside his skull. "You're nothing more than a copy." The weight of it shattered him. A forgery, an imitation, an empty shell pretending to be another. His mind began to fracture. And then, a hand touched his face. Gentle, warm, a voice soft and sorrowful spoke. "No, Rias, you are not a worthless existence." His eyes widened. Before him stood a blonde-haired elf. Her presence radiated melancholy and familiarity. Were these real memories, or fragments engraved in his very cells? Why did she feel so important? What bond had he shared with her? Her words pierced deeper than any weapon. "The kindness and warmth inside you. If you had not destroyed them completely, I would still be by your side." Tears welled as she whispered an apology. Bathed in light, she began to drift away, slipping from his grasp. Those words weren't meant for him. They belonged to the original Rias. And yet, they shook him to his core. He didn't understand why, which only made the question claw louder in his mind. "What am I?" Red tears streaked down his face. And in that moment, he made a choice. To abandon the questions. To bury the doubt. To cast it all aside. The past no longer matters. Rias's thoughts hardened into iron. Only hatred. Only revenge. That is what keeps me alive. To survive, I will cast everything else aside. No emotions. No attachments. Nothing has value anymore. There was only one truth he needed to prove, that he was the real Rias. With a vicious tear, he ripped open his shirt. Embedded in his chest was a crystal glowing crimson. The stone pulsed, drawing in every trace of malice from the air around him. Its light swelled, darker and darker, twisting his very essence. "I will judge humanity with my own hands. That is my promise." The crystal's radiance exploded. A surge of crimson power consumed the watery nightmare, shattering it apart. From the world below, Beck and Yun Doha shielded themselves from the raining shards of the broken realm. Doha gritted his teeth. What the hell just happened? Why did Rias explode with that kind of power? Vec's eyes narrowed, his tone grim. He broke free from the nightmare. But in doing so, he's awakened something far worse. We're facing a monster now. Before them stood a transformed Russ. His body had twisted into something inhuman. Legs armored in jagged stone scales, a tail whipping behind him, and spikes protruding along his spine. His voice, once trembling with confusion, was now deep and corrupted. "Beck, dreams are fleeting, and for that reason, I will end yours." At that very moment, far away, night had fallen over London. Inside a restricted chamber at the International Union for Creature Protection, a massive magic circle blazed with energy. Its pulse drew the eyes of the few who were permitted entry. Director Minsu studied the glow. He has awakened. Beside him, Senior Officer Robert checked his watch. Much earlier than anticipated. Shirley Day, setting aside her drink, frowned. This won't jeopardize our plans, will it? Reynard, another senior officer, shook his head. No, this is exactly as planned. Rias is an unusually resilient subject. I should know. I was the one who nurtured his cells. Caden smirked. Your favorite experiment, wasn't he, Reynard? The banter ended as Minsu's voice grew cold. Enough. Now that Rias has awakened, we move forward. Prepare everything. It's time to create the first paradise. Kim Jo gave a sharp nod. Then let's go. Korea awaits. Back in the battlefield, the crimson crystal in Rias's chest pulsed violently, its aura wrapping his body in darkness. Power radiated from him in waves, his presence now oppressive, overwhelming. Yun Doha's eyes narrowed on the source of that strength, the glowing heart of the monster before him. That crystal, could it be? The darkness around Rias thickened, chilling the air with its oppressive weight. Beck narrowed his eyes. That crystal, is it another creation of the International Union for Creature Protection? But he needed time to rebuild the 100-year dream. Until then, minimizing direct combat was the only option. Russ, however, had no intention of waiting. What's wrong? Are you all just going to stand there? Then allow me to begin. A sphere ignited in his palm, crimson energy spiraling inward like a black hole, devouring everything around it. The air itself seemed to bend as the torrent of mana condensed. Yun Doha reacted instantly, slamming his hands to the ground to raise a massive stone barrier. The crimson wave slammed into it, detonating in a thunderous blast. But it didn't stop. The energy pressed forward relentlessly, grinding against the barrier, trying to crush it into dust. Doha's teeth clenched. This wasn't just an attack. He's trying to obliterate me. Beck cut him off. No, it's the opposite. He's concentrating it, compressing it all into a single point. A glow blazed from Rias's hand, so dense it became impossible to see through. The crimson mana was being forced tighter and tighter, its aura hardening until it solidified into shape. A weapon. The true spear of judgment. The moment it formed, a hurricane of energy burst outward from Rias's body, ripping through the battlefield and scattering debris like paper. Doha lowered his shield, eyes wide with disbelief. He compressed all that power into one spear. The sheer scale of it defied comprehension. This wasn't strength that belonged to mortals. It was power far beyond anything known in their world. Doha's body trembled. A long-buried fear clawed its way back into his chest. The same fear he had felt before. The same paralyzing despair as he watched comrades die one after another, powerless to save them. Rias's voice pierced him like venom. What's wrong, Yin Doha? Are you afraid? Just like back then. Hatred flared in Doha's eyes. His earth spirit surged within him, burning hot against the suffocating crimson. Shut up, he roared. The ground split as a colossal stone gauntlet formed around his fist. With everything he had, Doha hurled his strike forward, the punch tearing through the air toward the monster before him. Beck's eyes widened. No, retreat. But Rias had already moved. His spear flashed in a single, merciless swing. The blade of crimson carved through Doha's stone gauntlet, through his defense, through his body. The guild leader was pierced completely. Yin Doha's eyes widened in shock as the spear tore through him, ripping apart not only his body, but the very space around him. The room itself collapsed into nothingness, a path to the void carved open by a single swing. Everything erased. That was the devastating might of Rias's dark crystal, combined with the power of the Azizia, his ultimate ability. Yet his triumph was short-lived, because the man he had just annihilated, Yin Doha, began to recover before his eyes. Rias's gaze sharpened. What? Doha stared down at his own body in confusion. Moments ago, he was certain he had been destroyed. He had felt the spear pierce him, had seen death approaching. And yet here he stood, whole again. Coughing roughly, Beck shot him an irritated glare. Idiot, I told you not to charge in recklessly. Doha blinked in disbelief. What did you do? The answer lay in Beck's hand. One of his fears had activated just in time. The celestial dream, his power to bend reality, had rewritten the outcome and erased the death Doha was meant to face. To fight Russ, Beck would need to create more spheres. The more he gathered, the stronger his control would be. Otherwise, he'd be forced to use his last resort. Rias frowned. At the instant his spear had struck, he felt Doha's life vanish. And yet, moments later, reality itself had shifted, as if that act had never happened. Such an ability defied reason. Rias had never encountered anything like it. Still, he clung to certainty. No power was without weakness. He only needed to find it. His eyes locked on Beck's hands. The spheres. At the moment the judgment world shattered and Doha revived, Beck had been holding one in each hand. That was the key. Without the spheres, the celestial dream could not function. Rias surged forward, spear raised. With one horizontal sweep, he unleashed another annihilating strike, existence-erasing energy screaming toward Beck. Doha's heart lurched. No, but Beck only smirked. Since when did I say I only had one sphere? His pupil cracked, glowing with strange light. Rias's eyes widened as he realized Beck had hidden another sphere, unseen until now. The crimson strike slammed into a radiant barrier of energy. For a moment, the two forces clashed, each pressing against the other with unstoppable might. The collision detonated in an explosion that rocked the battlefield, neither side able to overpower the other. Rias's grip tightened on his spear. His opponent was using the celestial dream to erase the very existence of his divine weapon. It didn't matter. One spear could be destroyed, but he could create another. That was not what unsettled him. What truly caught his attention was the aura surrounding Beck. That energy was connected, anchored to the woman standing behind him. Her image, her presence. The same woman who haunted his fragmented memories. Grinding his teeth, Rias growled, Why does she keep appearing in my mind? And Beck noticed. Even if I'm just an imitation, your heart still reacts. After all, I am the woman Rias once loved, Nahas. At the sound of that name, Rias felt a strange and powerful familiarity stir inside him. Meanwhile, the room where Yuji-Han was shook violently as the ground quaked. Feeling it, Mumu instantly knew his master Yindoha was in danger. Exhausted by the endless chaos, Yuji-Han drew his sword, his spiritual energy surging. Crying won't change anything, he declared. He turned to Mumu, pointing the blade downward. Open the path. We're going to join the battle. Elsewhere, Rias fixed his gaze on the spirit of the woman before him. Softly, he muttered, Erna, did I once love her? But Beck cut in sharply, pressing further. It wasn't just love. You admired her beyond words. Yet you abandoned it all. You even destroyed her. The words rattled Rias to his core. Memories of Erna, both faint and vivid, rushed back, overwhelming his thoughts. Confused, he wondered what the hymn of the past was truly trying to force upon him. Without caring if Rias was the real one or just a fake, Beck acted decisively. He formed a sphere of celestial dream energy and trapped Rias inside a sealed box before he even had a chance to react. Rias realized his magic had been cut off completely. You won't escape, Beck said coldly. This is a separate space, formed from a single orb. Then from his other eye, he shattered yet another sphere. Ernahaz's spirit seized the released power, lightning crackling as it gathered in her hands. Rias stared in disbelief. You can still control this much power? But Beck corrected him. This isn't magic. These are the dreams of 1,000 days. I've never slept, hoarding every hope and nightmare. And now, through Nahas, I'll unleash them all. The spirit's eyes gleamed, brimming with the final form of the 1,000 days dream. In an instant, a massive surge of energy erupted from her hands, the devastating power known as the end of dreams. Rias raised his arms to shield himself, but the overwhelming force engulfed everything, the brilliance of its energy flooding the space. The prison box shattered. The searing storm of dream energy wrapped around Rias, consuming him entirely. The stone embedded in his chest was torn free. Then only the lingering glow of dreamlight remained. In that shattered world, Erna's spirit had burned away all her strength, and now her form began to fade. Beck coughed violently, his blood-stained hand trembling as he reached out to her. With a faint smile, he whispered his farewell. "It's time to wake up. No dream lasts forever." At those words, their bond unraveled. Erna's spirit dissolved into nothingness, and Beck collapsed, his consciousness slipping away. For him, this seemed to be the end, his role finally over. But before his body hit the ground, Yin Doha caught him, holding him firmly in his arms. Doha scowled. "Hey, what's with the dramatic exit? If you're going to leave, settle things with me first." Beck managed a weak grin, realizing someone still refused to let him go. "I guess being this popular is a curse. But didn't I already defeat you once?" Doha's irritation flared. "Want me to beat you again right now?" he snapped, though his words carried more jest than threat. Their tension eased for a moment, but not for long. The crystal that had once been lodged in Rias's chest began absorbing the darkness still lingering in the air. As the shadows gathered, a voice echoed, "Wake up." Suddenly, a fragment of memory resurfaced. Rias found himself in a sterile room, the walls lined with machines. He turned and saw a man in a white lab coat, glasses gleaming under the light. Confused, Rias asked, "Who am I?" The man's cold reply cut through him. "Your name is Russ. You were created to avenge Azizia. Nothing else matters. No other memory, no emotion, no attachment. Your only purpose is to prove you are Russ." As his body rebuilt itself around the crimson crystal, Rias repeated in a hollow voice, "I must punish humans." Before their eyes, his regeneration became unstoppable. His strength surged back, more terrifying than before. Carrying the weakened Beck, Doha could only stare in disbelief. He survived that. Beck's voice was faint, yet heavy with dread. "He's not human anymore. He's a monster." The proof was undeniable. Rias raised his hand, conjuring countless dark stones. Each one morphed into a deadly spear, all aimed at the pair. With no way to defend themselves, it seemed like the end. But just as despair set in, a voice rang out. "You talk a lot, but isn't your effort pathetic?" A portal tore open. From within its glow, someone stepped out. Doha and Beck both recognized the figure instantly. It was Yu Jihan. Sword in hand, he walked calmly into the battlefield. "Sil, lend me your strength." The wind spirit answered eagerly, her magic swirling. "Leave it to me." With her power boosting him, Jihan charged, his blade cutting forward like a storm. Jihan swung his blade in a clean horizontal strike. In an instant, countless ethereal slashes surged forth, carried by the fierce winds of Sil. Aura blades cut through the air, guided perfectly by her power. The first of Rias's spears shattered on impact, crumbling into fragments. One after another, the deadly spears met the same fate, exploding under the storm of wind-forge attacks. Rias narrowed his gaze, realizing Jihan had dismantled even his divine spear, an attack formed from condensed, extreme mana. He knew all too well there was only one force capable of destroying his power, the magic of the wind spirit. A crooked smile spread across his face. "So it's you? Finally we meet. I've been waiting, Yu Jihan." But Jihan remained calm in the face of his roar. "So, you're the infamous Rias." The two warriors locked eyes, studying one another. Jihan's side burned with the flowing energy of Sil, the wind spirit. Rias's side radiated with dark, crimson energy drawn from the cursed crystal embedded in his chest. The crystal pulsed with hunger. It craved the wind spirit's power, something the original Rias had once sought desperately. Now this twisted Rias desired it even more, hoping to surpass his predecessor and become the truest version of Russ, the one who had gone further than anyone before. To make sense of it, Jihan questioned Sil. "Do you remember anything about him?" Sylph shut her eyes, forcing her fractured memories to surface. Since her contract had been broken, her recollections were scattered. But one thing she was certain of, the Rias she knew had never wielded this kind of mana. Watching from the side, Jihan noticed even Beck and Yindoha had struggled against this foe. He clenched his thoughts tightly. I can't drop my guard, not even for a second. Using his eye to analyze Russ, he found something strange. There was no reading, no scale of power. All his vision gave him was a constant, blaring warning of danger. Doha's voice broke through the chaos. You, Jihan, how did you even get here? Escaping Mumu's domain should be impossible. Jihan's answer shook him. It was Mumu himself who opened the path. As the words left his lips, the portal behind him shimmered with a new burst of light. From it emerged two figures, Min Yuri and Kim Sihu. In Kim Sihu's arms, the small yellow dog whimpered, its voice trembling. Yin Doha, please understand. Mumu had no choice. Doha's face softened as he held out his arms, letting the little dog nestle against him. Relief mixed with worry, but before he could respond, Min Yuri stepped forward, her tone resolute. We're here to fight with you. Doha's eyes hardened. No, Rias is far beyond your strength. But Min Yuri's gaze had already locked onto him, the wretch who stood before them. That's him, isn't it? The one who killed my mother. Beck froze at her words. How do you know that? He asked. Lowering her head, Min Yuri's voice trembled. I can feel it. Every time someone mentioned the Aza, everyone's reaction was strange. That alone told me. Beck exhaled, realizing the truth could no longer be hidden. Still, he corrected her. Technically, he isn't the real Rias. The one you're facing now is. What they were seeing wasn't the true Russ. It was a clone created by the International Union for Creature Protection, modeled after the original. Even as the truth hung in the air, Rias wasted no time. Crimson energy surged through his arm, condensing into a new weapon. Within seconds, the divine spear of judgment reformed in his grasp. The moment it appeared, his power erupted outward, flooding the entire hall with oppressive force. But Jihan noticed something strange. The mana pulsing from Rias's body trembled unnaturally. His eyes fixed on the crimson crystal embedded in Rias's chest. It was the true source of his strength. Sylph's voice warned sharply in his mind. Don't let that spear touch you. The feeling it carries is disastrous. Jihan nodded inwardly. The best strategy was to keep his distance. Fortunately, that suited him. Wind spirit arts thrived on long-range combat. Yet Rias had no intention of letting him stay away. In an instant, he lunged forward, the tip of his spear slicing through space itself, erasing everything in its path. The distance between them vanished in a blink. From below, the guild girls cried out for Jihan, panic in their voices. Rias smirked to himself, certain this was the end. But before his victory could solidify, a bright emerald glow flared above his head. Looking up, his eyes widened. Jihan was there, midair, sword raised, its edge blazing with the wind spirit's power. From above, Jihan didn't need to hold back. No fear of collateral damage. No hesitation. He unleashed his full strength. The blade's aura roared to life. A colossal wind surging forward, tearing through the battlefield with unstoppable force. Rias thrust up his spear in desperation, but deep down he knew. Even a divine spear that erased existence couldn't withstand this spiritual art. And strangely, instead of dread, a smile curved across his lips. Yes, this is the power I've been searching for. The wind-charged sword strike cut through everything like a meteor blazing through the sky. The impact swallowed Rias completely until nothing of him could be seen. Yin Doha stood frozen, speechless. Since when had Jihan become this strong? But while Yu Jihan believed the battle had ended, Beck's instincts told a different story. And then Jihan's eye confirmed it. His vision locked on the crimson crystal. Dark energy was already swirling again. Piece by piece, Rias's body reformed, stronger than before. Sylph's voice pierced the moment. Jihan, the crystal is the key. Unless you destroy it, he'll keep coming back. Rias's grin returned as his body fully restored. He bent his knees, gathering strength into his legs, preparing to launch with every ounce of power he held. Rias lunged forward, roaring, "Give me that power!" But Jihan wasn't about to let him take anything. He raised his sword, charging straight in to meet him head-on. The clash was explosive. The winds of the spirit and the crimson darkness collided, bursting into a storm of energy that shook the hall. Both locked eyes in the chaos, unyielding, neither willing to fall back. Then Rias's tail whipped out like a blade, striking Jihan off guard. A sudden blow broke his focus. In that brief opening, Rias slashed with his claws. Jihan barely avoided the strike, but the residual claw energy still grazed his face, carving a wound across his cheek. Unfazed, Jihan countered instantly. He swung his blade, releasing another wave of wind energy. Rias leaned back, smirking as if the attack had missed, until the aura flared brighter. The hidden force cut across his face, leaving a crimson streak behind. Before he could recover, Jihan followed up with a solid punch, landing squarely on Rias's grin. The impact sent him crashing down, but mid-fall he twisted, regaining balance and wiping at his wounds. "You've got more up your sleeve than spiritual arts," Rias admitted. But then his flesh closed seamlessly, the crystal's regeneration knitting him whole. Jihan gritted his teeth. This crystal makes him impossible to wear down. A drawn-out fight will only tip the scales against me. He called out to Sylph. "How much longer?" "I'm gathering everything I can," she answered. "Our last strike drained nearly all my mana. Just hold on a little longer." That was all Jihan needed. He readied his sword once more and unleashed another wind slash, cutting across the space toward Rias. But Rias only smiled. "This is what I've been waiting for. Your spirit's art." He raised his hand, and to Jihan's shock, the raging wind slash halted midair, its force softening as though tamed. In a heartbeat, the attack dissipated, its energy flowing straight into Rias's body. A low sigh escaped his lips. "So this is it. This is the taste of your spirit, you Jihan." Jihan froze as he watched Rias's outstretched hand, now channeling his own wind techniques. The very power meant to wound him was instead drawn into the crimson crystal, flooding through his body like a torrent. "Sylph, what's happening?" Jihan demanded. Even the spirit sounded unsettled. "I've never seen this before, but he's converting your spiritual magic into his own mana." Rias's eyes glimmered with delight as energy overflowed from his form. A twisted smile spread across his face. "This is an evolution. Incredible power, you Jihan," Rias muttered. And then he vanished. Before Jihan could even react, Rias was already in front of him, claws gleaming with stolen energy. Driven by hunger for more of the wind spirit's power, he slashed downward. Jihan barely managed to block, teeth clenched as the impact reverberated through his sword. But Rias wasn't done. Shadowy tails sprouted behind him, faster and sharper than before, striking from every direction. Jihan focused with everything he had, deflecting each blow in a storm of steel and wind. Finally, Rias raised his hand, unleashing another twisted version of the wind's power. Jihan met it with his blade, but this time Rias seized the opening. He clamped his claws around the sword itself, absorbing its spiritual energy straight through the weapon. The crimson crystal glowed brighter. Power poured into his body. Rias grinned. Jihan yanked the blade back and spun his body, landing a powerful kick that sent Rias stumbling away. It bought him distance, but his mind raced. "Even my defenses feed him. He can drain Sylph's magic from the very sword itself." Mocking, Rias taunted. "What's wrong? You look far more drained than before." Jihan leveled a cold glare. "Shut up. I'm preparing my next strike." Rias's smile widened. "Good. I'll devour that one too." Wind energy surged around Jihan's body as he dashed forward once again. Rias mirrored him instantly, claws outstretched, thirsty for more. The collision of their powers shook the hall, exploding into a blast so bright it outshone the stars. From below, the Devera Guild girls shielded their eyes. Yindoha and Beck could only watch. The power being unleashed was beyond anything they could interfere with. Sihu's worry deepened. Jihan was being pushed harder and harder. Unable to hold back, Min Yuri grabbed her bow. I'm going to fight too. But Doha cut her off sharply. Don't. Haven't you learned anything watching this? They're on a completely different level. If you jump in, you'll only get in the way. He expected them to retreat. Instead, his words only fueled their resolve. That's your guild's way of thinking. Yuri shot back firmly. But we of the Devera Guild fight differently. She readied her weapon. Sihu lifted her staff, determination blazing in her eyes. Doha dragged his hands over his head in frustration. Unbelievable. All of you are unbearable. But Beck spoke up, his voice steady. They're not wrong. We can't go head-to-head with that monster, but if there's even the slightest chance to tip the balance in Jihan's favor, then we should take it. Above the training hall, sword and claws collided endlessly, sparks of aura exploding with each strike. Give me more, Rias roared, his voice echoing with madness. Until your spirit is completely mine. Jihan gritted his teeth, forced in a constant defense as the claws rained down with growing ferocity. Rias was only getting stronger. Sil, he called out urgently. At last, the wind spirit answered. She had finished gathering her energy. Power surged through Jihan's body, overflowing in a storm of wind. He twisted sharply, unleashing another crushing sword aura slash, the attack tearing a blazing path straight toward Rias. Rias met it head-on, extending his hand against the roaring energy. The wind's fury pressed forward, but once it burned out, the aura dissipated into mist, leaving the battlefield smothered in spiritual haze. Through the fog, Jihan saw him, still standing, his brow furrowed. He's tougher than a cockroach. Rias chuckled darkly. What's wrong, you, Jihan? That attack was weaker than the last. Getting tired already. Breathing heavily, Jihan heard Sylph's explanation. He keeps draining the mana I put into you. That's why we can't release the sword art at full strength. The strike may have failed, but Jihan didn't blame her. You still forced out a huge amount of mana. That alone is impressive. But Sylph had nothing left to give right now. Jihan told her to gather energy again. Alarmed, she asked, Then what will you do in the meantime? Jihan's answer was steady. I'll stop using your magic. The words made her panic. What? Without my power, how will you fight him? But Jihan already knew why this was necessary. The more he drew on Sylph's strength, the stronger Rias became. If he wanted to break free from this cycle, he had to try something else. Relax, he whispered inwardly. I just want to test one last thing. The wind aura around him trembled, and then vanished completely. Rias's expression twisted in irritation. What's this? You'd rather fight empty-handed than let me absorb you. His smile sharpened as he charged forward. Fine, I'll end it now. Until this point, Jihan had survived Rias's claws only because of Sylph's energy. Without it, defeat seemed inevitable. But as Rias closed in, Jihan lowered his gaze, his mind sharpening. Every fraction of a second, he was drawing data, reading movements, attack angles, reaction speeds. He was using his unique skill, sampling. With it, he gathered endless streams of information. Enemy alerts, motion data, strike timings, weaknesses. But there was one problem. Sampling always activated at random, and most of the time, it produced far more data than Jihan could process alone. Still, he had a hypothesis. What if he wasn't? He wasn't alone. Through his contract with Sylph, their mana was shared. Not just borrowed power, but a bond where their very existence was intertwined. That was why Jihan wanted to attempt something new. Share his sampling data with Sylph, breaking past the limits of his skill. While he formed this theory, Rias closed in. His hand shot forward, a dark blast ripping toward Jihan's still body. But the strike never landed. Jihan's calm voice cut through the clash. I knew you'd attack like that. He caught Rias's arm barehanded. Numbers flooded his mind. Strength at 97.3%, speed 92.6%, agility 95% plus, regeneration rated high. His prediction, the attack would land in 0.2 seconds. But within that same window, he had already identified a weakness, an overloaded motor function that slowed reflexes just enough. And with Sylph sharing the load, his sampling ran at maximum speed. He saw everything, Rias's attacks, his habits, his reactions, laid bare before him. Frustrated, Rias lashed out with his other hand. Don't get arrogant. But before his claws could reach, his body jolted. Jihan's sword cut across him cleanly. Confused and enraged, Rias staggered back, trying to stretch the fight to figure out what trick Jihan had pulled. But the protagonist pressed forward mercilessly, his eyes sharp as blades. Where do you think you're going? Already having disabled one arm, Jihan struck at the other. Rias gritted his teeth as pain shot through him. He realized Jihan was reading his movements, cutting off every path of escape. How could he fight without using spiritual arts? It made no sense. Bleeding and laughing madly, Rias demanded, "What happened to you in such a short time? It's like you've become someone else." Jihan smirked faintly. "Who knows? Maybe I glimpsed a future where you lose to me." The words stung. Rias snarled, his grin twisting. "That future does not exist." His arms regenerated instantly, but the surge was different this time. Warning. Mana levels spiked as Rias fused his own power with the wind energy he had stolen. Amplification hit 150%. His hands gripped two newly formed divine spears, his presence skyrocketing. The system marked him as threat level 10. The darkness in his voice deepened. "Don't flatter yourself, Yu Jihan. I've kept you alive only to drain every last drop of your wind spirit's power." Sylph's voice rang in Jihan's mind, tense. "Be careful. The spears, they're far more dangerous now." The spears Rias wielded carried a terrifying truth. They could erase anything, everything, except spiritual arts. Jihan's resolve tightened. "Then I just need to avoid being hit." Without hesitation, he charged forward, undaunted by the overwhelming aura pressing down on him. Rias swung both spears in a vicious cross slash, then hurled wave after wave of strikes, filling the hall with blinding arcs of crimson. But Jihan's analysis skill came alive. The system calculated every trajectory, every angle. In an instant, an evasion path appeared. His body moved fluidly, gliding through the storm like water weaving between rocks in a stream. Rias froze for a heartbeat, stunned. Yu Jihan had evaded everything. Sword raised, Jihan appeared before him. "Now that I've dodged it all, don't you think I deserve a reward?" His blade slashed down, but Rias recovered swiftly, spinning both spears in a frenzy. Furious, he unleashed countless more attacks, desperate to overwhelm him. Yet amidst the chaos, Jihan's strikes cut true. His sword pierced Rias's chest once, then again across his cheek. Panic flickered in Rias's eyes. He was losing to ordinary strikes, but Jihan pressed on relentlessly. Each swing was exact, precise, as though the battle itself had revealed its rhythm to him. He cut and dodged in perfect flow, predicting every one of Rias's moves, even though Rias carried the very wind spirit energy he had stolen. Just a little more. I need to reach his level, Jihan thought, pushing harder. But then his mind faltered. His focus began to blur. The analysis skill was overloading, flooding him with more data than he could handle. His thoughts slowed, his predictions wavered. "I'm reaching the limit. If I don't end this now, sampling will shut down." Gritting his teeth, he sped up his strikes, throwing everything he had into one final push. But Rias suddenly lunged, catching Jihan's sword between his teeth. With a twisted grin, he raised his spear. "Your nimble tricks end here. I win." The blade of the spear came down fast. Jihan's eyes widened, too slow this time. But before the fatal strike could land, a thunderous explosion erupted behind Rias, staggering him off balance. Snarling, he whipped around. Where did that come from? His gaze fell on two figures below, the women who had just dared to strike him. Rage surged. He charged toward them, intent on erasing them from the fight forever. But before he could reach them, Beck leapt into his path. Raising a spatial barrier, he stopped the spear's advance. Even in his battered state, he stood firm, entrusting the future to the younger generation. With a sidelong glance, he asked Doha, "You agree, don't you?" Across the chamber, Yin Doha stood inside Mumu's gaping mouth, gathering energy. His lips curved into a grin. "Don't talk to me," he retorted. "I'm busy." With Mumu's aid, Doha and Beck unleashed a massive torrent of Earth energy, an energy cannon known as Earth Impact. The beam tore across the hall, sweeping away everything in its path until it reached Rias, forcing him to brace himself. Snarling, Rias shattered the attack with raw force. "Yin Doha, don't you understand? Your spiritual arts can't harm me." But Doha only smirked. Hurting him had never been the plan. It's time, Jihan, go. In the very next instant, Yu Jihan appeared at Rias's side, his sword blazing with the full force of Sylph's wind spirit power. Rias's eyes widened in shock. The timing had been flawless. The others had distracted him, leaving no chance to absorb the incoming power. The blade pierced the crimson crystal in his chest. Time seemed to stop. Cracks spread across Rias's body like shattered glass. In disbelief, he whispered, "I lost to a human." The crystal pulsed with a blinding glow, brighter than anything seen before. Then its energy bled away into nothing. Rias collapsed to his knees, his form crumbling piece by piece. Jihan sheathed his sword, his voice steady. "I'm no ordinary human, but it's exactly because I am human that you lost." The mist surrounding the hall dissolved, returning them all to reality. For Jihan, it felt like everything that had dragged on for so long was finally over. "Jihan!" The urgent call pulled his attention. Yuri and Sihu were rushing toward him, their faces pale with worry. Sihu reached him first, leaping into his arms. "You idiot! Do you know how many times we almost lost you? If I'd lost you too." Her words broke, tears spilling freely. "I don't know what I would have done." Jihan smiled gently, returning her embrace. "I'd never leave you behind." Watching the scene, Beck scratched at his head. Since when did kids get so shameless? Doha frowned. "What? Jealous?" he teased, before letting a small smile slip. He glanced at the trio, pride in his eyes. They really are reliable juniors. Yuri quickly grabbed Jihan's arm. "We need to treat your wounds first." But Sihu held her ground. "I'll do it. My healing magic is more than enough." Jihan let them fuss, but his expression hardened as he cut in. "Not yet. There's still something we need to do." Using his analysis ability, he studied Rias's collapsing form. The data was clear. 3 minutes remained before his body completely disintegrated. 3 minutes to uncover the truth of the Aizen incident. The group gathered around their fallen enemy. Doha spoke first. "It's over, Rias. Now tell us, what's this so-called paradise plan?" Jihan followed up, his eyes sharp. "And what was the true purpose behind it?" When asked about the International Union's plans, Rias hesitated. The question felt too vague. Then his head lifted, and a strange glow flickered in his eyes. His gaze locked on Sihu. For a moment, it was as if he saw someone else in her place, an image from his memories. Though her eye color and ears were different, the resemblance was undeniable. "Who are you?" he muttered. Sihu froze, but with Jihan giving her a firm nod, she steadied herself and answered. "My name is Kim Sihu, daughter of Erna Hath." The words struck him. A daughter of Erna? Memories stirred violently, fragments sliding back into place. Sihu lowered her head, her voice quiet but unwavering. "I know what you did to my mother, but I need to hear it. Tell me what happened that day." Something inside Rias shattered. The seal on his memories broke, forcing him to relive everything he had tried to bury. Scenes of the Great War returned. The brutal, endless battles between humans and the other races. Bloodshed, screams, destruction. But after years of conflict, there had finally been hope. A peace treaty was proposed. He remembered sitting at the Great Red Table, the chosen representative of the Azizia. And then she arrived, the human envoy, Erna Has. They sat side by side, tasked with forging a future of peace between their people. But in that hall where history was meant to change, tragedy struck. As Rias held the fragile hope of unity in his hands, another figure emerged from the shadows of the chapel. "So, it's true. The Asians shed tears of blood. My test subjects never shed a tear, no matter what I did. But because of that, I learned so many interesting things." The cold, calculated voice of a man Rias once knew. A scientist. He stepped closer, his glasses glinting under the dim light. His eyes flicked to the still, lifeless expression of Erna in Rias's arms. His lips curled into a sigh. "What a foolish choice, Erna. I truly believed you would understand me." Crimson energy, as heavy as his grief, surged around Rias's body. Hatred burned alongside his sorrow. "Why?" he cried. "Why did you tear us away from the humans?" The scientist's scorn cut like a blade. "Even if I explained, you wouldn't understand my vision." He let a briefcase drop to the floor, snapping on gloves with deliberate calm. His voice turned sharp, venomous. "And frankly, I'm angry right now. So forgive me if I'm a little rough." From his eyes, a twisted energy flared, flowing into his hands. Rias didn't flinch. He met the challenge head-on. The two rushed forward, their powers colliding in a storm of black energy, each strike carrying the weight of hatred and betrayal. Only one of them could walk away. Their clash reached its peak. Only one force could prevail. The explosion tore the chamber apart. When the dust settled, it was the scientist's energy that had triumphed. Rias staggered, coughing, his body battered. Rage burned through his pain. Ow, how can a human like you wield our power? The scientist adjusted his glasses with smug precision. I told you already. I've conducted countless experiments on your kind. With the magical crystals I extracted from the Azizians, I simply put that power to use. Rias's eyes widened. He harvested the magic of my people? The man's tone was casual, indifferent to the devastation around them. The war between your race and the humans? That was part of my plan from the beginning. Every move, every casualty unfolded exactly as I predicted. All of it just to awaken your rage. At last, his true goal surfaced. He wanted to harvest the hatred born from war, the evil intent that defined the Azizians, and refine it into the ingredient he desired most. To him, the Crimson Stone was nothing more than a container, a vessel to hold that power of hatred. The scientist's eyes flickered with faint regret as he mentioned Erna. It was unfortunate she broke. I had never seen a soul as pure as hers. I never imagined she would sacrifice herself after uncovering my plan just to stop me. But his regret quickly vanished. Fortunately, I prepared a replacement component long ago. Rias froze. His suspicions were confirmed. Bingo, the scientist said with a smirk. I'll use my daughter with Erna. Kim see. His words cut deeper than any blade. Before Rias could move, the scientist struck. This time, Rias was defenseless, chest wide open. The blow pierced him cleanly. As his body crumbled, Rias's last sight was the man's cruel smile. See you next time, my friend. Meanwhile, outside the Grand Cathedral of Harmony, crowds had gathered for a historic day. Sunlight poured through stained glass windows, illuminating the vast red table where human and Azizian representatives sat with delegates from many races. Erna spoke first, her voice steady. I extend my gratitude to all who have gathered for this peace agreement. For too long, we've lived in fear of one another. But now is the time to turn fear into courage. I believe that because we are different, we can become better. Her words drew nods across the hall, her smile shining with conviction. Then came Rias's turn. This is our last chance. Let's end this terrible war today. Erna smiled, standing at his side in solidarity. Across the table, members of the other races furrowed their brows, weighing his words. The human delegates exchanged hesitant glances among themselves. Finally, one of the other race's leaders spoke. If Lord Rias declares it so, then there is no reason to. The doubts faded, and the choice was clear. Peace was accepted. A human voice rose in agreement. Too many lives had already been lost. This endless cycle had to end with their generation. One by one, hands lifted around the table, each vote falling in favor of the treaty. With both sides united, the representatives officially declared it. Humanity and the Asia were finally bound by peace. The news spread instantly. Outside the cathedral, the waiting crowds erupted. Cheers filled the air. Tears of joy fell freely. After years of bloodshed, the war had ended. Erna turned to the man beside her, relief washing over her words. We did it, Rios. Rios gave a firm nod. I knew you could. This is only the beginning. But before their hands could meet in celebration, another hand slipped in. Kim Jino appeared between them, smiling broadly. What a historic day. You both worked tirelessly to make this happen. Rios's expression tightened as he looked at Gino. The man's hand extended eagerly, while Erna seemed unaware of the sudden tension. She asked when he had arrived. I couldn't stay away, Gino said warmly. I wanted to be here for this moment. His gaze shifted toward the cathedral doors. Standing there, flanked by guards, was a young girl, restless and pouting. It was her birthday, after all. The moment she spotted her mother, she waved with bright excitement. Erna's face lit up. Our little princess, she's more beautiful every time I see her. Gino quickly suggested they go out and celebrate their daughter's birthday with dinner. Erna hesitated. Meetings still demanded her attention. Before she could refuse, Rios stepped forward. Go, Erna. I'll handle the council for you. She started to object, but he insisted. At last, she smiled, touched by his support. Don't worry, Gino assured. We won't be long. And with that, the family departed together. Rios remained behind, watching them leave. The word family echoed in his mind, and his eyes narrowed. If he had met Ernest sooner, would things have been different? He gave a bitter smile, covering his face as if ashamed of the thought. Meanwhile, out on the street, Gino walked beside Erna when a strange figure passed by. A dark, heavy aura radiated from the stranger, and for a brief moment, their eyes met. The chill lingered until Erna's voice pulled him back. "Darling, I need to return." Gino blinked in surprise, but Erna lowered her head, thoughtful. "Something feels wrong, as if the assembly cannot go on without me." Annoyed, Gino frowned. Why say that now of all times? Gino's irritation grew. Why was she saying this now, especially when they had already brought Sihu along? Little Sihu's eyes filled with tears. "Mommy, are you going to leave us?" The sorrow in her daughter's gaze pierced straight through her. Erna softened, smiling gently. Where would Mommy ever go if it meant leaving Sihu behind? Satisfied, Gino reminded her that she also needed to rest. He reassured her that if anything happened with the council, Rios was there to handle it. Meanwhile, inside the cathedral, Erna was absent, but everyone else had gathered for official matters. That was when the hooded figure, the same man who had locked eyes with Gino earlier, slipped inside. He walked to the great doors and approached a woman. "Hello, miss. Care to play a little game of weapons with your friend?" With a manic grin, he revealed a weapon from beneath his cloak. Startled, the woman stammered, "Is this supposed to be a joke?" But the deafening blast that followed left no doubt. The shot struck her down, echoing through the cathedral. The intruder's smile twisted. "Please don't hate me." Chaos erupted. Everyone shot to their feet in shock. Rios rose as well, his brows tightening. An Asian's rage flared when he saw the fallen girl of his race. A human did this to one of our children." Dozens of Asians leapt up, fury blazing in their eyes. "Humans, are you mocking us?" A human tried to defend himself, but a fist silenced him. "Shut your mouth," the Asian roared, tears streaking red across his face. "Our people have bled for years because of you, yet we still chose to trust you. And this is your peace." Before anyone could stop it, another human snatched up a chair and smashed it across the Asian's back. The man fell hard, and in an instant, the cathedral collapsed into a full brawl. The intruder's plan had worked. Rios tried desperately to restore order, shouting for them to stop, but the scene spiraled beyond his control. His eyes dropped to the girl bleeding on the ground, and a painful thought cut through him. If Erna were here, would things be different? His hands trembled as he lifted the girl into his arms. Rage surged in his chest. If Erna were here, would she know how to contain this fire? But the vision in his mind was not of her saving him. It was of her leaving, abandoning him. At that moment, the hooded man stepped closer, leaning in to whisper with venomous glee. "Why do you hesitate? You are Asian by blood. We take whatever we desire. Stop hiding your true self. If you keep holding back, you'll lose everything you want. For the sake of your people, and for that elf you long for." The words dug deep. Faced with such provocation, Rios felt the hatred begin to stir. Hatred consumed him. Rios screamed, unleashing the storm inside. The dark energy he released spread like wildfire, igniting the fury of his kin. One after another, the Asians awakened their powers. The clash that had been even moments ago turned into a massacre. Within the cathedral, where peace was meant to be sealed, only the desperate cries of humans echoed. By the time the sun set, the ground was stained in silence. A woman rushed toward the cathedral, her steps frantic. She pushed the doors wide open. Is everyone safe? But what she found shattered her heart. Her trembling eyes widened in disbelief. Bodies covered the floor, and at the center of it all stood Rios, his energy heavy and oppressive. Her thoughts swirled in horror. Why is he like this? Slowly, Rios turned to face her. What followed would be remembered by all. The treaty was shattered. The world itself fell into ruin. The war between humans and Asians became inevitable. Though regret clawed at him, Rios knew the truth. With his own hands, he had ended peace in the span of minutes. Later, he confessed everything to Sihu and the others. He exposed how Kim Gino had orchestrated the entire plot, how Gino had even planned to sacrifice his own daughter. Kim Sihu collapsed, shaking violently at his words. Yuli rushed to her side, holding her trembling body. Her voice broke with disbelief. Then what happened to my mother during the war? Was it all because of my father? Why? Rage boiled in Yundoha's chest. He shouted, refusing to accept Rios's account. Lies! Do you expect us to believe we were nothing but pawns? Do you know how many comrades died in front of me? And now you dare to shift the blame? Before he could lash out further, Beck placed a hand on his shoulder, steadying him. Calm yourself, Doha. Humans too swung their blades without knowing the truth. Like Rios, we walked a path filled with misery. The words struck hard. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging across his body, Yin Doha seethed at the thought. To admit they were no different from the Asians was unbearable. Then Yu Jihan spoke. His calm voice cut through the tension. Rios is telling the truth. Doha spun toward him, furious. But Jihan's eyes glowed with power, analyzing every word Rios spoke. He confirmed it with certainty. There was no deception, only despair and remorse. Rios's tears ran red as he begged, "Destroy my core." He revealed that Giano's true plan was to awaken his heart through hatred. But if his heart was erased, Giano's scheme could be stopped. Bowing deeply, Rios pleaded, "You possess the power. Please allow me to atone for everything with my life." The protagonist turned back, his gaze falling on Sihu, who stood drowning in sorrow. Yuri held Sihu gently, trying to ease her grief. Across the room, Yin Doha seethed with unrelenting hatred. Only Beck urged him to honor Rios's plea. Yu Jihan then stepped forward. The winds stirred violently around him as he unleashed his spiritual power. Drawing his sword, he spoke with resolve. "Very well, I will grant your wish." With energy gathering at the blade's tip, Jihan aimed directly at Rios. The force swelled, ready to pierce through. But just as the strike descended, portals ripped open in the air. Chains shot forth, coiling around the sword and halting its advance. "Jihan," Sylph's voice rang out. "Be careful. That's sealing magic, strong enough to suppress even spiritual power." The portals released more chains, lashing out relentlessly. Yun Doha was the next to be caught, his strength failing against their grip. More chains wrapped tightly around Beck, Kim Shu, and Yuri, leaving them helpless. Jihan's eyes widened in shock as he watched his allies fall one by one. Then, tearing the air apart, two hands emerged, pulling open yet another portal. From behind Jihan, a familiar figure stepped through, Reynard, wearing a smile. "It's been a while, Jihan. Now please step aside." Before Jihan could react, Reynard seized him and dragged him through the portal. From another tear in space, Caden appeared, seizing Yin Doha and pulling him in as well. One by one, those who had been bound were swallowed by the portals, leaving only Rios behind. Rios froze, eyes wide in disbelief. The truth was undeniable. The International Union had arrived. From one of the remaining portals stepped a man in a suit. Calmly, he greeted Rios. "It's been a while, my friend." Rios roared in agony as his heart was seized. Behind him, Kim Jihan adjusted his glasses, his tone cold. "You never failed to complicate things. I nearly repeated the same mistakes as before." Hatred burned in Rios's gaze as he stared at Jihan. Unmoved, Jihan pulled his hand back, extracting the very source of Rios's strength. Rios's body weakened, fading, while Jihan studied the heart he now held. "Remarkable. I was certain your memories had been sealed, yet you broke free by sheer will. Even after 10 years, the Asian race still fascinates me." But as he admired it, the heart dissolved, shifting into something ethereal. His eyes narrowed. An illusion, a voice cut through the air. "This is not the real Kim Jiano." The deception revealed itself. The copy had been crafted through reality manipulation, and its creator, Beck, stepped forward, explaining why. "I already knew you would." Kim Jihan's annoyance showed as a sphere shattered within Beck's eye. The power to twist reality into dreams had broken. "Your dreamland," Jihan muttered. "Always such a nuisance." Even so, he smiled. To him, it was nothing more than a futile struggle. After all, Beck's team had already been captured. But Beck's voice cut through his confidence. "You underestimate me. Did you forget? I'm the greatest spatial mage alive. Do you really think they're gone?" Far from defeated, Jihan and the others were already traveling through a spatial tunnel, carrying the power core with them. Inside the tunnel, Yin Doha growled in frustration. "Damn it, Beck. I'm going back for him. I won't leave him behind." But Yu Jihan stopped him. "No, don't waste his sacrifice. This chance is what Beck gave us. Use it to finish what must be done." As they traveled, the protagonist tapped into his sampling ability, desperately searching for Beck's chances of survival. The result that came made his heart ache. He prayed it was wrong. Back in the cathedral, Jihan couldn't help but give his adversary some credit. "Remarkable. To to steal Rios's power core and even whisk your allies away, even if only briefly. Impressive. Adjusting his glasses, his tone turned colder. You always manage to be one step ahead. Then surely you know what comes next. If this continues, you won't survive. Beck coughed violently, his strength failing. The 1,000-day dream had already reached its limit. Jihan, remembering the ideals Beck had once shared, reached into his jacket and pulled out a small vial. I'll give you one last chance. Join me. Help build paradise. Beck's response was sharp, his voice cutting like a blade. That so-called paradise of yours will be built on tears. I've had enough of worlds like that. Jihan countered without hesitation. To him, the end always justified the means. A world where peace reigns, where all can live in harmony. Such a vision requires control. Strong, absolute control. You of all people should understand that. To Beck, it sounded as if Jihan intended to make himself that controlling force. Jihan pressed further, his voice calm, confident. Accept reality. Humans are indulgent, selfish. Peace can only exist if they are ruled by power. With your strength, correcting the mistakes of the past. Imagine the perfect world we could build. Beck scoffed. A perfect world? You still believe that nonsense, even after sacrificing your own, even planning to use your daughter? At the mention of Kim, Jihan's eyes narrowed coldly. To him, she was nothing more than another piece of his grand design. The elven royal blood surged within him. With a wild grin, he spoke words that carried no weight of truth. They'll come to understand me one day. Deep down, they've always longed for the same thing. Beck cut him off coldly. That day will never come. He lifted his hand, releasing a flicker of dream power. The vial in Kim Jihan's grip shattered instantly. Without hesitation, Beck poured more of his power into a fierce strike, forming a massive barrier of energy. In the middle of his attack, he declared, "The world you envision is not the world they desire." But the next moment, a voice pierced through his confidence. Kim Jihan's voice. "Come, close. So this is your choice? Very well. I'll respect it." Beck froze. His attack hadn't worked. Somehow, Jihan had taken a direct hit from a spatial blast and emerged without a single scratch. Sliding on his gloves, Jihan prepared to unleash the stolen energy of the Asia. His ultimatum hung heavy in the air. But Beck wasn't about to yield. He extended his hand again, summoning a sphere of dreams. From it, blades of spatial force tore through the air, rushing toward Jihan. The scientist frowned, unimpressed. With a casual wave, he shattered the first attack, then surged forward. His strike ripped reality apart, shadows bleeding into existence. His palm swept for Beck's head. Beck ducked, only for Jihan's other hand to lash out with brutal precision. At the last second, Beck twisted aside, the attack carving deep into the floor. Even though he escaped, a grim truth became clear. Jihan's power wasn't just overwhelming. It was beyond the reach of a Class 3 hero. Meanwhile, Beck felt his mana draining, his unique abilities slipping away. His options narrowed to one. Before he could act, Jihan unleashed a torrent of dark energy. It blasted forward with terrifying speed. Beck raised his hands, forming a dimensional barrier. It shattered instantly. Before he could react, Jihan was already behind him. "Your defense is paper thin," he sneered. The strike landed, crushing Beck from behind. He staggered, coughing heavily. Jihan's voice cut through the silence. "I should thank Rios. If he hadn't drained you first, I couldn't have ended this so easily. You've chosen a meaningless end." But then Jihan stopped. His arm wouldn't move. It was stuck. Confused, he glanced back. Beck was holding him. Even battered, Beck grinned darkly. "Meaningless? Let's test that. Did you forget what my ability truly is?" Dark energy erupted from his hands, wrapping around Jihan's arm like a living shadow. This time, Beck summoned something far beyond his earlier attempts. A dimensional sphere, yet unlike any before. Kim Jihan's eyes narrowed. He knew immediately what it was. A black hole. The pinnacle of spatial magic. Time collapse. A spell that erased existence itself, pulling all into eternal shadow. Beck smirked with grim satisfaction as Jihan was dragged in. Against a black hole, there was no escape. No second chances. No possibilities left to grasp. "You and I," Beck declared, "will vanish into nothing." Jihan's expression shifted. He had never imagined this was Beck's plan all along. Leaving the battles ahead to Yu Jihan and the others, Beck triggered the spell. The sphere swelled, swallowing light, devouring reality. Existence itself folded inward until the black hole reached its peak, and then collapsed, sucking everything into its dark heart. When the void finally vanished, silence filled the hall. Only Jihan's glasses clattered to the ground. A sudden tear ripped open in space. From a portal, two hands pried the world apart. Reynard stepped through, scanning the ruined hall. Impressive, very impressive, he mused, clearly entertained. Who would have thought Beck would dare unleash a black hole? Not even Kim Ji-han could withstand that. He strolled to the center and picked up the fallen glasses, pausing. Correction, he couldn't have survived unless I intervened. On the far side of the room, Ji-han emerged, saved in the final instant by Reynard's hand. He didn't waste time on gratitude. Instead, he demanded, "What about the heart?" Reynard returned his glasses with a sly smile. "Already tracked. But the agents are close, and they'll find you soon. Best not to worry, though. Even the president himself is overseeing this mission." He imagined the chaos Yuji-han and his companions must be enduring. "I can't wait to see how this all ends," Reynard remarked, almost gleefully. Far away, Yuji stood trembling as flames lit the ruined city. His brow tightened as he stared at the devastation. Everyone was thinking the same question. What happened here? Their journey through space had brought them to this street, but all they found was destruction. Buildings burning, poles toppled, cars smashed beyond recognition. Yuri's voice cracked. I don't understand." Sihu's answer was blunt. "Everything's gone." Yin Doha studied the scene. This devastation dwarfed the last attack on Seoul. His frown deepened as he tried to piece it together, suspecting this was part of the so-called Paradise Plan. He glanced at the stone heart, uneasy. What exactly was the International Union planning? And Sihu, knowing her own father was behind it, felt anxiety clawing at her chest. Yin Doha's voice was sharp as he turned to her. How long could Jihan really hold onto the heart instead of destroying it? The truth was, he couldn't destroy it at all. Even after running countless system analyses, there was no solution. The destruction required special conditions, but none were revealed. When Jihan once tried to break it inside the analysis room, the system only gave a single cold warning. Impossible. No explanation. No guidance. Just a wall. Then a voice cut into his thoughts. Beck's voice. "Judging by that look, I'd say the heart can't be destroyed." Jihan stiffened, but before panic set in, the voice calmed him. "Don't worry. No one else can hear me." Shocked, Jihan demanded, "How did you enter my analysis space?" Beck revealed that he had long been aware of Jihan's power, the ability to see truth. He had even encountered a user like Jihan before. He wanted to say more, but time was slipping away. "Listen carefully. They're heading for your location right now, and they have a top-class spatial mage. Kim Jihan is coming." Jihan clenched his fists. "Then should we fight? I have enough power now to take them on." Beck's answer frustrated him. "No, our current strength isn't enough. There's someone you must protect." Jihan instantly knew who he meant. Sihu. Beck's spatial energy began to spread through the ruined city. "I'll buy us some time. Take the heart." And the girl, far from here. Jihan's heart sank. This is reckless. You can't face them alone. You're already at your limit. But Beck had already accepted it. If he tried to fight and escape, both goals would fail. That was why he had to stay behind. "This mission was entrusted to me, not anyone else. You, Jihan, as a successor, your duty is to find the path only you can walk." Those words echoed in Jihan's mind. Slowly, he nodded. "I swear, I'll fulfill this mission. But you have to survive too, sir." For the first time, Beck looked startled. Jihan's vow left him wide-eyed. Then, faintly, he smiled. With that, Beck sent Jihan and the others away, spatial power carrying them from the collapsing hall. Holding the heart tightly, Jihan thought of the sacrifice just made, the chance given to him at the cost of Beck's life. Such a loss could not be in vain. His path was clear now. He had to protect Sihu. Turning to her, he called her name. She looked at him in confusion as he spoke directly, without hesitation. "I will defeat your father, Kim Jihan, and I will protect you." Even through her shock, Sihu listened closely, her heart heavy with conflict. Yu Jihan's eyes were firm, his voice unwavering. "That's why I chose the path of a wind elementalist. This is my will. Now the choice is yours. What will you do?" All eyes turned to her. Yin Doha waited silently. Yuri stood ready to support her. Sihu lowered her head. I still can't accept that my father would do such things. But I can't just stand by and let the world my mother built collapse." Her voice steadied, resolve blooming through her grief. She thought of her mother's dream, of the world everyone was still fighting to protect. I want to protect it. Please, help me stop the tragedy my father has brought. Tears welled in her eyes as she begged with all the hope she had left. Jihan raised his sword, driving its blade into the ground before kneeling. At your command, Guildmaster. No matter what happens, I will protect the world you and your mother envisioned. Sihu's tears now carried relief, trusting fully in Jihan's vow. Yun Doha observed the moment in silence. At first, he had believed it would fall to him and the other great guild leaders to end this war, a tragedy born in their time. Yet here stood the new generation, unwilling to turn their backs, even after the world had been torn apart. They lifted their swords, their bows, their staves, ready to rewrite the nightmare. Doha realized then, what must be passed on was not guilt, but opportunity. The chance for them to take the baton forward. Together, these three, Jihan, Sihu, and Yuri, formed the final hope. Yuri scratched her neck, forcing a crooked smile. Looks like I'm stuck in this too, huh? But the little creature on her shoulder, Sheikh Sela, stiffened. Its fur bristled as it sensed a presence. Jihan immediately stepped in front of Sihu, sword ready. Yun Doha slammed his hand against the ground, raising stone around them as he demanded, "Who's there? Show yourself." Before anyone could attack, a voice called out, "Wait, don't shoot, it's me." Everyone froze as Park Jae-gyong appeared, hands raised in surrender. Doha's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "You? How are you here? The other 6 guild masters, weren't you all trapped in Rios's spatial domain?" Young only smiled faintly. "Strange, isn't it? None of us could have matched Rios directly." But he pulled out a small pocket watch, its surface glowing faintly. "This is the Tempest, a speed artifact. I used it to slip free of Rios's magic." Doha's fury exploded. He grabbed Young by the collar. "You had that the whole time, and you ran away alone? Don't misunderstand." Young pleaded quickly. "It was the only choice I had. Someone needed to escape, to warn the others what was happening here." Doha's fist trembled, ready to strike, but Jihan stepped between them before it could come to blows. Jihan raised his hand, stopping Doha. "Let it go. What's done is done. Right now, we need to focus on stopping Kim Jihan." Park Jae-gyong's eyes shifted, and then he noticed what Jihan was holding. His expression lit up instantly. "You, Jihan, unbelievable. If you're carrying that, it means you defeated Rios, right? Amazing. Quick, give me the heart. I've already reported to the government. Before the International Union gets it, hand it over to me." But before he could finish, Jihan's sword flashed from its sheath, the tip aimed straight at him. Park Jae-gyong sip. "How do you know about the heart?" Young Sip froze. "Hey, what are you doing? Put that down." Jihan's gaze didn't waver. "We only discovered the heart minutes ago. Unless you saw the battle yourself, there's no way you could know." Pressing forward with his blade, Jihan demanded, "Who are you really?" Suddenly, light flared behind him, and an irritated voice broke through the tension. "You're as sharp as ever." A massive sword of light swung downward in a sneak attack. Kim Hyangdi emerged with a twisted grin. "Let's see what you've got, you piece of trash." The strike exploded into a blazing fireball, igniting everything around them like the city already drowning in flames. But in an instant, Kim Hyangdi retreated, smirking. "Oh, so it wasn't just a rumor. You, Jihan, a spirit user for real." Jihan swung back, forcing him away, his brows furrowed. "What do you think you're doing?" Before he could advance, his eyes shot to Sihu and Yuri. They had barely escaped the blast, but not on their own. From the rubble, Mumu appeared, raising a massive stone barrier that shielded the girls from the flames. "Stay close," Jihan ordered, his sword still raised. Doha moved beside him, his face grim. "Forget the chatter. Focus on these two. We and the traitors here." Kim Hyangdi only laughed, sticking his tongue out to reveal the glowing power crystal he had consumed. "Still playing heroes, huh?" Park Jae-gyong hissed at him. "Stop it. We're supposed to avoid unnecessary fighting." But Hyangdi's grin only widened. Dropping his heavy sword to the ground, he unleashed the stolen energy pulsing through his veins. "Says the man who ordered us to cut ties with everything else. You think I won't use the power I claimed? Don't be stupid." Jihan's eyes narrowed. That glow, it was unmistakable. "You got a mana crystal? How?" Kim Hyangdi tilted his head mockingly. "Don't play dumb. Can't you see what's happening? While you were busy fighting Rios, the International Union launched a nationwide assault. Every hero, every guild, wiped out. The result, he spread his arms like a victor on a throne. South Korea has already fallen. It's over. There's no one left to protect this land. Jihan's grip tightened on his sword. Rage burned through him. So you mean to say, Jihan's voice cut through the flames. So you joined them? Kim Hyangdi sneered. No, I didn't join them. I chose the stronger side. That's called wisdom. His grin turned cruel. Remember when you said I could never be a first-class hero? You were right. I had a ceiling I could never break. He tapped the crystal energy pulsing through him. But this power shattered those limits. Jihan's eyes sharpened, focusing on the fight. Hyangdi lunged, his sword blazing, but Jihan met him head-on, blade clashing against flame. The speed caught Jihan off guard, faster than expected. When we joined the Paradise Project, Hyangdi boasted, we chose to become masters of a new era. Jihan had heard enough. He swung, channeling the spiritual winds, but Hyangdi's flaming sword intercepted, sparks tearing the air apart. With a mocking smirk, Hyangdi raised his weapon. For old time's sake, I'll give you an offer. Hand over the heart, you Jihan, and I'll let you stand among us. The mockery ended as he slashed from every angle, his relentless strikes forcing Jihan backward. Blocking strike after strike, Jihan heard Sylph's voice within. Jihan, we've gathered enough magical power. Even while pressed, Jihan analyzed the battle. Fire burned hotter, faster, reducing his precision. And by nature's law, wind could not overcome flame. Ordinarily, with Sylph's vast spiritual energy, Jihan could offset that disadvantage. But the mana crystal Hyangdi had devoured nullified any edge he once had. If Jihan misused his spiritual arts, the flames would only feed, growing stronger. Still, Hyangdi's swordsmanship had flaws, openings Jihan knew well. When Hyangdi unleashed a wide, reckless strike, Jihan readied his counter. But as he shifted to strike back, realization struck. He was cornered. Hyangdi saw his chance. He leapt high, sword raised, the fire roaring with him. It's over, you Jihan. But Jihan's eyes were calm. This was what he had been waiting for. Hyangdi had not changed, still impatient, still arrogant. In that instant, Jihan merged his analysis with the wind element, setting the perfect trap. While Hyangdi was caught in his own overextension, a shadow loomed behind him. A colossal stone fist smashed through the blaze. Doha had entered the fray. Doha's colossal fist slammed down, detonating against Hyangdi's flames. The ground erupted with a deafening roar. A shockwave ripping outward like a comet had struck the earth itself. The battlefield shook violently, fire and stone tearing the area apart. Shielding his face from the blast, Part Jaegyong cursed under his breath. Kim Hyangdi, you reckless bastard. I told you not to fight. But he knew time was running thin. If he didn't secure the heart now, reinforcements would arrive, and his chance would be gone. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, sharp with disappointment. Shut up, Part Jaegyong. I thought you'd have a brilliant plan. Instead, you've only proven yourself a letdown. The voice chilled him. Out of the debris, Kim Hyangdi rose, lifting the shattered stone fist with his flaming gauntlet. His grin burned brighter than his sword. I hear you're the last first-class hero standing, Yin Doha. If I crush you here, then I'll be the only one left, won't I? His heavy blade ignited like a burning sun, and with a vicious swing, he launched an explosive strike toward Doha. The attack shook the ruins, fire tearing the air apart. Hyangdi smiled, certain of victory. This entire system of ranks and titles is useless now. I'll rise above all heroes. Jihan rushed forward, panic flashing in his chest. But Doha had already leapt back, narrowly evading the fatal strike. Even Hyangdi looked startled. So, it's true. Your body's that durable because of your earth spirit? Still, you can't fool me. You've taken damage. Doha steadied his breath, his chest rising and falling. The exhaustion was real. The earlier battles had drained him, and his spiritual power wasn't at full strength. Facing Hyangdi now, twisted by the mana crystal, was nothing like their last encounter. Hyangdi gave a mock bow, pretending at humility. Honestly, I wanted to provoke both of you at once. But it seems fighting two spiritual users alone is a little much, even for me. So why not even the odds? His voice rang with malice. And in the next instant, shadows stirred. Figures stepped into the battlefield, their presence dripping with the same corrupted energy Hyangdi radiated. Jihan's stomach sank. Huang Juno, both now tainted, standing at Hyangdi's side. The sight made Jihan's thoughts race. If they're here, then Mia, and before the thought even finished, a blade sliced through the air. The short-haired girl appeared silently behind him, her weapon poised for the kill. Jihan's instinct screamed. He spun, sensing the deadly presence just in time. But Mia froze mid-attack. Her eyes widened, locking onto something else approaching fast. Jihan leapt back just in time, an attack slicing through the space he had stood in. An arrow whistled past his shoulder. Mia should have been struck cleanly, but to Yuri's shock, the girl twisted through the air, flipping backward several times before landing flawlessly. Her reflexes were far sharper than before. Jihan exhaled, realizing how close he had been. "Thanks, Yuri. You saved me." Yuri shook her head quickly. "Don't thank me. My shot didn't even land." "Even so," Jihan insisted, "you helped. I almost fell to Mia myself." But as his analysis finished, the truth surfaced. Mia was under mind control, corrupted by the mana crystal. The same curse had gripped Huang Juno and Mayan. Sylph's voice resonated by his side. "There's someone pulling the strings. Someone is controlling all three of them." Jian already knew who. His eyes snapped toward Hyangdi. "What the hell are you doing, Kim Hyangdi? Those three were our teammates." Hyangdi only laughed. "Exactly, which is why I get to decide how they're used. With one command, they'll throw themselves into any danger for me. Loyal, mindless, unbreakable, the perfect teammates, don't you think?" He leaned forward, voice dripping malice. "So tell me, you Jihan, can you raise your sword against them?" Jihan's grip tightened. "You cowardly bastard." Before he could finish, Huang Juno lunged forward, his massive fist aiming for Jihan's head. Jihan braced, but a huge body blocked the blow. Chinchilla, enlarged, had thrown itself between them. "Chinchilla," Jihan muttered in shock. "Don't worry about this one," Yuri called, drawing his attention. Her eyes were steady. "Let me handle him. You focus on the red-haired idiot." Jihan hesitated, but Yuri's resolve was clear. "I get it now," she continued. "They're being controlled. If that's the case, we'll hold them back. You take down Kim Hyangdi." With a flick of her bow, Yuri loosed several arrows at Mia. But Mia, overflowing with energy, shattered them with ease. Lightning surged around her as a barrier sparked into life. Yuri's eyes widened. Lightning? She was supposed to be stealth. The storm answered before she could recover. A bolt of lightning tore down, striking where she had just stood. She barely rolled aside in time, her eyes snapping toward the caster. Before Cian could unleash another spell, glowing circles formed beneath her, lines snaking out to bind her in place. More circles materialized overhead, sealing her inside a glowing prison. Sia's voice rang out. "Your opponent is me." From above, the circles rained energy down on Cian. But just before the blast landed, another figure rushed in. Lilia. She tore through the bindings, pulling Cian free. The two girls now stood side by side, facing Sihu and Yuri. Both sides raised their weapons, ready for a brutal clash. Off to the side, Park Jae-gyong clenched his fists. "Kim Hyangdi, you damned fool. I told you. Avoid unnecessary fights." Clicking his tongue, he glared at Hyangdi like a man staring at dead weight. There was no saving him now. Park Jae-gyong realized he had only one card left. The information he had gathered, the last bargaining chip that might save his own life. Park Jae-gyong tried to slip away unnoticed, but the ground answered before he could escape. Massive stones erupted, sealing his path. From the shadows, a voice echoed. "Where do you think you're going?" Yun Doha approached with his hands buried casually in his pockets, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "We still have unfinished business, don't we?" Park Jae-gyong's face twisted as he reached again for his magic tool. Meanwhile, Kim Hyangdi watched the chaos unfold. Seeing Jihan's allies fighting so fiercely, shoulder to shoulder, it felt like a slap across his face. This isn't how it was supposed to go," he muttered. "I wanted to watch you break apart on your own." But Jihan had ruined everything. Sword in hand, his gaze cut into Hyangdi. "Of course you couldn't plan for this. You've never fought with trust. That's why you'll lose. And I'll be the one to save everyone." Hyangdi let out a dark laugh. "Bold words. But have you ever considered the worst case? Losing every single one of your teammates, past and present." Jihan didn't flinch. That thought will never come true. Wind surged around him as he charged, spiritual power wrapping him like a storm. Hyangdi met him head-on, heavy sword blazing as their strikes collided, the street shaking under the clash of energy. Sword lights exploded in every direction, filling the battlefield with violent arcs. But Jihan quickly found himself cornered. The speed of Hyangdi's heavy blade was unnatural, the rhythm irregular, unpredictable even for his analysis. A vertical slash split the street, flames tearing upward. Jihan's mind raced. Had Hyangdi been hiding his true strength all along? Enraged, Hyangdi pressed harder, no longer letting Jihan retreat behind defense. Firestorms consumed the road as his blade rained down. Jihan braced himself, swinging with all his might. His wind split the flames apart, but the instant the blaze parted, Hyangdi was gone. The swordsman reappeared directly in front of him, blade raised high for a crushing strike. Jihan, Sylph's voice rang clear. We're ready. Unleash it now. Without hesitation, Jihan poured every ounce of accumulated wind energy into his blade. The sword's aura roared forward, a hurricane tearing toward Hyangdi. But Hyangdi's eyes gleamed. He thrust his flaming blade forward, determined to cut through. The moment steel and aura clashed, fire and wind twisted together. Hyangdi laughed wildly. Perfect. I'll take your wind and make it mine. His flames surged, feeding on Jihan's attack until they erupted into a towering inferno. A whirlwind of fire spiraled upward, devouring everything in its path. The blaze condensed into a cataclysm. Witness it, Jihan, meteor flame. The firestorm crashed down, an overwhelming force bent on erasing everything. The meteor flame swallowed everything. The entire block was engulfed, transformed into a raging sea of fire, as if a volcano had erupted in the heart of the city. At the center of the inferno stood Kim Hyangdi, his heavy sword planted firmly in the ground. His face twisted between disbelief and exhilaration. Even he hadn't expected to unleash such devastating force. Then came the laughter, loud, manic, echoing over the crackling flames. I won, you Jihan. I won. In the end, you couldn't protect anything. But the triumph didn't last. A faint sound cracked through the air. Hyangdi froze, looking at his weapon. Hairline fractures spiderwebbed across the blade. Like overheated crystal, his heavy sword splintered, then shattered into thousands of glowing fragments. The firelight dimmed, and a new power rose. A surge of wind cut through the flames, clearing the smoke. It gathered, sharp and precise, wrapping around a single figure. A voice carried on the gusts. Calm, unyielding. Are you finished? Yu Jihan stepped forward, his sword cloaked in roaring spiritual wind. Then it's my turn. The storm focused, condensing around his blade until it howled with destructive force. Facing an opponent stripped of his weapon, Jihan raised his sword high. His expression was steady, resolute. With one decisive swing, he unleashed the wind, a violent arc tearing through the blazing air. His answer, his judgment, and his final strike. Kim Hyuntae believed he had completely crushed Yu Jihan into dust, certain that victory was his. However, his triumph was shattered in an instant when Yu Jihan stood back up, his expression calm and unwavering. Before Kim Hyuntae could even process what had happened, Yu Jihan mockingly declared that it was now his turn to strike back. The moment Yu Jihan swung his sword, despair washed over Kim Hyuntae. He could not comprehend how someone he had once discarded as worthless could now stand before him with such overwhelming strength. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to respond, as Yu Jihan's blade cut through the air toward him. In that fleeting moment, Kim Hyuntae's mind drifted into his memories. From the very beginning of his journey, his only dream had been to become a great hero. Long ago, deep within a magical area, he had found himself alone, surrounded by enormous insects nearly his size. Exhausted and barely able to move, he fought desperately to stay conscious, refusing to release his grip on his sword. The swarm was far greater than he had expected, and each of the creatures carried venom strong enough to paralyze him. When his strength finally began to fade, he dropped to his knees, encircled by the monstrous insects. Just as he was about to collapse completely, a familiar voice called out his name, commanding him to stand and fight no matter the cost. A powerful blast of energy erupted across the battlefield, and there, before him, stood his father, Kim Hyunsik, the #1 ranked master of the Inferno Guild. His father shielded him from the monsters, protecting him without hesitation. Kim Hyunsik asked about his son's comrades, and Kim Hyuntae, trembling, admitted that his party members were already gone. They had been surrounded earlier by a monstrous group of red weavers deep within the forest, and by now, he believed they were all dead. His father's expression hardened as he scolded him for his cowardice. He told him that a true hero draws his sword not to save himself, but to protect others. A man who abandons his comrades can never become number one. Kim Hyuntae watched as his father charged into the swarm with unyielding strength and unmatched courage. That day, his father not only saved him, but also rescued every one of his teammates. To Kim Hyuntae, his father had been the very definition of a hero, strong, righteous, and selfless. He had told him that as a leader, he bore the responsibility to protect those who followed him. Yet, it was his father, the guild master himself, who had carried that burden and saved them all. Kim Hyuntae had always loved and admired his father, aspiring to become just like him. But everything changed after his father's death. At his funeral, Kim Hyuntae wept uncontrollably. His father had entered a rank 1 magical area alone, attempting to rescue a trapped comrade. Although he succeeded in saving that person, he never made it out alive. To Kim Hyuntae, his father's sacrifice had once symbolized true heroism, but now it felt meaningless. The people at the funeral whispered cruelly among themselves, mocking his father's decision. They called his death foolish, saying he had thrown away his life for a worthless rookie. Some even went as far as to call him an idiot who had abandoned his only son for a meaningless cause. Enraged and broken, Kim Hyuntae had wanted to silence them all, to make them understand that his father had died as a true hero. Yet, deep down, he could not entirely reject their words. In his grief, his emotions exploded uncontrollably. He unleashed his flames in fury, setting the funeral ablaze. While others tried to stop him, he ignored their cries and forged his own twisted belief. He declared that his father had been right, but he himself would never follow that same path. He vowed never to help the weak, believing that saving others only led to ruin. After that day, he left the guild behind, his heart hardened beyond repair. A year later, Kim Hyuntae abandoned his father's legacy entirely and joined the guild known as Kuros. It was there that a new member was introduced, Yoo Ji-han. The young man greeted everyone politely, saying that he would begin working as their supporter the next day and hoped to learn from them. It was the first time Kim Hyuntae laid eyes on him. Everyone welcomed Yoo Ji-han warmly. Si-yeon, cheerful as always, greeted him personally and expressed how glad she was to have him join their team. She playfully mentioned that she would be waiting for his mana supply and, since they were of the same age, told him he could speak informally. Yoo Ji-han, however, replied that he could provide mana support immediately. Curious, Si-yeon asked if he was a support buffer or something similar, but Yoo Ji-han calmly explained that he possessed no magic at all. Hearing this, Kim Hyeon's expression turned cold. He questioned Park Young about why someone without magic had been added to their team, calling Yoo Ji-han useless. Park responded that all capable supporters had already been taken by higher-ranking teams, leaving only Yoo Ji-han available. There was no other choice. Park told Kim Hyuntae to bear with it for now, assuring him that it was only temporary. Yoo Ji-han, speaking for himself, admitted that he was weak, but promised he would not become a burden. He vowed to help however he could, within his limits. Something about Yoo Ji-han's steady eyes unsettled Kim Hyuntae. Even after being mocked, the young man's expression didn't waver, his gaze filled with quiet determination. Still, Kim Hyuntae refused to take him seriously. He warned Yoo Ji-han that he would personally keep an eye on him, and the moment he proved useless, he would be kicked out. Not long after, the team received an assignment to clear a Grade 3 magical area, a snake spider nest. Upon arrival, Kim Hyuntae instructed Si-yeon to scan the surroundings for enemies. Using her mana detection ability, she reported 6 enemies of the snake spider type. Kim Hyuntae then ordered Hwang Juno to secure the front line and told the supporters to remain at the rear. The battle began suddenly as the snake spiders attacked. Mia and Hwang Juno fought fiercely, swiftly cutting down their enemies. Yet Kim Hyuntae noticed something strange. There were far more spiders than Si-yeon had detected. Before he could react, one of the creatures lunged and struck him, knocking him to the ground. Its tail wrapped tightly around his legs, immobilizing him. Then, in a moment that burned into his memory, Yoo Ji-han stepped forward, placing himself between Kim Hyuntae and the attacking creature. Standing firm, he shielded Kim Hyuntae from the monster's strike. As Kim Hyuntae looked up at him, a distant memory of his father flashed before his eyes. In that instant, he understood something painful yet undeniable. He could never be a hero like his father, the one who had always stood in front, protecting others, no matter the cost. While lost in memories of his past, Kim Hyuntae lay on the ground before the massive snake spider. In that instant, Yoo Ji-han appeared in front of him, shielding him from harm. It was on that very day that Kim Hyuntae finally realized that he was nothing like the hero he had dreamed of becoming, and that he could never reach the status of a high-class hero. Now, in the present, Yoo Ji-han struck him with his ability. Kim Hyuntae, although gravely wounded and bleeding from his mouth, refused to surrender. Even in such a pitiful state, he questioned how someone like Yoo Ji-han could surpass him so easily in strength. Elsewhere, Min Yuri and Shur who were battling Huang, while Mia and Im Si-yun clashed intensely. The situation had become dire, for there was no possible way to stop their opponents without inflicting harm upon them. It was expected, however, of members from the powerful Karaz Guild. During their fight, Shurhu told Min Yuri that if they could somehow restrain the fastest one, victory would be within reach. Min Yuri readied her bow and assured him to leave it to her. She swiftly released an arrow at Mia, who managed to dodge it with agility. However, Min Yuri immediately transformed the arrow into an ice projectile that exploded upon impact, slowing Mia down. Confident, Min Yuri declared that she had managed to stop one of them, but before she could celebrate, Mia suddenly leaped from the left, dagger in hand, aiming straight at her. Shocked, Min Yuri realized that Mia had somehow evaded the explosion, leaving no chance for her to escape the impending attack. Just then, Mia abruptly halted and hesitated. She questioned why she was even fighting someone she did not truly wish to fight. Min Yuri quickly understood that the mind control placed upon her was weakening and that Mia was regaining her will. At the same time, Im Si-yun also began to free herself from the control, and Shurhu felt a sense of relief witnessing the change. Chilla, who had been battling Huang, also returned to his senses. As the chaos subsided, Park observed the situation and realized that the brainwashing spell that he had cast upon them must have been broken, which likely meant something had happened to Kim Hyuntae. However, before he could react further, Yoon Do-ha called out to him, warning him not to lose focus, and launched a fiery attack. Park quickly activated his artifact, allowing him to leap through time to evade the assault. After narrowly saving himself, Park felt a brief moment of relief, grateful for the artifact's power. Yoon Do-ha, however, was impressed by how the artifact had allowed Park to slip through the flow of time and move faster than before. Yet he soon noticed the pain etched on Park's face and realized the artifact came with a severe drawback. It was damaging Park's heart. Now aware of his opponent's weakness, Yoon Do-ha did not waste another moment. He unleashed his ability and demanded Park surrender while still giving him a chance. Meanwhile, Kim Hyuntae lay motionless on the ground, his body covered in wounds, as Yoo Ji-han slowly approached him. Despite the pain, Kim Hyuntae let out a faint laugh. Yoo Ji-han asked him what was so amusing, and Kim Hyuntae replied that the sight before him was ironically laughable. He recalled how his father had died saving his teammates, and in his final moments, he had vowed never to follow that path, to never save others at the cost of his own life. Yet now, at the end of his own road, the one who stood before him, protecting and saving others, was walking the same path his father once did. Kim Hyuntae confessed that he had always known Yoo Ji-han was special, that there was something unique about him, but he could never bring himself to understand or believe it because he had been afraid. Yoo Ji-han then reminded him of the day he had been expelled from the team, the day Kim Hyuntae had told him he would never become a high-level hero before walking away. Kim Hyuntae admitted that those words had been lies. Yoo Ji-han told him he had the potential to become someone great, but his arrogance had led him astray. He never fought beside anyone, never trusted others, and never learned how to rely on them. Even now, he refused to face the truth or believe in it. Yoo Ji-han explained that such a person could never truly become the #1 hero. Looking down at him, Yoo Ji-han told Kim Hyuntae that he had turned away from the path of a hero, but it was still not too late to correct his mistakes. Extending his hand, he urged him to start over again. Kim Hyuntae's vision blurred as a memory of his father flashed before his eyes. His father's words that a true hero was someone who reached out a hand to help others before anything else. Emotion welled up within him as he finally understood the meaning behind his father's teachings. He reached out and grasped Yoo Ji-han's hand, realizing that the truth had always been before him. Yet he had been too blinded by pride and fear to see it. As the battle came to an end and a new bond was formed, a mysterious girl watched from afar, her expression filled with disdain. She mocked their sentimentality, calling humans naive and their emotions pathetic. She found their ideas of redemption, remorse, and tears laughably cliché and declared that she, Jerry, would make things far more entertaining. Suddenly, Kim Hyuntae pushed Yoo Ji-han back, urging him to stay alive. In the next instant, the attackers rushed toward him, slashing through his body mercilessly. Yoo Ji-han cried out in shock and anguish. Jerry mocked his emotional reaction, telling him not to show weakness to his enemies and labeling him as soft. As Jerry stood there, licking the blood from his blade with a twisted grin, Yoo Ji-han could only stare at him in disbelief, stunned by his presence. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.